This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. I'm a killer. Bang, bang, bang. I'm a kitchen. I'm a killer. I like bang, bang, bang. Gonna get ya.
Coming from the dirty south, yeah, I got the energy, something you know nothing about. When I break a mind, they be thinking I'm a lunatic, standing in a dark room, dusting off a broomstick, still coming cold with the plain tight top flow, pounding for a bankroll, spitting ghetto gospel, dealing with this pressure about to make me lose my marbles. Stepping to me wrong, then you know I'm moving. Break a mind, they be thinking I'm a lunatic.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
You say I'm a dreamer. I know what I want and what I got. Every step's getting sweeter. Every word I'm a mile deep.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
without a fight. This was a disastrous half, but they are pulling it back one step at a time. Kikde gets a little bit overzealous this time around. Fast lane's up. Zeus going to try to isolate the fight. Just deletes Ash. There's nothing you can do against Zeus. Someone has to bring him down. Jesse Mash falls to the Bladestorm as well. It's 1v2 Karen. And even if he does that, then he has to get past Berserks as well. It's just not going to happen.
Oh my god. Hey!
Basically, negative information. They drone from this corner and do spot Autumn. That could be big, because obviously he's nowhere close to the rendezvous. They're actually checking for him. They've read it, they just can't kill him. As Autumn just massacres 4!
Play close in the smoke, but May tucked in the corner. A read though.
Yeah, looking to try to get punish off that, but oh, May does end up going unread, and he tears him apart! Knives now online.
2 assists away.
I give it to him. He's trying to play him in. He really wants to play it in! Oh, but don't be too much here. There you go. Just the one kill given him.
Now, predominantly across the A. You've still got Cinder over there. Keeping an eye on B. You can't hit Absol. That's impossible. He's back and forth and he's in your face and he's got 2. Klaus now trying to salvage on the other side of the site. It's also not going to go well. But LP continues to frag, but maybe it's just...
There's still some util online, though, but then suddenly Zeta takes control over the situation.
Also Sugar Zero out.
Down the spike where, oh, really? Rolling Thunder?
I guess so. Let's him get the half.
Yeah, if he has it, why not?
LP, you know, low-key kind of making this one a bit interesting. If he hits a shot here, hang on. Time's ticking, peek through, he goes dead! How has he won that?
Off of this, so it ends up being a slight misread as now, here comes the exec. Don't make it too far away.
Yeah.
Slide into the back of sight. Shitboy's dead. Cruz gone as well as Isu finds one with a headhunter, but Brimmy arriving and massacring finds himself a 4.
Well, as Isu finds one with a headhunter, but Brimmy arriving and massacring
Finds himself a 4th and is on for an ace. Line is out. Meteor, the rewrap through lamps, finds the headshot. And it's either an ace or a 4K thrifty for Meteor. And Brimmy's got 17 health. Scale in, and Meteor gives him the chance.
เบนมวย 지금 짜랑
들어가봐 다 칠래 김원태 말해줄게 하빈아 파티로 아니 미안해
기태야
네
말 많이 하고
확인했습니다 형
하고 싶은 말 있으면 하고
확인했습니다
Like crazy that they're not out already.
Bro, why am I the first one? I don't know what to do.
Bro, I thought this is trolling, bro.
I think he's looking for a coach. He don't see the coach.
Yeah, I don't see Coach JC.
Sorry.
เดี๋ยวกินเหล้าต่อนะให้ชนะเจมไปนะเดี๋ยวเราไปฉลองกันเองก่อนไม่ถ้าคิวเลี้ยงเดี๋ยวไปตายคิวเลยสุดอะคิวต้องเลี้ยงแล้วเก่งตันไง
형 래피드 트랙었어?
나? 야 임마 그 상범명이야 임마
뭔가 안 쓰게 생겼어.
생긴 거 가지고 뭐라는 거야 이제 아무래도 이제 98년생이니까
뭔가 그 느낌이 있나? 안 쓸 것 같은 느낌.
아니 기초してなかったのになんで来なかったんだろう
난お前
でもイニシ久々すぎた大会ちょっと理解して一番さこれが学び
야
赤目頼むでこの試合は
ちょっと待ってマジで10打てなかったヘブンもこの試合マジでもうファントムでもマジでもう
オッケーあんま大声で言っちゃいけないか P 入るから大丈夫ตัดไปกันก็ตัดด้วย
ค่อยๆทำแล้ว
ตัดได้ไปฟันไป
เพราะมันอากาศมันจบดีแล้วทั้งนั้น
Let's go
ย้อนไป Boleh dah. Man.
Nice, dead.
Man. Big box.
3v3. น้ำมันเหมียวหรอ
โฟฟันวันเวในบอมไป
Come on, play off. Nice, man. There's an outlaw inside, Maxim. Outlaw inside.
โอเคเวียนฟันตัวwinnable
I'll fight them.
You pick first โฟกระโดดให้นาย
ฟันเหรอ
โฟฟันในเมนนะ
Oh, I cannot pick now, Tom.
Just go here. I got you.
Hold on.
Care flash. Can I have one flash, guys?
Okay, hold on.
Brim low dead.
Almost.
เอารอข้างบน
Hi. Just hi.
I don't want to help Tom.
Let's go, boys!
Thanks for the outlaw, bro.
Jason, can you smoke him in? Yeah. They start A, guys.
They started, man. Hey, they pushing mid. They have mid. They 1-3-1. Flashing now.
I watch it.
3. Nice, two more boys. Left side. Nice. Game, boys. Chill. 4v3, boys.
D picking.
Nice. 2D.
I watch in double door. Astra missing, okay?
They was about to go back, though.
Carry main first. Let's go from backside, go.
He start. He smoker.
He's here, boys. How many? Go, please.
Two. Last two. Last right.
Plant close.
Check secret.
Happy up, ulti, happy. I'm gonna ulti CT. I ulti.
Last two.
One out.
Nice. Flower. Yes. Flower.
Tap.
They got CT.
Go, boy. Boys. 오케이. 나오라.
체인 버튼이고.
더블. 야, 앞에 짝거닐 거야. 홀드와요, 홀드.
아, 오빠 다이.
그냥 A로 옮겨. 나 C 밀게 내가.
이거 핀 많은 거 느껴도 A 홀드도.
야, 이거 A 오버 매겨주고 C 오버 매기고 그냥 공격 탈거 하는 거 어때?
하긴 좋아.
공 레이저 먹거든, 얘들아. 이거 다른데 레이저 공포 먹고 할 수도 있어, 이거.
C 올 수도 있겠다. 그냥 C 와봐 얘들아.
야, 도박해. A 버려.
그래도 대충 알긴 할 거거든. 괜찮아. 이거 그냥 C 힘으로 가자.
야, 뛰자 우리. 앞에 걸린 거 없어.
C 온다. 기다려. 놔줘.
연점프 왼쪽. 둘 다 싸워. 나도 둘 다.
One enemy remaining.
안살.
화면에 뛰는 소리 내봐. 그리고 레지 가봐.
Spike planted.
화면 계속 뛰는 소리 내봐. 화면이.
짝방.
기다리다.
같이.
아, 이거 아깝다. 근데 C 쪽이 아예 우리 땅이 아니었구나.
방금 더블픽 지렸는데 타이밍?
좋았다. 상대 건이 형처럼 해서 무조건 C 갈 것 같았어.
레알. 그냥 C 레이저 공 먹고 쉬울 것 같더라.
하던 대로 하고. 내용공 치면 조심해.
오른쪽으로부터 너네.
빔 푸시. 야봐.
머리 아트스무야.
아꼬라 충이네. 셀프 다리.
야, 에멘 도와줘 얘들아.
잡자.
아無理
아이, 우리 다 와디아리오.
これ M 捨ててカメラに任せるこれ
준비됐지? 간다. 스모크.
추천 쓸게 그러면.
아껴도 조심. 또 와줘.
더.
메인 모크도 아케이드 모크도 있고. 드디어.
야, 메인 기반으로 할 수 있어? 물리 있어.
메인 기반에 나 사이트 혼자 씀.
야, 먼저 까네. 태거나 그러면. 지금 까놨어.
相手もらう
하이 아케이드 미터크.
이까 다 보셔.
나도.
야, 가.
한번만 기다려. 멘트. 어머. 안해. 반.
이대.
One
우리 이렇게 니게 못하게 하라 임마.
나이스. 됐다.
I should recon yung from far. One plus. Go.
스모크.
Nice.
고박. 밀링.
3명, B3명.
이거 할 거야?
네, 액션 줄게. 와이차가.
미겨. 아트 도와주러 할게요.
아테테.
아트 거기서 버텨. 뺑 갈게 뺑.
빠질게. 람람람.
Chill. Care. Wait. Let's go flower. CT 소리 얘들아.
끄당 있어 얘들아.
Ajap. Wait, we get molly. Default. Come. Ajaping.
이거. 시크릿.
enemy.
미션.
Okay, here. It's from right, right?
둘.
해당한다.
적군이
Amen. ente.
나이스.
이걸 내가 두 명을 잡네?
캐리다 캐리.
나이스 좋았다.
Ready flashes. I'm ready stun.
They take below. I'm ready.
One left. Get left.
Spike down.
Give up side heaven.
Yeah, I play main.
How much link you have?
Okay.
Bilang guys. Bilang.
It's 1 HP.
Come. I jump for you.
Go. How much left?
How many died to the ult?
I don't know, bro.
Oh my god. ちょっと A 頑張ってんだぞ。サイファー。
これでコンタクト死んだ。
あいつまだゆっくり。
俺これリポートする。オペだと思って俺のこと。
Okay.
エロン触って入れろ今。
ナイス。手前。ナイス。3対2。ショートいった。ショートスカイ。2人。ナイス。
ショート見てるよ。
立って行くぞ。
俺の裸バンダルなんよ。
お前神だ。
神や。
들어갈게.
자 여러분.
연막 쳤다. 안티야.
왼쪽 찬다.
우리 많은 거 들켰어. 비 많은 거 들켰어.
돌리자 얘들아, 돌리자. 다 뛰어.
아트로 프라.
나 먼저 시글 해줄게.
왼쪽 챔. 스카이도 있었다.
스카이페이스.
나이스.
가라 무모.
우리랑 가줄게. 기다려봐.
야 뒤에 아니냐 이거?
나이스.
에이스.
나이스.
굿잡.
지렸다.
This is danger territory for GE. Thinking to jump off the wall, but suddenly Jin comes in with a curveball. Oh, Defy! What have you done?
They've got 3 players on B.
Slow, steady creep up towards C, but quick pivots coming in. DFM.
갈 생각하자 그냥.
미드 나온 거 조심. 이거 채우는 거 빠를 수도.
가라지 벽 깎게 갈 때. 준비해봐.
뺑뺑싸로 간다.
통나무 안게 보고.
가자.
있어. 백사 있어. 아, 뭘 미쳤다.
마크.
하나. 하이들 주변 다들 가르치래.
아, 캐틀.
또.
Oh, it bounced off the... It bounced off the box.
Don't think that LB meant to pull an Artis and just lock the whole team out.
Now you're allowing PRX to possibly tie up the score. This is danger territory for GE. Thinking to jump off the wall, but suddenly Jin comes in with a curveball. Oh, Defy! What have you done?
I can bait for you, Jay. I can jump. Molly. Ready, pull, Jason. Pull. I time him. I broke the thing.
Wait, it's okay guys.
Wait, nothing.
Take time.
Phoenix. I hold it. Wait, 1 second. Don't pay. Can you flash? Yes, wait. Huh? Just flash.
Bingo.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
It's a mid grinder. 그 가발 병장님이 되게 궁금하신 분이에요.
같이 안 보겠다.
태호한테 선글라스를 좀 빌려야 될 것 같아요.
Stylistically similar in some ways, but that Vice a big deal. I confirm presence. Here we go.
Prowler not really checking into the corner, but Hyunmin eventually able to find a kill as Ash dies to Karon's Thorn.
깠어. 원래 깠어. 나 어떻게 붙으면서 가야 돼?
얘들아 A 안 보여. A 조정해.
이 앞에.
B 많아.
야 삐라시 조심. 삐라시 온다. 네온 죽었어 네온 죽었어.
Poor Ash just got lit the heck up on the way into those.
나이스.
너무 잘 봤어요. 네온 나한테 90 맞고 팀킬 당했는데 까시 얘들아.
까비. 아 더블이었네.
So well thought out there by Nongshim in so many different respects.
Line up now, and it's going to be a change-up. Aggressive push forward from Francis, but his position now going to be known. I think he's on himself.
피 많아.
피럭 조심이야 피럭 조심 에이클이야.
네온 스카이 둘.
한탑.
플러스.
얘네. 저거 몇 번째냐 저거?
Molly into the corner. They will usher him into the open. And RB is able to find it, finds his second.
둘. 엠 집중. 네.
Standing.
지렸다. 지렸다.
괜찮아 우민아 괜찮아. 그냥 이겨.
나도 그렇게
이겨줄게.
두 번 죽었어. 괜찮아.
이게 그냥 한 명 준다고 그냥 신경 쓰지 말고 그냥 자신 있게.
아 형.
괜찮아.
이제 그만 얘기해도 돼.
너무 그거면은
됐어.
빨리야.
그만.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I know you think that you got me running so scared. Toxic, black kiss. I'm gonna be your own worst nightmare. So in the end, we both know I'm gonna win. It's only a matter of time. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that. This time I will take control and never look back. Last call, lights out. Couldn't call any fading show me what you got. You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that. Tougher than that. Let me show you how a bad girl rolls. I'll take you down to the ground. It ain't gonna end like you're wishing for. This time you're going down. I'm tougher than that. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm wearing the crown, look at me now, the way that I shine, I'm royal. I'm covered in gold, high on my throne, I get what I want. I got diamonds, I got watches, I got a plot with a yacht in the Bahamas. Big vibe, bigger income, mama's got the keys to the kingdom. ROYALTY, can't touch my vibe. ROYALTY, believe the hype.
Make way for the queen!
Every morning, never glow on my face. I'm the life of the party. I'm magic.
Welcome to VCT Pacific. It's the playoffs, and on the 15th floor, we have amazing fan activation. So, oh, hey Mika, 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 Mika. Oh, hey Mika.
Whoa, I really couldn't hear you through these headphones.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
So soundproof,
Wow,
right?
what is
Yeah.
it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
sorry. I got
recording right now.
I got carried away.
You know what? Do your thing.
Okay,
Do your
no,
thing.
I wanted to show you this.
Oh, okay.
Obviously. This is the Acer Predator
Oh,
Helios
wow.
Neo 16 AI.
Oh my god.
This is what we need to win. Hopefully, it is simply. It has a
You still have a
dedicated-
chance?
I always have a chance, Jen. Don't ruin my dreams like that, okay? Hey, and this is the best part.
All right.
Come on. This.
What is this?
This is an arcade game about players.
Oh my god.
Playing.
Wait,
look at this.
This was in the trailer. I was like,
Exactly.
hello?
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, I'm feeling the pressure now. I really have to win.
No, it's okay.
Okay, wait. Whoo, whoo, whoo.
going.
Calm down,
What is
calm
this?
down,
What
calm
is
down.
this?
We gotta get
Whoa.
to the end. Oh my gosh, now I'm under so much pressure. I actually have to win.
Oh, the trophy is right there.
I was so close. Pick somebody
Clear
else.
this with Jessie Vash.
You've got a, yeah,
Yeah.
that's a really good pick.
Jessie Vash, my goat. And I feel a pink shooting star coming through, so I'm just gonna wait for a bit. Yeah. Okay,
Big
and then
brain.
you walk.
Yes! Oh my god, I'm so proud of you.
That's Jessie Vash.
That's Jessie Vash just won.
What? Pacific?
Just one
Yeah.
Pacific.
Anyway,
Go.
so yeah, we made it look easy. But it's actually pretty hard.
It is hard, it is hard. Try it for yourself. All day, every day.
Yeah.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Pilsky and Big Time. And I have to say, you know, I don't think it was Jen's fault with the arcade. I think when you're choosing the Jessie Vash character, he can't really jump, bad knees and everything, you know? It just takes a little while to get over the
I thought Jen
hurdle.
played it very well. She was very patient. She
Yeah.
waited. She used her brain rather than her reflexes or her mechanics, and ended up winning them, you know, Team Secret a trophy.
Yeah.
Big.
Coded, I would say.
Even with Jesse Vesh and his bad knees.
Okay,
So it's really good.
We get it. Great to get it.
All right. Well, today, really important day because we are going to be finding out who are the first teams not only going to the Pacific Finals in Vietnam, but also to Masters London. So today is a monumental day for Pacific to find out who's going to be bringing home the trophy, basically. We have so many Masters trophies, and I think we're going to keep doing that. But again, that QR code was down there, so guys, come join us in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. We found out a lot more about what's going to be going on over there, and I think it's like, suffice to say, it's going to be freaking exciting. But today's matches, I think, are going to be some pretty top-tier Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy day. It's a huge day. Win today gets you going to Vietnam. Gets you going to Masters London. The stakes don't get any higher than this. We've had teams that have been there before. We've had teams that have never been in playoffs before. We don't know what to expect today. All I know is it's going to be a banger day of Valorant.
Yeah, I do have up around 2 games there. PRX taking on Global Esports, a matchup we've seen quite a bit. And then T1 versus Full Sense, also a team that did match up earlier in the groups. And Full Sense was able to take the only map off of T1 of anyone so far this stage. So I feel like they've got a pretty good chance to maybe upset them. Maybe T1's a little bit slow, having had that bye round. Have seen that in the past.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We'll have to wait and see. But there's one guy who knows a little bit of something about all of these teams, and that's X-Curate. Kevin Susanto, back in the day. Wait, hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Hi, X-Curate. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome. First of all, can you tell us where you are so the stalkers can find you? Like, what country are you in right now?
I'm at Korea right now at the T1 HQ.
Oh, you are here in Korea?
I'm here.
Because you just had T1 home grounds. I saw you.
Yes.
Were attending last week, which must have been awesome. So for those of you at home who don't realize, X-Curate is formerly of an active T1 player, still with T1, clearly. Yeah, so we used to have the Susanto Derby when you were active in Pacific, but how are things going for you now that you're watching as an observer?
I think I'm doing just well this recent day. I'm just more chilling and then just streaming. But at the same time, every time I do watch party, especially my little brother, it just makes me want to compete again. It's kind of like still have my passion as a pro player.
Yeah. Actually, I think it would be the dream. Actually, instead of watching us compete against each other, play on the same team, perhaps one day. Now, I want to ask you also, T1, a lot of changes, a lot of roster changes. Coach change as well. What would you say is some of the biggest difference, especially with the change from Autumn to KDG in terms of style or anything else with how T1 has been playing this year?
I think from what I see, I think T1 now it's more like flexible, and also I can see the strength where especially Izu, my Dongsen I see he's playing really well. I think he's find his comfortable spot because right now we also have Buzz as a very good duelist, right? I think everyone is their perfect role right now.
Yeah.
Did you give him any chamber tips? He's pretty good on the chamber right now.
Chamber tips? I don't need to because I think Izu already watched how I play chamber before, so I think he knows.
Okay.
You already gave him the tips by playing. All right, in fact, we have a couple of questions for you. So hope you're ready for them. And, we got 2 teams who are likely going to Vietnam. It's PRX versus T1. Who are you rooting for? You got a brother. Your little brother's on PRX, and, of course, you're on T1. Who are you rooting for stage 1?
Honestly, because right now I'm in T1 HQ, right? I cannot say T1. For sure, I'm going to say T1 right now because
you can whisper
T1 is
your
my
real
team.
answer.
Because T1 is my team and also for my little brother. Even we share the same blood, but outside the game, we are brother, but inside the game, we are like enemies, So of course, I'm going to rooting for T1.
Oh, I love it! Nothing like a good sibling rivalry. It's actually a little bit more fun that way to watch. Okay, you know your brother pretty well. He's played a lot of agents on LAN.
Yeah.
Who do you think is his best agent?
Like overall, like from beginning until now, or just like
his highest peak?
His highest peaks, I think I'm gonna pick Yoru. Because I still remember his ace on split.
Mhm.
I forgot which tournament. It's like a tier 1 tournament, but I forgot which one.
Oh, yes. I think it
Remember,
was
right,
here
in
in
Euro?
Pacific. Oh, was it here in Pacific? But I remember when he played
No,
Euro
I think
and
it's like
split.
master or something, master or champion. I forgot.
It was a sick clutch. But he always has
Yeah, it's
so
split.
many of those moments on split.
Yeah.
It was so
In
memorable
the
and
elbow,
on bind.
A side. Yeah.
Yes, and yes, definitely on A side. I remember it was in that little corner there, and he came
Yeah,
out and had that
exactly.
beautiful, it was like 1v3 moment there. So I remember what you're talking about because it was like unforgettable. Your
Yeah.
brother has so many of those. All right, the next question: who's the real Forsaken supporter? Is it you or his girlfriend?
I want to say me, but if you say Jason directly, I'm pretty sure he's gonna choose his girlfriend.
And you guys are both representing different teams. She's with Full Sense. I don't know what's up with this. All right, but you think it's you.
I think it's me, of course.
Okay. Now the last question is, who's the best chamber in Pacific? You, of course, were playing chamber during a meta. That wasn't the chamber meta. I feel like that was completely wasted. But if you were here, so 2 questions: who's the best chamber in Pacific, and are you the better chamber?
I think for now, from what I see, I think I'm really surprised with Davai Chamber because he's playing really consistent. Especially if you play against PRX in Heaven and then Davai pick Chamber, of course you're gonna see Davai always fragging, right? So I'm gonna pick Davai. But if I'm head to head with Davai, I'm gonna say I think I'm still better. Maybe.
God. You're surprised though that he's a good chamber. I mean, you guys go
Actually,
way
yeah,
back.
because I never see Davai playing Chamber before. That's why I'm like, well,
okay.
Davai still got his like old FPS muscle memory, you know,
Yes.
because Davai before it's also an upper, like secondary upper.
You're both uppers,
It's like,
yeah. But you're the better upper.
Before Valorant. Oh, hands down.
Upper?
You
yeah,
better upper?
yeah, easily. Come on. Honestly, before
Come on,
Valorant,
don't ask
surely.
that question, please. Come on.
For those, just look back in history with
Yeah.
Tai Lu and
Yeah.
X-Curate. You guys will get all the details there. And our last question for you, of course, you know that we play Build Diff as sort of our fantasy roster. And who do you have for your picks today?
My pick today for my build diff, right?
Yeah, for your Build Diff.
I think for Flex, I'm gonna choose Forsaken for sure. He's the best
Okay.
Flex player right now.
Solid.
And then Duelist, I'm gonna choose Primi because I see his performance is really crazy this stage 1. It's
You
like
think he's
so
going to be
consistent.
going crazy against T1 today? Because if he goes
I hope
crazy,
not.
that means
I
he's
hope
going
not.
against
I hope
T1.
not. I hope he's not Primi just for today because I'm gonna go Vietnam for co-streaming. I want my team to be there. You know?
But you got Paper X, you got Forsaken. Okay. So who else do you have?
I can get both. Why not? And then for Smoker, I'm gonna choose Batman.
Okay. That's a good
Batman
pick.
is doing well this day.
Yeah, he's-
Also Sentinel, I'm gonna pick Davai, the Uncle Davai.
The
He
Unc.
still got his like
Are you older
consistency.
than
And last
Unc?
one,
Are you older than
I'm just
Divine?
gonna say Uncle Davai.
Okay.
Uncle Davai.
You're just gonna
Because
say
we both
come uncle
old already,
anyway?
you know?
You're older than. Okay.
Okay, and then the last one, Initiator, I'm gonna pick Izu.
Izu,
Nice.
of course.
Good
Yeah,
team.
he's been flexing. He's been
Izu.
playing a bit of Teo and stuff, and he's good
Yes.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
great
Taiwan
team,
so far, I think Izu like pretty well.
That's a solid roster. I think you're the
that's
best
solid,
Build
right?
Diff guest roster we've had.
Yeah, that's true. We have
Like-
guests do this, and they're terrible.
Yes.
They're always terrible. Your roster is quite good.
Yes, like Sliggy's was
Alright,
like,
not bad.
You know ball.
yeah. I think you could win today. Oh my God. Well,
I hope
that's-
so. I hope so.
All right. Predictions for today. We got Paper X playing against Global Esports first, and we got T1 playing against Full Sense. Who are your predictions?
I think Pepper X versus Global Sport, I'm gonna choose Pepper X 2-1 because I think bot is like doing well. And also for T1 versus Full Sense, I'm gonna choose T1 also is 2-1 also. Let's make it interesting.
Yeah. I think you're right,
Because
though. I think it's
all
going
of
to be
this team
interesting.
is very strong.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, either way, we're going to get really interesting games. Well, thank you so much, X-Grid,
Thank
for your
you,
time.
guys.
Always good
Thank
seeing
you.
you, and hopefully we see you playing with Unc Devai here and see who the better
For
chamber
sure.
is. All right, bye.
All right, bye.
Thank
Bye.
you. All right. Well, I think that's fair. I think he knows ball, like you said.
I think so.
build diff is pretty good, actually. Like, it could beat potentially our build diff. In fact, let's talk about our build diff. We decided to go, you know, do the little double, what was it?
Fever time.
Fever time. I was like, frenzy.
You doubled your points for the day.
Yes.
Me and you both used ours yesterday.
Yes, we did.
It was me, you, and Elfish Guy.
And and of course, the prize is the Predator Helios. And this is the AI version, which of course we all want, not just for the laptop, but for the glory and the bragging rights. So you're pretty much on top these days, big time. Times have changed.
Look, I got one of these laptops already. I'm gonna start hanging them in a trophy case if I keep winning.
Nice.
Okay. Well, you could, but I'm going to be winning, so there's not really going to be a trophy
case. It's still winnable for you. It's still winnable.
It's very
still
winnable for you, Pilsky. Very winnable. Let me take you through my team today. Let's ignore Pilsky. So, my team, I think I played it very safe again, but I'm in the lead. I don't need to take any risk. Primi on that duelist, like Xkira just said, he's just unstoppable at the moment. It's hard not to pick him. Patman on the initiator. He's been the guy for GE. Jing in the smoke role. I want to see Breeze come up in the veto. That would help me out a lot for this, but he's been playing a little bit of that Omen there, so I think sort of cheating, but I'll take the minus points. Izu, I think he's absolutely goated. Easily the best Sentinel in the league right now. Hard not to pick. Then as a flex player, I had to get something in there. He always goes crazy against Frost. He was fantastic in this matchup last time round. Yes, he's going to get me minus points, but I don't care. He's going to go crazy.
I think you got a lot of minus points going.
I have so many minus points.
I think Xkira cooked you, I'm not going to lie.
We'll see.
I think he might have had better roster.
Yeah.
Pilsky,
My team.
You're famous for great rosters.
I am. I am the 4-time loser of Build Diff in a row. The last 4 days. Here's my roster. Don't pay attention to what I do, but I'm trying to put together a roster that can catch me up a little bit. I think mathematically I probably can't win, but I'm trying to pick players that could do well that other people aren't picking. Buzz been very consistent on the Neon. He's been one of the better performers, even if his last series wasn't as high highs. And I feel like when the games get a little bit closer, he's often put on the entry duties. Killua started the season really strong. I think he's got those potential to put up big numbers. If he's been put on the Sky in particular, he's going to get me good numbers. I got to back my boy Autumn. In fact, if you go Autumn downwards, basically I can summarize it in one word. Chamber.
That's true.
That's
really?
It.
Okay.
That's true. More chamber, more frags, more ops, please.
I can't believe you chose him over Pat. That's like considering
everyone's
how
picking Pat.
Yes.
No, but everyone's picking Pat. I can't pick Pat because I'm so bad.
Also, I will say, Autumn on that Phoenix yesterday was actually very impressive as well. So I think I like where you're going with this. You got to go different.
Avoid minus points, and the first thing you say is Autumn on the Phoenix has been great.
Well, we do have 3 of our talents going for the double time here.
Is it only me and Mika who haven't fever timed?
Yes.
Yes. Okay,
yeah,
we're both holding out.
Honestly, I really like your roster, Pilsky. I think Autumn's the only one I have a question mark, not because, only because Pat is like so obviously. You get so many more frags.
He's literally top standard against
team.
PRX every single time. But that's the thing. Look, okay, GE. Who's been picked on GE by everyone? Everyone has Pat. I can't pick Pat, Vic.
So you just want to lose?
Look, there are some people.
Okay.
No, there are some people like Seth who, for example, are last and are just matching everybody else's roster.
That's true.
That's actually not how you catch up in a game like this. You actually have to take risks and do something different.
I mean, he's gone for the fever time. Him, Paper Thin, and Quack all doubling down on their points today. So let's see if that pays off for them.
Interesting, though. I see a lot of you guys have picked a duelist, something, or Jing as your flex, besides Pilsky here.
I think Izu is just the best flex. What are we doing, guys? He gets you 0 minus points and he's going to top frag the series? Are we serious?
Hello? I mean, yeah, he plays the Neon on a map, but like he gets so many frags, I think it doesn't even matter. And that matchup will, of course, be happening in match 1 of today. We got PaperX versus Global Esports. Then after, got another banger. It's got T1 versus Full Sense, and this is very exciting. We got PaperX 1 match win away from qualifying to Masters London. They've been on a really hot streak, only dropping a match to Gen G.
Yeah.
But they also tend to drop matches when it's a qualifying match.
It's so crazy to think that this team lost to the Gen G team right now. You kind of have to throw that out your mind. But this is a situation they've been in thousands of times, it feels like. They are always good to go to these internationals. They love they always are at least very, very close to attending. So I think the pressure isn't on this squad as much today because it's almost expected that they should make it. I think this is a situation that they'll be feeling very, very comfortable in.
Oh, for sure. And then this is against an opponent that they have beaten so many times in a row. I mean, we're going to get into that later, but they're in excellent form. In fact, PRX is so good that the Riot had to bring back one of their worst maps into the pool just to give other teams a chance. So we'll see how that does go out. Maybe they're going to pull out something on a set, but actually it was ludicrous. They could have played all 7 maps in the pool. They were banning Bind. That's been historically a great map for them. Like, literally, they had no weaknesses up until Ascent came back in.
Yeah, but historically, this is a problem that has been there for PRX, is their map pool, and now they finally covered most of them, except Bind. After the interview we had with Wendler last week, we teased a bit about Ascent, and then they revealed after the match was over that if someone had just picked Bind into them instead of banning it, we might have seen a mix.
Yeah, I mean,
they admitted it, and I was like, we could have seen a mix in Pacific.
He was baiting, I'm sure of it. There's no way. But you can see, I think the fact that the map pool is still good for them, they didn't even have to play Bind. Now as they move towards playoffs, I wouldn't be shocked to just see them ban out Ascent. They don't have to change anything in their map pool because they were already playing the other 6 maps. So I don't think they're going to feel shocked by this. Yes, they don't like Ascent, but everyone has a ban before the series starts. So I think that they'll be perfectly fine with this change. And also, I think part of the reason why this squad used to hate Ascent is because it had a very set way to play the game. Everybody was running pretty similar comps. It was that double initiator, heavy util-based style that didn't suit PRX. I would love to see what they could get on Ascent nowadays because I think they could go more rogue with it.
They did have a small stint where Ascent finally worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only that, but I actually think they've picked up a lot of the agents that they previously didn't play very much in the various roles. Like, Jin can play Omen now. They've got Envy, who's great at Sova. Like, honestly, I think, and then something's in great form on the Jet. Like, I actually think they could put together a totally fine comp if Ascent does come up. So we'll keep an eye on the veto and see how it goes. As mentioned, though, something he did have a little bit of a stint on the Neon. Wasn't the greatest outing. He had one good series. He had a couple of pretty bad maps and a pretty rough series against Genji. I think that was a big contributing factor as to why they actually ended up dropping that series overall. But since he swapped over onto the Jet, he has been phenomenal. He's been putting up really, really good numbers. But particularly against GE, he was like 45 frags in 2 maps or something like that on Jet. He absolutely destroyed GE on Jet the last time he played them.
Yeah, he's so good on this agent. It suits him down to the ground. I love that they made this change. I've always been a big comfort guy when it comes to coaching, so I'd love it when teams can just embrace what's so strong for the players right now. Yes, Neon is good in the meta, but if something is this good on Jet, just let him loose.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, last week when we were asking Alex and Tommy who the best Neon was it Jing or something, but, they both just canceled out something. They said Ilya can't play Neon, basically. But it doesn't matter because something is playing against Global Esports today. And even if he's sick, he likes to frag against them. Crystal there being his good buddy. I think one of the questions, of course, was the Russian players between Jemkin and Crystal yesterday, and who do you guys rate as the better Russian player?
Look, I mean, something Russian player. Something has a claim to be best player in the world, and country's irrelevant of that, so it's hard to pick anybody against him. But this GE squad, this is their first time in playoffs. They got their first win in playoffs yesterday against RRQ. I think this team is going to be riding on Cloud9 right now. I think they're going to be feeling great about this match. Yes, it's a matchup that's not gone well for them this year, but you would argue that, now they've played a lot more games, there's been a lot more cumulative learning, a lot more experience there. Is it enough to get that win across the line today?
Yeah, I think you look at the org history and this team specifically against PRX, Frost's history against Alex, there's a lot of pretty bad records there for GE that go against them. But I'm a firm believer actually I've observed it many times in esports that you can only lose against the same team for so long until finally something clicks. And I think GE, you've seen this roster come together, a cumulative effort over time of building around different players. It started with Utatime Crystal and they've just picked up more and more good players. You see PRX versus GE hasn't gone well for GE every single time they've played it so far this year, and the last matchup in particular was a bit of a stompage, but I have to say, especially this kickoff series, these were some of the closest games we've seen between PRX and GE overall. And I think if there was a GE roster that was going to win against PaperX, this one would be it, especially with how sick Patman's been against them.
Absolutely. I mean, Pat is absolutely electric against his former team. I think in kickoff, this game's really close, but the group stage game for sure going PaperX's way in dominant fashion. The question for me today comes down to, have Global found a way to get over this mental hurdle? Do they come into this match with a feeling in the back of their head that they just can't win against this squad, or do they think now is our time? That to me is going to be the most important factor as to who comes out on top today.
Well, the benefit is that somehow these teams have faced off 3 times in 1 year already. And I think when you're facing that many times, that mental hurdle, the pressure might decrease over time. We're like, you know, I've done this before, I've done this before, I've done this before. Pat clearly is so comfortable facing against them. Obviously has a little bit of a, you know, a fun little vendetta there too. But the rest of the team as well, I mean, I think this is a good sign for them. To your point, Pilsky, that at some point, Global or Frost surely wins. Now, yesterday, I know we were split on the predictions, but Global Esports blew this match out of the water, winning it against RRQ.
Yeah, I particularly their attacking side really impressed me. I thought Harvey's calling was phenomenal, and I think their attacking sides in general have been very good on the side of GE. It's something that's really impressing me about them. Not only do they have a well-rounded team across the board of players that can all play different roles and kind of all pitch in at times, but I'm getting more and more impressed with Harvey's attack side calling as this event goes on, and I think it could be key today to be trying to take on PRX.
I think it is especially impressive in this meta. So many teams are relying on double duelist, and calling a double duelist attack side is really quite simple a lot of the times. We see a lot of teams doing a lot of 4-1, big heavy groups, heavy execs. Global are straying away from that. They're playing a much more sort of refined style, you would say, initiator, information driven, and I think Harvey is doing a fantastic job to manage all of that.
Yeah, Frost has been giving lots of compliments to Javi since the very beginning of this year, and you can see it really come to fruition, especially now that we have a little bit of insight into the comms that this team has been calling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Autumn's giving him some praise there. I think, like, you look at the experience level on this team, and Autumn, he's been deep in playoffs over in VCTC and a number of times. He's seen Patman at international events, but something they were talking about is that Harvey's a player that's been almost in Tier 1 so many times, and he's gotten a lot of experience in Tier 1, in Tier 2. Even Crystal, for example, having played at Ascension, Harvey having played at Ascension. These players have got some of that big game experience, even if it's not in Tier 1, so it doesn't feel like this is his first time in playoffs. He's been around the block at this point, and I think he's definitely showing that in the server.
Yeah, he has been, and again, all the coaches, his teammates have been giving him a lot of credit for it. But that as well, I think it's worth pointing out Patman's experience on this squad and his mid-round calling. And oftentimes, they have discussed like who's doing the calling during those moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to have a lot of voices sometimes. Sometimes it can be a little bit conflicting if they overcall each other. And Frost said yesterday, right? He said, the full version of that quote is, Javi's IGLing is great. He knows what's happening. People just have to stop overcalling him. So we'll see how that works out today. We do have the map veto coming through here, and I want to see what's going on with Ascent. PaperX get away with second banning it there.
I mean, they do. It's interesting that they played Veto Chicken and that GE didn't take a punt on that. They must be feeling very confident in their Breeze, because PRX have been stomping on Breeze. It was kind of the question mark in the map pool for me, but they've stomped both of their games on Breeze so far, so I want to see what GE is going to be prepping, because we have seen their defensive side starts against both Nongshim as well as RRQ yesterday. Their defense was phenomenal against Nongshim. Actually, it was their attack that won them the game, really, for me, up against RRQ, grinding it back in that second half, even when they got the defensive side at start. PRX picking Lotus, even though they did lose it to Gen G. That's the only kind of X on their record in that regard. That was the Something Neon game where he went like 3-16 or something like that. He's not going to be doing that again, trust me, guys. And then Pearl is the third map decider. We've actually already seen that between these two teams. It was an 8-4 defensive half for GE, and then they went 0-9 on attack to lose. So
there has been the comp swap, though.
There has been the comp swap. They did swap to double duelist, so that's a little bit of a different look.
Yeah, so we will be starting here on Breeze, and I have to say, I love that Global have picked this because I love the composition that they're bringing. Speaking from personal experience, trying to figure out in teams, everyone in Pacific has had to do this. How do you beat PaperX? And you have to find a way to slow them down. Even back in the day, 2024, I remember putting my guys on Sage, saying you have to get the slow slows in the way. You need to be able to fight them where you have those advantages. And I think Frost thinks the same thing. I think he's pretty confident that this composition with a lot of stopping power will be able to slow down what PaperX want to bring to this map.
Well, they've got to play attack first, and we've seen PaperX make their intentions very clear time and time again. They fight for the mains. They're going for those elbow walks. So I think at this point, you do know what to expect as GE. The only question is, can you play around it? Because PRX is that team where you already saw KRX. They watched PaperX play against Secret and then got stomped by the exact same stuff and couldn't do anything about it because PaperX is just walking over them individually.
Well, I think it's really interesting as well because you were just talking about the attack side for Global Esports.
For Global? What's going on here? They've mixed this up. They've cooked
Wait. No, they're lying. I said Global. I said Global. Pilsky did.
It would be hilarious if I stole your thunder. Yes, I'm going for Global Esports today.
Production.
All right.
You're killing me, man.
So, Big Time picked Global.
I picked Global today.
And Pilsky did not pick Global today. But we were talking, I want to go back to the map pool a little bit here.
Sorry,
Global Esports, you're talking about the attack side being way stronger.
Yes.
But Breeze is one of those maps where I think that's not necessarily true. And also to your point with PaperX pushing out of defense really aggressively, Breeze is an interesting first map pick.
I think for me, I want to see what PaperX are going to counter with on the defender side because there we go. That's much better. Thank you, production. I'm going Global today. For me, this Breeze game, I think a lot of it will come down to, we saw G yesterday contacting to take a lot of space on their attacker side. I want to see something on that operator. I think he's going to have a lot of pressure there to put a stop to that contacting. So how well he is doing, for me, will say how well are PaperX doing.
And we have predictions, of course, with you picking Global Esports. But both Achilleos, our lowest predictor, and our highest predictor, Quack, have both picked PaperX.
Yeah.
So, the winners and losers, everyone's picking PaperX. Why have you picked Global Esports?
Look,
besides
I know
liking the stage.
I know they're the underdogs. I know they're the underdogs heading into today, but their win yesterday, I think they had so much more composure than I was expecting. They closed out close games. I think they've shown a lot of growth. Now's the time for them to win.
Okay. Okay.
We'll see.
I hope you're right. For the non-believers and the naysayers to be sat down, we're going to send it to the stage and welcome our two teams, PaperX, facing Global Esports for the Masters London spot.
Today's matchup. Jing. Patman.
Today's the day you don't want to miss. We're going to find out who's going to the Pacific Finals in Vietnam, but also who's punching their ticket to Masters London. Now, while this is Global Esports' first playoffs run, Patman is no stranger to internationals. Very much thanks to his former team, PRX.
I love that these two guys are the ones who come out first. They've been the spearhead of both of their teams, fighting to all their way through the playoffs to get to this Masters London spot.
Yeah, they've been the big two performers. I mean, Jing is the global ACS leader for a reason, and Patman has been actually the best player in the server for 2 out of the 3 matchups between these two teams.
And of course, we got Crystal and Forsaken. We were just talking to his brother a little bit earlier, and Forsaken, one of the world's favorite flex players. It's really hard to be going up against a player like this.
He's okay. He's a Pacific MVP. He's all right. He plays a couple of agents. He knows what he's doing. Crystal, actually, I thought he had quite a good day yesterday.
Yes.
I was enjoying watching him play the Sentinel. The Killjoy in particular had a couple of very big multi-frags, and really he's been one of the longest-standing members of this roster at this point. He's been around there with Uditan. Those two have been really holding him down.
And speaking of long-standing members of VCT in general, it's got to be Divide. Woo, they all got sunglasses on and maybe the stage.
They get up the $2 store.
They've been shopping. Yeah, look, I think Divide has been on PaperX longer than I've been alive. That's how much of a legacy this man is for this squad. He's been there, done that. On the other side, Javi, we've been hyping this guy up so much, man. He's one of the best rookie IGLs I think we've ever seen. The way he's coordinating this team, and it's not an easy environment to do it in. They're changing comps. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I totally agree, and there's so many different comps and switch-ups that he has to navigate his way through. Here are the two duelist players. Something is the guy that cooks GE every single time. Every single time he plays Frost, he just dominates. And Uditan on the other side of things, very, very serviceable in that duelist role. He puts up pretty good numbers. He's just been criminally underrated for such a long time, and I can see why GE have built around him. He just puts up good numbers, and it's crazy that in the initial GE roster, he wasn't even supposed to be the duelist. He just had to play it because somebody couldn't get a visa in time.
Highly underrated player. So I'm really glad to see Uditan thriving with this new roster, with the new coaching staff here on Global Esports. And of course, this is one of your hot takes when we started, the very start of the stage was Global Esports making it to playoffs. Envy, not a rookie, but his first year with PaperX has also had a fantastic first year showing with this team.
Yeah, look, it's been a long time coming for Envy. He was on that Team Secret roster for a long time. They had some success and then a long period of that downtime. Now he's playing with the big dogs. He wants to get back to those internationals. On the other side, Autumn, it's a similar story. He wants to get back. He's done it before through the CN region, and we know that this man is good enough. The sole Australian representative here in Pacific. He's got the weight of a whole subcontinent on his shoulders.
Yeah, that's, no small pressure to be holding up. Honestly, it's a pretty big landmass at the end of the day. But Autumn, when he's on his day, is definitely a difference maker. I think that he's the kind of player that puts GE over the top, especially if you put an op in his hands. And here we go. Alex versus Frost. I mean, this has been a matchup we've seen so many times. Honestly, it's surprising that Frost is still so, friendly with Alex, considering he's just been beat down so many times in a row.
I feel like this is some of the only time we ever get to see Alex smile. He feels so good about this matchup every single time. We heard them say they want a GE. They want a GE to win that RRQ game.
He's taking it seriously. We all know that Alex pulls out that blue hoodie when it's serious, when it's game time. That's the lucky blue hoodie from 2023.
I think something was wearing it in the last matchup, because I saw him in
He
the
was
hoodie.
wearing a white hoodie.
He dropped like 45.
Yeah,
get them all.
They're
management.
all the lucky hoodies there, but I like something sunglasses there. It's like the Miranda Priestley look. I'm a little bit sad, by the way, that we aren't getting Ascent in today's matchup. Global left it open last time.
Well, the thing is, they played Veto Chicken with it, right? And it was left down in towards that last map. That's very Frost for me. Honestly, as a team like PRX that's so confident in the whole map pool, I'm surprised they even left it in the Veto, honestly. As PRX, I would say to myself, I just want the least randomness possible. We cook these guys every time we play them. Let's just not let Ascent go in the Veto. And any other map, play me on any other map, I'm going to beat you.
Yeah, I think today the onus is really on GE to rewrite that script. This is a matchup that has got the better of them so many times. Even this year alone, they are 0-3. I think right now is the best we've seen them look. They're playing playoff Valorant, and that win against RRQ was huge for their momentum, and a win today would send them all the way to Masters London.
Well, the thing is, Frost, like you said, the two coaches know each other pretty well, and they still seem pretty chummy. They scrim a lot together. They played against each other, their teams, even his former team on talent. That's why we talk about this record of 0-8, I think now, that Alex has beaten him. But the point is, Frost does have a lot of answers, but he gets so frustrated because sometimes when you're on the server, you're going live, there's a lot of pressure, you forget a lot of the ideas that you initially went in with. But after 3 times facing off, today's surely the day that they can make it come to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting the same comps from both of these teams. So what I want to see from PaperX on this defensive side, they've cooked 2 teams that haven't seemed like they had any answers for how PaperX plays on the defense. It's A main control, B main fights, walking down elbow, things like that. I want to see GE have an answer for that. And conversely, GE had a good attacking side yesterday against RRQ because RRQ often let them get into the post plants and get comfortable on the site. You do not want to retake into Sage. I want PaperX to be aggressive, but not in a predictable way.
Yeah, it has to be well-managed aggression, but if there's one team in the world that's very, very good at that, it's PaperX. I think this map 1 is going to be pivotal for how this series will shake up.
Well, surely Global Esports watch that KRX match against PaperX and kind of know what the game plan is on defense. We're going to send it over to our casters. We got Quack and hello, Elfish Guy.
Hello, Victoria. I hope you're having a great day. Quack, I hope you're having a great day as well.
Fantastic.
Listen, there's one thing I wanted to pick up from the desk there, and it was the conversation around Davai and how long he's been playing in this PaperX roster. By the way, he's been playing in this PaperX roster since before they were called PaperX, right? Like, this is a team that has been, at least as far as the lineage is concerned, a very, very long-standing core. Alex and Davai have been playing together for 7 years now. It's actually just ticked over that 7-year mark if you go all the way back in their history. And so that's the team that you're going up against as GE today. That's a lot of experience on that lineup.
So much chemistry built up all over the years, so much experience, so much, well, I guess, you know, the main topic of the day would be composure as well, just because PaperX know they are that team. They've made it to the top. GE, on the other hand, they have the skills. We saw it yesterday. How's it going to look like today?
Well, that's the big question, isn't it? It's GE's first time in playoffs, and they had such a strong win yesterday, like you say, against RRQ. But now they're out of the frying pan, they're into the fire. They're up against PaperX, a PaperX that is looking for their 4th straight appearance at an international tournament. And of course, all of those before that point as well. They are the top dogs in the region potentially, and maybe even in the world. We'll get into that conversation a little bit later as we head into the pistol round. It is day 2 of PaperX versus GE, the playoffs of VCT Pacific stage number 1.
Hell yeah. Let's get straight into it. Global Esports on the attacking side, as you can see on your screen. They had a pretty strong one up against RQ yesterday, but PaperX 10-2 against KRX's attack. That's a really strong defense starting off, and you can definitely tell it's a lot to do with Something and Forsaken playing into the roster right now, but it's a 1-4 split, and Forsaken's alone on the B site.
Yeah. Already a little bit of presence shown there by Forsaken, just having a bit of a peek outside of B. I want to really keep a keen eye on this attacking side from GE. We heard that mentioned as well on the desk. They were very good, very solid on the attack. I think they can start well here today. That will be a real catalyst for their success. Forsaken will try to slow them down, but he'll be deleted by Patman, who was, again, such a key factor yesterday and throughout this season for GE.
Gotta love that he's the guy to do it. Used to play for PaperX, of course, but now holding the off angle.
There's going to be some re-aggression here from PaperX. They want to take a risk. They know they need to do something. They'll walk right into Patman, who gets himself another. The perfect start to this map for GE.
Both Davai and Jing got, I think, they took shots to the chest, so now they're half HP away. It's easy shots for GE just to finish off the round.
A couple of taps on through. Nothing too substantial from PaperX thus far. It's a slow start for them. Yudatan looking for the double, and he'll get it. Ends up being the triple for the round as a whole. GE off to a good start with the pistol under their belt.
And that's definitely going to be a big confidence boost. I mean, this is definite mind games to me. You're talking about Global Esports and how they've prepped coming into this week. There's no way they don't come into this thinking they will be playing against PaperX. 100% they're going in with that very play in mind, and instantly you can already tell Pat setting himself up towards middle, the whole team avoiding the entirety of A site, the lurk coming in even. This team is looking to play, and now they've got the guns to do it with. Meanwhile, PaperX stacked on the wrong side once more. It's just a pistol though, of course.
Have to appreciate the start for GE though, you know, coming into a matchup like this one. I think there'll definitely be some nerves. They will feel good after the result that they had yesterday against RRQ, but PRX, like I said, is a bit of a different beast. It's kind of like going from the frying pan into the fire. And so to be able to start well, comfortably in the pistol round, it's just, it kind of starts your campaign in this game a little bit earlier than if you're fighting from behind. And I think that's got to be a good feeling for them. And of course, that obviously does mean that you still need to get through this round.
Very careful approach from Global. They've taken the orb, so PRX somewhat aware of that, but they're not seeing anything elsewhere. Thinking about setting up a counter recon and holding on to it, but Global are approaching A site carefully.
Davai might be the key factor in this round with that wall. Just keeping things honest over towards B, but A plan has gone down. Davai with the headshot onto Patman, though.
Autumn staying close by. Should have some good shots because his opponents are shieldless. Otherwise, it comes down to Yudotan and Gang on A site. Just try to hold the close plant.
Well, something's already trying to creep his way out onto A here. I don't know if Autumn's necessarily going to come into play. He does catch Forsaken on that rotate. In the end, I've spoken too soon. Two players walk into him. I thought they might just bypass him and try and go for the retake. Anyway, Harvey for the double. The collat onto Envy.
No charges left.
We'll take it. GE with 3 guns through from that last round. Not too shabby.
Lovely to see. We'll put an asterisk on the Marshall. That's going to be a bit of a misnomer going into the next one, but at least still a gun to work off of. Meanwhile, PRX should be starting to get a read for how Global might want to approach these rounds. I mean, the calling between the two teams definitely a big factor coming into this matchup. So far, it's been PRX running circles around Global Esports in both orgs' histories, but today, I have a feeling it's going to be a different story. We start things off with some utility while PRX peeks out middle.
I mean, this is the round where PRX really want to turn the tables a little bit, isn't it? They've obviously got their reinvestment, or their investment, as it were. The first one for the map, for the series, and immediately having a bit of impact is Davai. B-side is open, though, for GE. They'll start to waltz their way in. Envy going to spot them out on that pixel line, set up with the drone for the retake.
Lurkers dealt with as well, just the site remaining.
Bit of an aggressive play here from GE. I don't half mind it, but Davai's all over it, apparently. Yudotan's going to have to clutch this down in the 1v4. He's already picked up a couple. TP forward was awkward timing, almost for Jing. Doesn't quite get punished for it. Reload required now for Yudotan, but he is under so much pressure that I don't know that he's going to be able to get it. Has to try and tap away, and something will put him down. It is PRX's first round on the board. Neither team getting off to a flyer of a start, both involved early.
Yeah, at least guns removed away from PRX as well, so it could be difficult for PRX to keep the momentum going, but nonetheless, a pretty good recovery still. I mean, big damage found, and it's a lot to do with Davai and his sharp shooting. Apart from that, just recognizing how PRX wants to dissect the map. You take away Patman, you take away more players away from the site, and that's less problems to deal with. It makes the entire retake a little bit more easy to deal with. You know that Pat tends to be that lurker, and that's exactly how PRX wants to approach a defense. So more mid peaks, this time in towards elbow.
Autumn, nice shot, gets the better of Envy. That paranoia, of course, will push him away, but it's too little too late to do anything about it for PRX.
And this is that calling from GE. We saw it just a bit yesterday. RRQ starting to slow things down. That's how Crazy Guy loves to call. Frost kind of talked about it in some interviews. And instantly, Javi's making the rotation, the switch up. They slow things down themselves, wait for PRX to peek out, get the punish in, and decide to hit and slam the A site.
Yep, the triple wall. Viper wall plus Yudotan setting himself up with that fast lane. Gets them into A pretty comfortably. Spike yet to go down. PRX is still kind of floating around. We try something prior to that spike getting properly confirmed. Eventually, it will drop the wall right in the face of Forsaken. He's not going anywhere right now. Does break it, but there's an orb straight through as well to slow him down, and there's just no entry allowed into the A side at the moment for PRX. Overdrive popped here for Yudotan, happy to take that fight forward, but so too are Forsaken and Jing. It's all about Harvey though with the 3K. And GE are certainly fighting at the moment. 3-1 the score.
Super tough retake, and that's exactly what Pilly was talking about on the desk as well, just mentioning the fact that GE, if you allow them to get comfortable in the post plants, they're going to be able to set up, and set up they did. Look at Javi, the timing on the Sage wall initially, but they effectively set up this line of scrimmage which forces PRX to take those duels after the fact, and that's where GE has a lot of strong angles to deal with it. The full spray down from Javi awards him that 3K.
Yeah.
And he's still sitting on those ultimates as well.
Alex not very happy after that last round, as you can see. Straight in, early timeout going to be called. And a conversation to be had about how things are playing out at the moment on the defense for PRX. In a little bit of an awkward spot economically as well. So round 5 here, it shouldn't really amount to a whole lot for them. They do have the pit to work with, but none of those really big impact ultis. No Blade Storm, no Overdrive, so maybe a conversation around what do we do here for round 6, more so.
Definitely has to be a whole thing about the game plan or the mindset, because you can already tell GE have a pretty good mind coming into this with how they want to continue to change and adopt things around how PRX might play. PRX, it tends to be this really, you know, kind of loose, effective, mobile, aggressive style, but without a clear understanding for how GE wants to play in mind, you could just be running into traps again and again. So really needing to recognize how GE wants to operate around the Viper, the Sage. So maybe taking things a little bit slow this time around just to see how GE approaches it. Straight up the guts of middle, while 1-4 split once again.
Yeah, a bit more of a mid approach, of course, from GE this time around. Creeping their way forward. Javi and Patman, the two to maybe keep an eye on in this round with the way things have been going. Forsaken and something immediate answers out with the pistols. So 2 for 2, that's not too bad as far as PRX is concerned, and this is starting to get a little bit awkward. Shock dart through, will grab another. That is going to pull the res out of Javi. We go back to 3-on-3, but this is definitely a little more awkward for GE than they would like. However, they've now got some space out on A. And that is going to allow them to start to pressure the plan. Jing gets one on the cross, no more. It's on to Davai. He has got a rifle in hand with 16 shots available. This is very winnable. GE go quiet.
They've got time to try to bait out a peek. They have the spike to work off of.
Dark's not going to spot Davai. So he will get out on the line. Oh, he thought he had the kill. I'm sure he thought he had it there, but Crystal survives. And he'll get healed as well by Javi. So for all that work, Davai is getting nothing so far. GE holding strong on the site. They've crossed back as well, which Davai has no idea about. Surely it's over. Davai can't get it done anymore. The 1-2 punch will have to be too good here. Gets that reload off at least. But there is too much that needs to be done. He had the opportunity, but he missed it. And GE will claim another.
He had the wallbang, man. But he had to have landed that shot in order to turn this into a possible 1v2. So unfortunate, but again, this comes down to a really close round. I mean, incredible plays from PRX. Even down to this, spotted out Autumn, spams him through the wall, gets the shock dart across, and down to the numbers game. I mean, just the swings out and still always a team to be respected. But G doesn't seem to mind that right now, just going to continue rolling.
Slow ready.
He's picking.
Happy, wait, happy. On the right. Go each by smoke, Happy, go each by smoke on left. Wait. No, on the right, guys. Let's go together. I didn't take cover.
You can see how awkward it has gotten here for GE immediately. PRX on the aggressive, and it's worked out. The opening pick goes their way. Plan's still going down. They still commit to that, GE. It's a bold play, but might just work. Forward positioning, though, from Jing will catch both Patman and Javi off guard. Autumn trying to salvage. It's not going to be possible. Crystal is now alone, and this is a pretty doomed angle. How's everybody missed? Oh, what? PRX, what's going on there? But it doesn't matter. Defuse will be secured anyway, and PRX will get themselves their second. A little bit more costly than it might otherwise have been, though.
But I think they're happy with that one, too. Still, double up investment, and it pays off. I mean, just the early pick, and that allows them to continue to cement themselves around the site, prevent GE from getting comfortable in the post-plant positions. You might have the wall, you might have pillar,
But after that fact, PaperX already kind of know where you're positioned as well. They're just going to be able to delete you bit by bit. And they continue on with this sort of aggression. Forsaken not relenting from pushing down elbow, while the rest of the team this time out towards A main.
Solon said he wins the race this time around. GE gonna wait out that orb over toward A.
Breaking the trip is going to put some seeds of doubt in their minds, but still the aggression.
Hunter's Fury through here is really disrupting the offense. Davai can't quite catch up with Yutatan there, but Jing at least helps him out in the end though. Davai maybe a little bit shell-shocked after that one. This round is getting real messy. There's a pit that's been ripped now as well on the attack. It's all over the place, but still no plan.
Yeah, multiple ultimates, but it's all a possible fake. The rest of the team trying to pivot across to B somehow. The pit's always going to be a question mark, but the drone comes in to clear it through.
Oh, I don't know that it did a great job of clearing it. Patman's still kind of hanging around, really causing an element of doubt in the minds of PaperX here. You can see how busy he's keeping them on A. Meanwhile, that rotate coming through from GE over towards B. Patman is getting so much work done here, and every second he wastes is valuable. Importantly, though, Forsaken still here over on B, locking it down, gets the double, and might just get this done alone. All on the shoulders now of Autumn with only 20 seconds left. He's got to find the 1v3, and he's got to move quickly. Time of the essence gets the better of Envy. But how is he going to dislodge Forsaken? He fakes the tap, it doesn't draw out the peak. He has no idea that Forsaken is just chilling, waiting for Jing on the flank. It's even not necessary, as Forsaken will finish off a very nice individual round. 3 for PaperX. It was a good effort from GE, no doubt, and Patman nearly got it done, but PaperX reigns supreme this round.
Yeah, momentum slowly coming back. I mean, this entire matchup, so much tempo being played, just back and forth with the slows. Multiple ultimates dumped in this round. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, the Tour de Force. But Forsaken gets such a good read. Just comes back and nails the shot and has that nerves of steel. Mr. Word.exe himself comes back in to silence the entirety of GE. Off to the next round, though, and GE will come in with a partial investment.
GE once again quickly taking that main position, but it's out towards middle that they're having problems. Something tapping away. It's these scoped rifles that are really giving them problems at the moment. The Ops, and of course the Outlaws. They are still making their way into A here. They found a couple of openers. If something were to drop, that could be concerning, but of course something knows better, and Envy's there to help out as well. Equalizing round for PaperX.
Yeah, one of the most slippery jets that we have over in Pacific something. The desk kind of mentioned it. They had a graphic talking about his 7, I think, map win streak so far ever since swapping back to this agent. And he's still doing the same thing. It's kind of an anti-eco, sure, but this definitely hurts GE for the future rounds. I mean, they've been trying to slam sights now, and it hasn't really quite worked out ever since the scoped weapons, as you aptly put it, Elfish, has come in. Now they bring out their own Autumn on the operator.
It was a little bit streaky yesterday, had some very good rounds.
Right here.
Do that again. Maybe he can just pull one through here for GE to break the streak that PaperX have been putting together. That's 3 in a row now off the back of the tack timeout that Alex called.
Oh, the pit, though, kind of slows things down, so you want things to go well through the door.
Yeah, Jing dumping util, trying to slow GE down. Unable to do so. He will be wrapped on by Yutatan. And they're not going to be able to get control of A main very easily because the pit is there with Davai in it, but they'll still be able to get a plant. Yutatan maybe taking a little bit too many liberties there, and now Harvey isolated in a duel against Forsaken with that op on the other side of it. There's nothing you can do. So it's all on Patman and Crystal to try to hold off this retake, which feels a pretty doomed prospect at this point. PaperX just kind of styling on GE in that round.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a masterclass. Both teams going back to back, but now PaperX slowly starting to wrangle control away from GE. I mean, look at how they're operating. First of all, the pit, sure, and then maybe Jing falls. But although GE really tries to slow down the pace a lot, just because of PaperX slowing down the pace a tad bit further with the operators, they're able to take these picks the way they want to. Mr. Observer, please. I love that so much, but I kind of want to see it from the other POV, just watching the tech from how Forsaken gets that jump peek in. And this definitely becomes a pretty big problem for global esports. They've tried it fast, they've tried it slow, but the shots aren't, you know, well, it's not necessarily shots though, is it? It's just, you don't really know when PaperX are going to be positioned. You saw Yudotan trying to go a little bit further to hold it up by a bridge as well, but it still doesn't really pay off. Now they're broke.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's so much that GE are having bad ideas, right? Like, they're getting into the sites a lot, they're getting the plants a lot, they're getting quite a bit of space, they're definitely toying with the rotates of PaperX here and there as well, but there just seems to be this little sort of extra 5% on the execution front right now for PaperX, where they're picking up maybe a multi-kill from someone in the mid-round that swings the round back in the favor of PaperX. So that little bit of X factor is there at the moment for PaperX, and GE are still kind of trying to find that. They kind of came in with that momentum, right? GE started the day well, came with that momentum through from yesterday. Takes PaperX a little bit longer to warm up potentially on the stage after not playing yesterday. But now that they've arrived, they are looking a pretty indomitable force. There's 4 rounds in a row there for PaperX that GE are not going to like to sink their teeth into.
And still with the double operator. GE, though, trying to pick things up just quick with the pistols for this round. Yudotan on the Bucky.
Something's going to hear that drone headed in his direction and just tries to force the issue, but not able to find the line this time around. This will be Forsaken's turn next. So you've got 2 ops, and they're both on the same site, and they're both holding the same line. That's crazy. Something's obviously gone wandering back off towards middle, but I don't know that they're necessarily expecting Forsaken there with the op as well. Fast lane up. Forsaken somehow gets out of there alive. I don't even know. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. GE, they need to be capitalizing on those kinds of moments, and they're just not quite being able to. This will be another solid hold by the looks of things for PaperX. GE at this point kind of just looking for damage, and Autumn will give them that, a double. There's still a chance here if Autumn can find a way to pop off, and like I said, he was streaky yesterday, but he had some really big rounds. This could be another one of those. 5 left. Swaps back over to the rifle instead. Something just trying to toy with him and does a great job of it. A third in the round for Something. It's the ops again that are causing the problems for GE.
Repeatedly. I mean, he got the opening pick. Forsaken there to back it up. Swaps over to overdrive, slides over across, swaps to the shorty. What the hell?
Yeah, that is wild.
One heck of an enemy battle. But then you swap over to Something versus Autumn. That's another big discussion. Just a head-to-head of both operator players, but Something wins every single day. I mean, look at how mobile he is. It's multiple jabs left to the right, and it keeps Autumn on his toes, and unfortunately trips him over at the end. The next round comes up, and this has to be the round where GE finds their footing.
Yeah, I think
it's their map pick.
You're really looking for some of that recovery from GE. Again, highlighting the fact that they were very good on the attack yesterday. Des mentioning it was a key factor for them coming into this game, and so far 4 on the attack. I'm not sure that's going to be enough for them to be happy with how things have played out so far. Let's see if they can get it back up to 6-6 with a bit of a faster play in towards B. Got that wall that will allow them to take the space back towards Archers. But now straight through it, they've got to go again into the operator, which is Forsaken waiting. They're finding the kills they need, though. Harvey for the double and the res, obviously. Lots of impact in the round. And GE finally have found a way to break open this defense of PaperX. See if Something has anything to say about it, but not going to be the case. So GE will find themselves another round up to 5, and they can fight for the 6th, which is a much more comfortable looking scoreline.
That would have to definitely be vengeance found for the side of GE against Something with an operator. I mean, this is one of those rounds that you can bet Frost is the one calling it. What a play to go through. It looks like a B split, but then they actually used the Viper Spit to go all the way through backside in towards Archers, set up the Sage Wall, which prevents from PaperX coming through with a stronger retake off timing. And that's how still more kills come on through off to the site itself. PaperX starting to get a little bit more aggressive off of it as well. They want to take these fights. Let's listen in.
Nothing, guys. Let's go for the window. Tempo mapping. Ila.
Wait, shoot.
I think it's not upping, right?
I want to kill him.
I will jump for you. 3, 2, 1.
In, boys. In.
You have molly? Let's go play hockey, boys.
I throw molly.
Well, again, Alex a little bit concerned maybe about what's happening in that round. They have just let GE walk their way onto A for a plant. Something's been picked off on the rotate, and so too now has Forsaken.
Those have been the Smash Bros for this half. Gone for PRX, and it looks like GE are just going to fold them like a piece of paper in the final round of the half. This should be a 6th, no doubt about it. Envy has got way too much to do. 6-6 will be the scoreline. GE pulling it back a little bit at the back end of the half, and we've got a game on our hands here for sure.
A very, very real and intense game, hands down. I mean, you're thinking about org history, or maybe at least in this year, Autumn had the hand gesture, 4th time's the charm, and it feels like it's very, very possible. The new challenger, GE, may be able to take down PRX. It's just map 1 for now, but you can already tell with the calling. PRX, they're biting baits. They're trying to push deeper in towards middle. Alex not happy about it, and it's very simple for GE. PRX are just trying to call off a flow state, but sometimes that leads you into traps, and Pat will be the one to activate in those moments. You swap sides though, and that's where things can get still a little bit dicey. PRX on the attack is always force a threat to be reckoned with.
It's a pretty good effort.
No, that's terrible. Where's his face?
You're just gonna hit him with that? Come on, we've got to get the cheeks. You got to get the cheeks.
Ah, fail. That's a C minus.
It's a C+. I'll give it a C+. It was a pass.
I'm a disappointed Asian dad
well,
right now.
I guess C- is a pass technically, right?
Okay.
Because a D is a fail, right?
Yeah.
A D is a fail where I come from. C- is actually a pass. Only just.
Where I come from, it's just numbers.
Yeah.
You either get the passing mark or you don't.
Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, I guess the question then becomes, what is the passing mark for PRX and for GE out of that half, right? They've gone 6-6. That kind of feels just like that's a solid B, right? If we're going to continue with that analogy. They've both done okay, but neither have really pulled out ahead. Second half will tell us a lot.
Certainly would hope so. But GE then again had a really strong defensive side. The first time that they debuted this double Sentinel Breeze. This time they're pushing all the way down middle, something similar that Team Secret did before. But PRX have other options in mind. All 4 up towards elbow, thinking back towards B main to get that spike down on the B site. Forsaken spots them all throughout middle.
Well, this is a nice, easy avenue into the B site for PRX. Full retake for GE.
Strong position for Forsaken to play as well.
Only half HP though, so might need a little bit of help, and he's not going to be able to get it when that orb is up. He's just got to try to play delay as long as he can on his own. Surely can't win this fight. Autumn in the back of the head gets Forsaken. That's the first piece of the puzzle for GE. 4 more to find. Davai slowing them down a little bit with that kill onto Crystal, and Envy in on the cross shots as well. Defuse on though. PRX have to move quickly, and they'll get there in time. It was close, but not close enough for GE. A 3K for Davai, and PRX take the pistol.
And while G might be one of the strongest leaders we have in Pacific in terms of pistol wins, PRX takes this one away just because of Forsaken's positioning. Might not have the frags necessary, but it's enough information to call to the rest of the team that we know G's going to be approaching the retake all the way from the back lines of B main. Everyone just sets up around it, firing off, sheriff shots on the cross, as you mentioned. Despite the wall, which would be a pretty good retake protocol otherwise. Doesn't work out for the pistol. We'll keep an eye on that, though. As the next one comes in, it's still the guns from PRX to try to build up a strong lead in this side.
Got 3 players set up on the A site, though, for GE. If this ends up being a fight around main, they could have some problems here, PRX. Crystal will spot them out early. Relay Bolt goes forward. That'll be the end of Crystal, but you've still got Harvey, who does get spotted out by the drone. And Forsaken will make no mistake. A site well and truly taken here by PRX. They're starting to flex their muscles already in the second half. GE, of course, yet to buy in this half, so let's just hold our horses until we get to see that gun round. But PRX are looking solid.
Damn solid. Rock solid. Not a single gun to be lost, Jordan, and that's potentially a big problem. Could convert over onto the bonus if they the right plays for the next round. Would have hoped that at least G maybe wrangled the gun away, but that did not happen just because of how simple and clearly I think they took the attacking side, just all 5 mostly, all the way up A main. For the next round though, GE, this is where they really want to get a little bit more active. We need to see players like Autumn, Pat, trying to be able to figure things out and anchor down sights. For now, spotted out, and Yudotan out towards middle.
I think the big name is probably Patman. He has been such a stellar player for GE so far this season. He's been a little bit slow on this map so far. That weight has been picked up by a couple of the others, but I think if GE is going to win this map, we might need some of those Patman clutches back again, like what we saw yesterday. Oh, Harvey has been good. Walk out though from PRX. They are getting so much space on these sides. Harvey and Crystal though denying it this time. Finally with the guns in hand. GE showing some defense. That was actually quite a clean round.
Yeah, this is one of those very well put together way before they even stepped foot into the server. Can tell that's exactly what this composition was built for. The Sage is a perfect counter to the Neon, or even just the double duelist. You always had those little tick-tock walls that you can hop off of, but at the same time, slow orbs just to slow down PRX's pace and tempo. And that's big control all over the site, every step of the week. No! Oh, we can't be crashing out this early.
No, God, please, no. No! Yeah, like a job on the office or something like that. Autumn, what a great fight to start the round. GE starting to come into their own a little bit on the defense. Forsaken does cross though, and he's going to try and go on a bit of an expedition through middle.
Give you some ideas, but then again, that's where Petman's positioned. I think to end up back on the A side, but Yudotan's already marking this angle, has support from Autumn as well.
Good setup. Autumn and Yudotan watching the line that PRX are just going to contact onto. Surely that can't go well. 1 for 1. Not really enough as far as PRX are concerned, and Patman picks something out of middle as well. Round is falling apart for PRX. There's a lot of individual skirmishes not going their way.
I think he did. Saw Forsaken, who's going to try to regroup with Devi. But unfortunately, without the numbers in this round, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. At the same time, Crystal's already extending his feet.
Yep, he'll be fast on the rotate if necessary, but the way things are looking, I don't know that it'll be necessary. Harvey having a great game. 16 and 8, very much leading from the front now for GE. Keeping them in the fight. I mean, look, 8-8. It's a very respectable total right now against PRX, which is dubbed by a few to be maybe the best team in the world. I mean...
Yeah, I don't like that TPD. I feel like this lead is just going to continue building up, though, at least until Alex maybe calls in a timeout or finds some way to crack G's defense, because you take a look at this composition. Walk in the B side, Pat's there, maybe alongside Javi or Autumn. That's always going to be a trap. You walk in the A, Yudotan's marking mid, and you've got more players, especially Javi, who's consistently slowing down his opposing team, that even if you walk back through middle, you know, Pat's always able to turn his head on a swivel. And it's so darn difficult to be able to break down this defense. You need to really slow down the pace and find some kind of a pick, bit by bit, bait out more bits of utility from this GE core. Otherwise, you're running and slamming headfirst into a very, very solid steel wall. Right now, of course, though, for the upcoming rounds, probably not going to be able to expect too much with the current economy that PRX will have.
I mean, you asked for it, and there it is. That's that timeout from PRX. By the way, in the first half, after the timeout, they lost the next round, but that was the round they didn't buy into. And then they went on to win 4 in a row. So, I mean, if that's going to be the same kind of impact that Alex is able to have, then you're going to set yourself up pretty nicely in this second half.
Similar things could be said about GE, though. They called their timeout. They won the next, like, what, 3 rounds or so?
It was 5 in a row, actually, by the way. Not
yeah,
just the 4 there for PRX by mistake, but... Either way, I don't think it'll be coming in this round, although, you know, there's a bit of an investment here from PRX, so we'll just see what they can put together. They are one of those kinds of teams that...
They were deadly with those sheriffs before.
Yeah, sort of makes magic out of nothing.
Real careful for now. Already baited out 1 slow, which tends to happen quite often, but thinking to just start off with a bit of conditioning while then peeking over in towards B main, but Autumn's perched up top, an angle that PRX might not expect. Pat still has to stay back to delay even further as well for more rotations to come across.
A long rotate here for GE if PRX inevitably take this site. Autumn up on high, has not been spotted just yet, and there is no entry allowed into the B side. Both Autumn and Patman delivering on the initial hold. And that has PRX stalled in their tracks. Envy and Davai, though, making this interesting. Shots come through, though, for Yunatan. And don't get too excited if you're a PRX fan. That's another one that's gone the way of GE. 9-8, they claim the lead once again.
And it feels like it won't even matter too much. 3 guns dropped away, but GE just has built up so much bank. At least, probably won't be able to play this sort of one-and-done position any further. PRX might start to expect it, but then again, it could be mind games. So once again, just curious to see what the call is going to be after that tactical timeout.
You gotta be kidding me, man!
Because they are in that danger territory. They really need to bring up some rounds together. Let's listen in to PRX.
Trap your no, you broke his TP. Chamber mid. He's mid then. He's mid then. We can go B. Only one guy or two. Apa ya bod.
They scan as well.
So the call to try to pick up the pace, overwhelm 2 players on B site.
Yep, 1 guy or 2. That is going to be correct. It is once again, though, Patman and Autumn who are over there and were such a thorn in their side in the last round. Here it comes. Fast lane out. Similar approach. Both of the duelists pushing their way forward down the lane. Envy gets the better of Patman. Bad news for GE now as Autumn has to try to recover but oversteps on the peak and will be put down by something. PRX have their answer. And once again, it just feels like we're going tit for tat. A very close matchup here between PRX and GE.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, I do love going tit for tat. This is such an even match. The tenacity from both sides, and you just have to admire it. I mean, the calling, again, both teams bigger than the sum of their parts. The coaches, such a big factor to it as well. And just overwhelming the side. You know, I was kind of thinking if this goes down to that kind of slow tempo pace where PRX has to play mind games, it's so not their style. But if they actually pick up that pace 1 step, 1 gear further into B site, slows down those rotations from GE where it doesn't even matter at that point, it's going to work out pretty darn well as the next round comes back up. Close to ultimates, PRX stretching their legs across middle. GE has similar ideas though, picking up auto cues. Smoked off for the time being as well. PRX maybe leaving Jing on a lurk while the rest of the team pushes up into A.
I don't mind this setup actually from PRX. 4-1 split. You've only got a more of a retake setup actually for GE on this A site, and that's going to prompt some rotates obviously in middle, and that's where Jing can look to activate once this plant goes down for PRX. Pit's pulled as well early by PRX to try to cut off any rotate through A main. Yunatan, though, catching Forsaken, so there is a loss. And you've still got a player, by the way, watching for Jing. Patman got that pick in middle. That is so important. Spike is planted, but it's 2v5. This is not how this round was supposed to work for PRX. They had the idea, but they did not have the execution, and GE are going to punish them for it. It is just Davai who will have to pull off a miracle round inside the pit. The way he's been playing right now, he might be the player to do it. Defuse is on. There's one more. Surely doable now for Davai. The half is stuck by Yunatan, but Davai in with a real chance now. The 1v5 all on his own. Davai can't get it done. You are kidding me.
Right there at the finish line, but denied at the very end, right before he crossed. So close to the headshot. Bit by bit, he took them down, dragged them into his pit. 7 years in the making, this team, this roster.
It's true. Davai and Alex come together 7 years ago. And, I mean, the man's still got it, you can tell. Sharp shooting inside of this pit, and such a ballsy play to, you know, not peak again after that half was stuck, but I'd still be worried a little bit looking at that round for GE. I think if I was Frost, you'd be looking at that and saying they've peaked 1 by 1. That could be awkward, but we don't have time to talk about that because there is a push happening here towards A. Hunter's Fury will slow it down. PRX, though, having dropped that last round, are now really under some serious pressure. And 11th is brewing as well for GE off the back of Yunatan's op.
Autumn's as well. Trying to cut them off on rotations alongside Pat.
Yeah, it's just not looking like it's going to go well for PRX. Again, you're going to need a miracle round out of one of these two players, and it's not going to be Forsaken. So Davai essentially tasked with another 1v5. Obviously, it's a 1v4. He did pick up the only kill for this round for PRX, so if he pulls it off, I'll be remiss not to call it a 1v5. He'll get in behind Autumn here if he keeps pushing, but the problem is he hasn't got the spike. He's got 45 seconds to get it, but even if he gets this freebie, he's still just got so much ground to cover.
Javi has a res.
Oh, he's going to call it too.
1v6 possible?
Oh, surely not with 34 seconds on the clock and Yutatown on a line like this one. He's now been spotted out. That'll be that. Nice round from Yutatown. Op in hand, doing some great work. You wonder if maybe PaperX are a little broken now.
Yeah. In more ways than one. Their economy's not looking great for the next round. It's going to be a really scuffled investment. One that they have to somehow make work because at that point they're facing off against map point again and again. With this one though, I mean, it feels as though maybe Frost was sweating a little bit from the previous round, but this one not at all. Round to round, site to site, you've got Javi back over on A, and that just continues to put up roadblocks against PaperX, where if they don't slow things down, again, they're just going to be running head first.
Standing ahead.
4 ultis available in this round though for PaperX, so they've got quite a lot to work with, and they're going to try to go again quite quickly towards A. Walls up there for Harvey, just trying to cut part of the site off, but he is really under the pump there. Good shots in from Envy with the Hunter's Fury. We'll trade that 1-for-1. Relay bolt through for Yutatown, trying to take some space here into A main. Get in behind. It's made a lot of noise. And Envy has now been spotted out. Oh dear, that's a little bit of a meal made. But GE still working their way back on in. 2v3. Somehow PaperX just stuck in the corner. They haven't got anywhere to go. They've been spotted out now by the drone as well. Wall will provide them a little bit of space to work, and they're waiting for a mistake to come through from GE, but there will not be one. Again, it's the operators that are doing the damage, and this time it's in the hands, of course, of Autumn with that 3K. GE up to 12.
Match point.
I don't know what to tell you, Jordan. Yutatown, Autumn, they are on one today. First of all, the operators, the judge coming back over as well. And that was always just going to be a slight distraction, buys further time away from that spike to get planted. PaperX feels so claustrophobic up by A main. And even though they keep trying to slam this site, it just doesn't work out. Hold on. Is this a GE timeout?
This is a GE timeout. They really want to make sure they close this round out. I don't know. Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I'd call the tag timeout here.
Yeah.
You've won 6 out of the last 7. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe give it another round.
You're giving a timeout to Alex to speak as well.
Yeah, that's my concern for sure. We'll see if that ends up making a difference or if maybe Frost has got the miracle call.
It's been pretty darn good so far. That's the K-popification of Valorant. Got a little play card. But jokes aside, yes, Javi and Frost have been a miracle for this organization, and they really could be able to take this first map pick away. And then you think about how this could possibly end up over onto Lotus, maybe even Pearl as well. But first things first, it still will have to be PaperX playing off the back foot. They've been trying to slam sites, they've been trying to go a little bit slow back and forth, and it still doesn't work out for the past 3 rounds now. Wonder what the call is going to be from Alex, though. As you come into this one, Guardians, Judges, Spectre. You really just play close range against a G that has the long-range weaponry.
We got to make it happen now. No chance to use these ultis in the next round if it is the end of the map. So PaperX going to pull out Bladestorm early. This time taking a bit more of a reserved approach. I wonder if PaperX is just out of ideas. They've kind of tried fast, they've tried slow, they've tried B, they've tried A, they've tried mid. It's all not really working. Eventually they're going to pull the trigger once again over towards A, which is where Autumn is waiting with that operator.
Yeah, it's so intelligent. Autumn either gets the first pick, or if not, he's just going full in retake.
Oh, that was close. No connection. So 5-on-5 for the retake.
Yeah, PaperX doesn't have the guns. Meanwhile, G has held on to all this utility. Recon, slows, Yutatown with the relay bolt, everything.
Oh, where's that come from? Forsaken's got no idea. He's just been picked out of nowhere by Autumn. And missed shots in from something as well. This is starting to get awkward for PaperX. Someone's got to step up. It'll be Envy and Jing for the moment that are starting to try to stabilize, but it's not enough. Envy gets one more, but he needs another 2, and he's only on 34 HP, and he's only got 2 bullets. Surely this is an impossible clutch. There's one, but he's run out of shots. No! Oh, we'll get it done. GE will take map 1. The defuse secured. 13-9 will be the score, and PaperX can't get it done this time.
Not quite.
with a final scoreline 13-9, I have a question to ask the audience. Are you not entertained? Spectacular shots from both sides, Envy especially, but still down to the wire. And once again, GE, Yurotan, Autumn, they deliver. It always came down to that final setup, the timeout working pretty damn well.
Yeah, I think we've got a very important thing to mention here is that GE are now one map away from an international qualification in their first Pacific playoffs. So I'm sure that'll be a question that's on everybody's lips. We'll go down to the stage and hear from Frost.
Hello everybody, Jen down here with GE's Frost and Frost. Is that a bit of a smile that I see on you? No?
No, not a chance.
Okay, well, you got Breeze in the bag. Talk to us about what you thought of Breeze, evaluate it for us, because I feel like you guys had a really good plan coming in, and then the double operators from PaperX's side kind of gave you a hassle, but you guys fought it through, closed it out.
Yeah, let's just say in the middle of that first half, there's something you're supposed to do when you know that they're desperate after a timeout and they're going to opt, and we just decide, nah, bro, we're feeling it. And that is something I can't seem to temper, and I don't know how to fix it. But great job getting the last 2 rounds from Javi, made some exceptional calls there, and then on defense, we did what we had to do.
Yeah, I think, one of the positives or like the silver linings was Javi making great calls, and also you guys being able to match up with PaperX's firepower. So what do you think allowed the team to step up today when it comes to matching up with PaperX's firepower? And what do you think allowed Javi to make such good calls with everything on the line?
I think we're really skilled, so I mean, I'd agree with anyone that says the PaperX is mechanically the best team in the world, but I do think we hold up pretty well, and especially with Patman, he is just as good as any one of them. However, Javi had some really good mid-round adjustments. I think he's just learning, and I think, honestly, he's just confident now.
Okay.
He just knows. He has instinct. He calls it. He runs it. Sometimes the guys don't follow it, but, progress, I guess.
All right, thank you so much, and I'm going to let you go tame them.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please.
Good luck.
Frost might have said he wasn't smiling, but we could hear him during that last round match, the map win here. He was beyond smiles.
Yeah.
He was screaming in delight.
Global Esports take their map pick now. This is it. They are right up against it. 1 map win away from qualifying to their first ever international event. It's never been done before by this group, and my goodness, would they do it in style to best PaperX? I think they really had the better of them on Breeze. Big respect to Global. They stick with this composition, triple down with it, and still get the job done.
Yeah, very nicely worked from Global. I mean, they're on the edge of something historic here. One more map win, and they go not only their first time in playoffs, but their first international event. You could tell that this roster they built over time is something that, they're building around these solid players. They're making sure that they hold on to them, and they're just adding more and more good pieces. A great coach in Frost that is giving them the potential to put together an upset over a team and an org that they've never been able to beat before. So this would be something very, very historic for GE as an organization, but also this team with a lot of inexperienced players that don't have, Pacific playoffs experience. This could be a phenomenal upset. Series is not done yet, though, and PRX is often a team that can sometimes go missing. I think that there was elements of that in this game. You had some good moments from them, but I would look at Jing, for example. He's the global ACS leader. He's having phenomenal games thus far in this stage, and today was just kind of an okay one from him. Not the best performance on the Omen. So for PaperX, need to wake up a little bit going into that next map, but I think for Breeze, credit to GE, definitely earned this map victory, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can get the series done, because it's great to take a map, but winning the series, being on the verge of that qualification to internationals, that's another story.
Yeah.
Well, Javi was given a lot of credit from Frost there just now for having fantastic calls. Of course, he's been fragging as well. He's not one of those non-fragging IGLs. He definitely gets them in there on the stage. And I think another important thing to note is that he's a rookie, yes, but they played PaperX so many times, not just this year, but in scrims, and Frost is so familiar with PaperX as well as an opponent, so you can see that really pay off today.
Yeah, I think when we take a look at this scoreboard, for me, the firepower on this global esports team is evident. Yudatan right at the top there, but I really have to shout out Autumn on that chamber.
Yeah.
He was doing a fantastic job with those scoped weapons. I think really this is GE's best ever shot to make it to an international. If not today, then when?
Pat's been carrying them against PaperX. He didn't even have to do very much on Breeze at all. Honestly, it was an extremely well-rounded performance from everyone on GE, and it did actually feel like they outclassed PRX a little bit firepower-wise.
I think this is what we wanted to see from global esports. You don't want to see the Patman show only. I think this is a good sign that the rest of the team is now a little bit more confident, more comfortable facing against PaperX on this particular stage and as a squad. Now, I do have some questions about PaperX. There's something we saw a little bit unusual was double off by, which is very risky.
Yeah, so I want to talk about how this kind of defensive half shaked out a little bit for PaperX. You see at the start of the game, they're giving a little bit too much space, playing a bit disconnected, and they're losing in the retake. And that's going to happen when you're playing into the Sage. So Alex comes in, calls a firm timeout, and they adjust to this double operator by Pilski.
Yeah, you almost never see a double op, not early in the half like this either. And I think PaperX is one of the only teams that has the personnel to be able to pivot into something like that. Forsaken picks up the op on one side of the map, you've got something over on the other side of the map, and you just see that GE, at the end of the day on this attacking side, they're running single Enit Sova. That's the only answer to an operator. Outside of maybe putting up some Viper walls and some smokes, you have actually nothing to deal with these ops holding the lines, and they struggled against it a lot, but credit to GE, they found a way to battle their way into a 6-6 half regardless, and then in the second half they cooked the rest of the game on defense there.
Yeah, I think it was a wonderful adjustment from PaperX, but Global Esports, especially in that second half, just got the better of them. I didn't feel like the game planning was as robust for that second half of PaperX.
Yeah, in fact, let's talk a bit about PaperX's defense. I think a lot of us think aggressive gaming, W gaming, but it's actually, PaperX is really good on defense.
Yeah, in general, 10-2, that last two defender halves on Breeze. So I think you have to really credit GE for being able to start so strong, winning that pistol, getting it to that 4-1. You forced the adjustments, you forced the timeout. Yes, those adjustments were good, but it comes at a time that's quite late. A 6-6 half for Global Esports on that attacking half with this composition was just far too much.
Yeah, and Lotus is going to be map 2. I think this is something where we've seen a lot of improvements come back from PaperX. Yes, they did drop it to Gen G, but that was a little bit of an anomaly compared to some of their other Lotus showings.
Yeah, historically a fantastic map for PRX. Global, we've seen this from them once in week 2 against Team Secret, and it looked good there, but of course you're playing against one of the weaker teams in the league, so the pressure for me is really on PaperX now. You lose this, you're dropping down to the lower bracket, and it will be Global Esports taking that first spot in Masters London.
Yeah, 100%. I think for GE, it's been a while since they played this as well. Wouldn't even be that surprised if they flip their comp or something like that and throw something different into the mix against PaperX, who have shown their own adjustment. We had that Neon that was quite strugglesome in combination with the Fade over there against Gen G. Since they swapped over to Jet Rays, PaperX has been playing Lotus a whole lot better, and there's really no excuses at this point. This is a vintage comp from them on a map they've been very successful on against GE. If GE 2-0s them here, especially on Lotus, I mean, you can't argue with that. They've definitely earned their London qualification at that point, and not only beating, one of the best teams in Pacific, but arguably one of the best teams in the world to do it. There's no argument with that. GE at that point would be a very interesting team heading in towards Masters London.
Especially on this map of Lotus with this comp, like you were saying. They were phenomenal using this exact comp in internationals against Loud. I believe was one of the most memorable moments there that helped carry them into the top 3. So if GE can beat this comp, I think we should have a lot to look forward from Team Global Esports. Now, we could hear Frost from the coaching booth across this entire stadium, but we could also hear Alex, as usual, maybe a little bit more than usual today because he was extremely upset with how Breeze went. Let's see what he has to say as we go into map 2.
Jen here with Alex of PaperX. Now, Alex, tough loss on Breeze. What do you think happened on that map, and how much of a nuisance was the Sage comp from the side of GE for you guys?
I mean, I think it would have been a closer game if we just played as we play normally. I think we were trying to run away from the stage, which is not something we planned, and we made it difficult for ourselves basically.
Okay, so what kind of adjustments can you make heading into Lotus?
I haven't seen what they are playing, but I think if it's the same, then I need them to play a little bit more confident, a little bit more together. Comms are really weak, so I need them to talk more.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Players not following the plan. This is the gripe of every Tier 1 coach. Actually, I don't think it matters what tier, but if players not following the goddamn plan, the plan's been set for you. But this is not a good sign if you're a PaperX fan right now, because usually when the team isn't calming with each other, that's when everything collapses. This is usually what leads them to losses.
Yeah, very much so, and they're going to be up there on their toes right now because Global Esports have changed that composition. This is wildly different. Still that single duelist that they're known for, but now it's the Neon instead of the Raze, which I think is an interesting swap into the Vice, which I don't always love. And they're also, I don't love this, to be honest, because now they're playing their own Vice. They're going to have to go against the Jet and the Raze, which we know are good at beating it.
Well, they're playing double controller. Autumn will be on that Viper. Patman's had some of his biggest games on Omen so far in this stage of Pacific. So if he's going to put on a clinic after a bit of a quieter one against the team he usually farms, let's be honest, then maybe that could be a difference maker here for GE. PRX just trusting their patented comp with the double dive should play quite well into the Vice, but the Viper may give them some more problems.
Yeah.
All right, well, we may just find out very shortly who's going to Masters London after this map as we send it back to our casters, Elfish Guy and Quack.
Yes, we may indeed, and I guess that's the big question now, Quack, isn't it? Can Global Esports live up to their name and go global? They are one map away from London.
Oh, what a line to drop. I really feel as though it's quite possible, though I do want to slow myself down because Bilski does bring up a really good point. Double dive straight against this Vise. But alongside this Viper, though, we have to remember Autumn is a Viper player who can bring out an op. And that's always going to be quite lethal for the other side. Just want to bring back to mind that Frost mentioned in yesterday's post-match press conference, we are one of the most skilled teams in the world. We just lack the experience and composure. PaperX presents a problem because they do have that composure and they are the best team in the world. It's a matter of us being able to play the Valorant that we have learned to play and let the chips fall as they may. It's all down to the adaptations mid-round, and you want to see how G is able to call it. It's been pretty exciting thus far, but right now PaperX pushing all the way out middle.
Hello. GE out of the gates, strong. Envy and something out of the picture immediately in the pistol, and GE is not making a mistake at all. They are locked in. They want to punch their ticket all the way to Masters. That is a brilliant pistol round to start the map.
I mean, doesn't it just look like these guys are in control? They don't get too hot off the press. They kind of just take their time, chill, a little stroll in the park. And as soon as PaperX makes that move, it's instant activation. They hear the door, they were kind of suspicious about it, but seeing 3 players swing out, all the shots fired off, they just let their hands go, man. And this is not what you want to see from, PaperX. They really need to be able to, first of all, find that confidence again, but also to kind of temper themselves. Because baiting themselves in towards GE's crosshairs is not the way to start.
No. See if GE can convert on the pistol. They were able to do it in the last map. Pushing into a bit of a stacked setup here. A couple of flashes to worry about as well, and they do connect. It is going to be something in Envy, causing a little bit of a ruckus here. Another one onto Harvey, who recovers it well. That was scary for a second. We're back to 3-on-3, and in the meanwhile, by the way, Autumn is just chilling over at Rubble, so there is a way out here for GE if they want it towards A.
Does GE just try to juggle his guns away? They actually don't. Still keeping an eye on it. And some damage found. Guns will be picked up though, and G trying to end up really quickly on the A site, but something's taking a quick path across. We'll end up at stairs though, and that's where Autumn could play spoiler.
No, he's already pretty progressed. Doesn't want to lose his head though, and there is exactly what you don't want to happen. Autumn down, puts a little bit more pressure on the shoulders of Crystal and Harvey, who look like they might want to take the fight forward. In fact, they'll end up just using some of that util to slow PaperX down, but there is a lot of time available for this retake, so PaperX can go slow, pick up a couple of weapons. Crystal delivers for 1, 2, and surely the swing through, something deletes Crystal. It should be done already for GE. This is getting a little bit concerning. The 1v1 is won by something.
Never count this team out. Forget what I said in that first round. It's just the fact that on a round like this where G are expecting PaperX to be on a full eco, they come out swinging off of C door, like C mound with a flash, and that instantly hurts their numbers. Autumn, really unfortunate. Just a lot of trust in the no scope on the Marshall, and unfortunately that's where PaperX finds numbers, finds a bit more wind in their sails. The guns being picked up as well. Something is always quite lethal with the scoped weapons as well. Let's not leave him out of the conversation.
Yeah, a few things kind of going wrong for GE in that round. Couple of moments that really shifted. But just have to pick themselves up and run it back. They've got an investment here. It's not as if they can't fight for this round. Crystal has been given a rifle. We've got Yudatan looking to try and push his way forward as well. Shotgun in hand, but held at bay for now by the dark cover. And Forsaken spams away at Yudatan. So doesn't look like GE are going to have too much success here. They're going to walk their way out of that smoke right into the setup of Davai, who gets all four.
Were your last words?
PaperX immediately claim the lead here on Lotus.
They're putting GE through the shredder. A nice attempt. I did like the buy-up from Crystal. He had Steel Garden, so that could have been a great equalizer. But as soon as Yudatan steps across the wall, I mean, just see the reaction from PaperX so quick to it, spamming through the smokes. Once they heard Pat trying to go for that wild TP up to the top, Davai just holds that mouse one.
Davai's been so solid in this series for PaperX, hasn't he? Real rock of the team at the moment. Reinvestment again, of course, for GE. 5 rifles across the board. They're going to just keep trying to batter down this door that PaperX is holding on to at the moment. Strong mound control from PaperX to start this round off. It pushes GE away.
Incredible synergy from the team. But at the same time, this costs some valuable resources, key pieces of utility that could be strong for retakes. So GE happy to sit and wait, let that go off while they start to find some picks as PaperX starts to overextend.
Yeah, something just hunting for information there. And instead gets a bullet in the head. Got a lot happening in this round for GE. The push over towards A at Tree. Crystal watching middle alongside Harvey, and now Envy's gone down as well. Again, kind of hunting for that information. PaperX are a little bit unsettled on this defense right now. It might come down to Forsaken solo holding on C. Gets the info of Yudatan's position, but I'm not sure that's going to help much. It's going to pull the rotate over to C, and GE are ahead at A.
Yeah, similar problems to the pistol round, isn't it? I mean, Jordan, don't PaperX look quite antsy right now.
They look a bit rattled, yeah.
You just have a little player, setting off some trips and thorns out towards the A side, some players out towards C, just poking their heads through a little bit, and PaperX start to peek out. So much so that, you find 2 X's outside of B. 3 players remaining, and, well, they still have some even numbers. They could go for this. They're left with not much utility. A smoke from Forsaken, Davai with a possible flash, but it's a slow one. Meanwhile, G has already set up so far up to the top of heaven that they have vision in towards CT. This should just be a call to save.
I think it might be. It's a chance for PaperX to have a bit of a chat, because I would imagine right now they're just feeling a little bit awkward about how things are playing out here on Lotus. It's not exactly gone to plan, obviously, on map 1, and now on map 2, they're really being tested by GE. So, need to have a conversation, and ideally you don't use your timeout for that. You can use these crucial seconds to try to figure out what has been going wrong. Maybe what do we change up? Do we try something a little bit more aggressive as a unit outside of A? Bit of a rubble play. The sort of the B creep has not worked. The mound holds have been okay. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of where it felt like it fell apart. 2 players just individually pushing their way out of B, hunting for info, hunting for a timing, hunting for a pick, and both of them lose their lives.
But it also just always comes down to that slight tango of tempo. GE slows things down. PaperX needs to go that extra step slower with the operators being brought out. But now trying to go back for that rubble fight, as you called it.
Jing over the top, gets himself one before he falls. Not sure that'll be too disappointing, though, for GE. They're still breaking open the defense with that pick.
Yeah, taking down Javi's a pretty big pickup. No more Nightfall for the upcoming round. Still, though, corralling themselves all towards Tree.
Well, one by one.
They work their way in, and again, a 1-4-1 there for Envy.
And they'll take further space away with that Vise ult coming in as well. Get the spike down, further setups, but they might not expect the ones from behind.
Well, it's all a question of what GE does here, and it looks like they're going to try to push their way forward. Patman taking some nice forward positioning. Yuratan missing that shot, forces something back away, dashing away. Slows things down again for PaperX, and Yuratan happy to set himself up on the line one more time. Spam through the cloudburst, gets himself another, and sets Patman up for the success. The high-low works out this time for GE, and they are really putting PaperX under the pump right now.
Just beautiful onto the post plants. You put that question in mind, you know, it's all about what G does in the post plant. And clearly, you know, taking further space up towards heaven would have been the key. Not only that, just quickly getting a couple of shots through that cloudburst as well. I mean, always anticipating what PaperX's next move is going to be, where they're going to end up or show up off of, you know, deduction to slight timings. And it just works out so darn well right now. They're reading PaperX. Still though, gun saved up. PaperX tries to go back through.
Yeah, something this time delivering with the op to start the round off. There is a little bit of progression here though from Patman, and if that wall goes down, Patman should have a freebie, which he'll be happy to take. Paranoia forward through the door. Envy can't see much, but Patman does not push the issue. He cops a Paranoia now as well. This is all getting a little bit messy, but as the dust settles, 4v4, space still held here by Patman.
Oh my god, he goes for the TP!
And that's a big TP. There is nobody on C.
Well, the wall will slow things down just a bit, which could bring the rotations quick enough for PaperX to get back into this fight.
I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. Plan's going to go down. I mean, of course, the rotation will come through for PaperX, and they'll look for that retake, but GE are well set up in this post plan. Harvey's got the Nightfall as well to try to push them away if he wants to go for it, holding it.
But they're playing further back now. Jing would have to really slice up the site with his paint shells.
There's the Nightfall. And again, that starts to slow things down for PaperX, not to mention that kill onto Forsaken. Jing will push his way forward, and Envy is in there as well for a frag. It is just one remaining, and Patman inside the smoke is maybe a little too telegraphed as the Omen. So 3-3 will be the scoreline. It was a nifty trick from GE to pivot back over to C, but this time PaperX get it done.
Yeah, what worked out quite well for G before would have been some slight misdirection, but you called it very clearly, Jordan. This is a little bit too telegraphed. They saw where the Nightfall was coming from. They kind of knew where the rest of G were positioned. No one was holding some kind of weird off angle, and that gave PaperX all the initiative that they needed just to launch themselves in the site. I mean, look at the movement from Jing, but also the paint shells. Everyone to push on through from waterfall angle as well, and that's more multiple angles that unfortunately keeps G on their toes, makes things really difficult. Oh, I love it. Both coaches crashing out.
What a cutoff. Would have loved to hear what we would have said after that, but here we go into round number 7. Showstopper is a little bit too much for Autumn to deal with. A quick brain to be here though for GE. They are taking space. That shield wall will slow them down, but Uratan has, he's kind of threaded the needle here a little bit. I wonder if PaperX are aware.
I've got your trail.
He might not be, but Seeker's going to show it off now. Meanwhile, something just continues to put up a wall with that op.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing round in the end, unfortunately, for GE, unless there's a big recovery to be had. Something with the op you would not think would be making a mistake here, so...
Just take their time with things, you know, sit on that spike like an egg.
Well, again, another chance for maybe GE to just have a little bit of a chat. A couple of rounds in a row, things have gone pear-shaped. You don't need to push the issue here in the 2v5. It's very unlikely you're going to win this round. So use this as a quasi-tech pause, or tac pause, I should say.
Yeah. Well, still staying alert, though. Stay frosty in case PaperX does decide to swing out at some point. Maybe find some alt points. Yudotan very close to the overdrive. But either way, I mean, this is vintage PaperX, I think, as Pilly would put it. The way that they love to, you know, yeah, they're winning out defensive rounds, just as the desk called, but it's oftentimes by pushing out on extremities, the rubble fight, something with the op out towards C, not to mention the B peaks as well, this time more supported by flashes from Envy.
Nice
That will be overdrive for Yudotan in the next round if they want it. Round win, of course, for PaperX.
Yeah.
which you would think kind of would be another call to continue to slow down that pace. You can't be setting foot too early on in the rounds if PaperX are just looking to explode on a dime. Outside rubble, outside mound, you never quite know.
Timeout.
So being a little bit more tactical off of the timeout as well, with Frost finding his intervention. At the same time, though, we've got to keep in mind the fact that having lost these rounds in a couple of rows, GE will find themselves somewhat broke, maybe with a partial investment for the next round, but not too worse for wear. They should still be able to maybe play around it. Autumn could go for an orb, get a kill somewhere, and that could give them a pretty strong post plant as well. But then again, you're just never quite certain what PaperX's next move is exactly going to be.
Bit of time for PaperX to have a chat as well, of course, and I don't know what I'd be saying here is, Alex, I think it's kind of just keep it up, boys. You know, maybe a couple of mishaps earlier on in this map, but generally speaking, it's looked pretty good. Ops are continuing to be a problem for GE.
Yeah, you sound like you'd make a pretty good dad. You don't even want to think about
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing at this point.
Man's enjoying his life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, where would you rather be?
I don't know. Player's life seems pretty fun right now. Trying to play for these rounds. Operator shots.
Well, fast play outside of C for both teams, and Envy doubling down, but Autumn and Patman have the response, and it is a quick exchange. 2-on-2 is where we'll find ourselves something. Just going to have to back away after that shot. You do have the fast flank coming through from Forsaken. There's a wall, though, to stop him in his tracks.
Something has to stay alive. He's heard the step.
He's backing away, though. Happy to play for the retake. The wall does get triggered. So GE will be aware, roughly speaking, of where Forsaken is coming from.
Planted.
Yeah, trying to keep them interested while something repositions off elsewhere. But in all that time, Pat can continue to push further on as well.
One enemy remaining.
That's not an ideal duel for Crystal. He gets a lot of damage down, though, onto Forsaken, and it's onto Patman again. And again and again, we tell him he has been the consistent force for this GE lineup. We asked for some clutches in the last map. Here's a chance for one, until something says, no thank you very much. PaperX will get their 5th.
Yeah, I might have been on the same team before, brother, but not this time around. Something wanting to be the best Russian in Pacific. Operator plays out with the Bladestorm when it's needed, and PaperX find themselves a pretty decent lead that could extend further as well. GE will be finding themselves, once again, with not the best economy at times, but this round was just quite the big explosion. The exchange, as you called it, but flashes on both sides, and PaperX just continuing to swing out will find themselves at, you know, some kind of a disadvantage. It was just very careful and methodical approach from Forsaken to be that big brain guy, you know, jump, spot out multiple times, keep GE on their toes, and they're starting to lose that composure a bit again.
It's been an all-out brawl, really.
4 out towards
VCT. Ooh, that's really nice from Autumn. Just sort of missing a timing through the smoke and catching Forsaken off guard. Player advantage in this round for GE, but they are potentially walking into, again, a big setup outside of C here from PaperX.
You just never would expect Jing to be in this corner unless you clear it somehow.
Prowler's not going to go quite deep enough. I'm a bit concerned here for GE. Oh, and that's exactly why. Jing for the double, Davai and Envy to help out. And just as soon as that round starts well, GE make the incorrect call to go C.
It's not a setup that they would have been too familiar with, despite Autumn's correct playings out towards A for now. Gonna have to be very careful, but it's a high-low on the other side.
It's not unwinnable for Autumn, but it's a real tough ask, especially if there's 3 players that are now going to be set up on this line, given his position is noted. And Autumn for one. Through the flash, something's going to go at him. There was a chance. I mean, something survives on 6 HP. If he falls there, who knows what happens. But nonetheless, not to be for GE. 6-3. PaperX slowly mounting a comeback in this series.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I got to apologize for my energy and my laughter, but it's just the most something thing to do. Not the most tactical play, but he loves to just dive at his opponents out with a shorty like that. And even Autumn finds a bit of difficulty just trying to track his opponent at that point, but clearly very big trap setup outside of C for PaperX, and now they swap it over onto A site.
Big attempt outside of A this time. The Rubble fight not going well for GE. Something already chiming in with a double. And GE just don't seem to have the answers right here on Lotus. Noted that this was a very good map historically for PaperX, and we are getting that fact reinforced right in front of our eyes.
I mean, it really just is an entire symphony orchestrated by Alex. You know, the whole team, everyone has their part to play, and they just continue to do it on every portion of the map, outside of C, outside of A. And as long as they continue to land these shots, you know, silence G as soon as they step out. Even with the round-to-round reads, you're never quite sure how you're going to be able to stop this sort of momentum, how you're going to be able to stop this train. Flawless, and they go on through again. 3-2 split this time.
Toxin screen down.
No early fight to be had this time around. Again, forward positions being held both on A and on C for PaperX. It's going to take a lot of work for GE to get map control in this round.
Yeah, I really just want to slow things down. Work off of what you know. PaperX is going to extend at some point. Work off of the weaker utility that PaperX will find themselves with. Maybe closer towards the B site, but then again, that's where some of the Vise bits are set up. But they've kind of baited them out as well.
Something on the line. This time, connection doesn't go through. What a bit of pressure outside of C right now here for PaperX to be concerned about.
Gotta go.
Yuratan keen for it. Try and push his way forward. Still Garden invested as well. Forsaken holding on nicely. That is a little awkward. Again for GE, they just cannot find those entries. Can't find anything apparently at this point. Quack, this seems a foregone conclusion. PaperX kind of rolling GE at this point. Another one. 5 guns alive. PaperX having no problems on the defense now.
With every round like this that goes by, Frost just continues to grow gray hairs. I mean, what on earth? Just the setup. And it feels as though whatever G did previously on Breeze just doesn't seem to matter so much now. PaperX are just fiery with this sort of plays. You know, every single round, they're coming down at your opponent's throats, down Patman's throat, and he's just not able to respond. Every time they tried that entry, even with the ults over on the C side, PaperX fend them off.
Well, run it back. Last round of the half here. As GE will try and salvage something. Again, it'll try to be towards that C site. Autumn causing a bit of a ruckus over towards A, keeping at least something honest. Shimwall hasn't been broken yet either. Yudatan maybe having a bit of a look for it. Oh, there's just nothing in this at all for GE.
Spike down.
Bamboozled again by PaperX. They barely even get to shoot back.
Just Autumn.
Oh, it's they're getting owned. They are getting owned right now.
It is flawless to flawless. You can kind of see, you know, what they're trying to do, right? Set up towards B, you know, announce their presence a little bit, get PaperX kind of curious, perhaps, and then, you know, end up over to the C side as their final port of call. But
yeah,
when you're operating with this sort of mindset, and PaperX have their own flow state, they're this comfortable, they want to go for those opening picks, and the spaces at which, you know, outside of C mound, outside B pillar, are so enclosed, it's the best and most smoothest PaperX that you're ever going to see. They love to play off of that. You got Inby with the flashes, you got Divine Vise with the flashes outside of C as well, and every single fight that PaperX tends to take is going to be so advantageous to them that they are going to find numbers advantage either way. GE just don't have, you know, the right balance to go off of on the attacking side this time around. It's unfortunate, but very true. So a whitewash is what it will be as we swap sides over on with GE over onto the defense. hopefully you're thinking this Vice is going to do something. They had the deadlock previously, as the desk was talking about, but when this double duelist is looking this good, something, we got Jing as well, it just feels like it's inevitable.
Well, I think the thing is, I wouldn't want to get too worried about this position as GE right now. You're not really technically supposed to win here on Lotus, right? You have to keep that mindset as well, knowing, okay, we've got a third map, we've got Pearl. Yeah, we might get a little bit owned on this map. That's okay. This is PaperX's map pick. They're historically really good on it. What are we going to do to close this series out on Pearl? So even if this is not going to come together for GE on this map, which it doesn't look like it will, you still try to take some positives away from the situation. See if they can at least cause a bit of a ruckus, make PaperX work for this map, or if it will be an easy cleanup. I think it might be the latter, as Davai and Jing just find 2 easy entries toward A.
You're kidding me. He was on an elevated angle. PaperX still lands that shot. Just incredible.
Yeah, spike down. Rotate to come through for GE, but a 3v5 retake doesn't really feel like it's going to be happy days at all.
You have to kind of maybe set some sounds towards the door.
Okay, hang on. Forsaken almost gives away his life there. Obviously, Davai does give away his life. Maybe there's still something in this one for GE. Yuratan on the cross, cops a lot of damage, but Autumn helps him out with a headshot onto Envy. Now Crystal into the kill feed as well. Wait just a minute. GE are still coming back into the swing of things. They don't know where Jing is, though, and he's pretty healthy. 1v1. Jing can't get it done. Autumn saves the day. And Global will take the second half pistol
to put themselves back within range. 4-9, sure, but any round you would be happy to take it right now. The player from down under, and he does it with the rest of the team. I mean, it's just masterclass of a 3v5. You start off with some really risky positions and plays, but if you don't take the risk, then it doesn't really work out at all. And thankfully, Yudotan finds a shot off of it. They start to make some noise with a slide by. Crystal finds his timing off the peaks, and Autumn gets it all the way across the finishing line at the end.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
You got to maintain that composure all the way through towards the end.
That's my question as well, but I'm just not allowed to say that because I have to be professional.
Sure.
Davai though, good start there onto Patman.
Marshals.
Might not be done just yet here for GE. They feel like they're back in it. Autumn certainly the one that is a proponent of that, clutching the last round, pulling back those 2 kills in this. And we're back to 4-on-3, and that starts to lower the blood pressure a little bit for GE.
PaperX, though, still in this fight. We'll have some marshals to kind of play with.
Something round the corner here. Not landing a whole lot just yet, and
what are we doing?
That is making it difficult for PaperX to have any inroads. There's obviously some damage down. Autumn wants to get back out to safety, but can't escape through the orb. 3-on-3 now.
I can't believe that worked. They just dragged GE into a firefight. It's aim duels, and the marshals kind of have it with very careful counter strafes. Oh god, Autumn.
Oh dear. Something just getting his timing off there as Crystal hears him essentially elephant feeding it around through middle.
Yeah, always needing to get that spike down at the end of the day, and that's going to be quite the advantage for GE to play with.
Dark Cover's a bit of a tell though. GE on their way back towards A. 15 seconds, they are going to be able to challenge this even before the spike plant. So Crystal finishes it off himself. Nice 3K in the round. GE are back in it.
And that's what you love about this roster. Everyone with a different bit of value. And Crystal's going to prove to be that cool, level-headed guy. Just playing off of the right position, listening for audio cues, and working off that information very well. It almost got dicey, but thanks to this trifecta that Crystal finds at the end with that Spectre, kind of brings things back.
That's what you were thinking, but you have to be professional.
We always do. We try.
Well, Jing just goes this time, and that'll be the end of Patman. So immediately PaperX in on the offense. They haven't committed to this C push just yet, and that's a good thing. Door gets opened up, and that'll be a mistake for Harvey. Paranoia as well, pushing the extra player away. Udotan is done so. And Autumn, not quite cleared, but eventually found by Jing in the end. Round is looking pretty donezo here for GE. And just as you start to
maybe have a little bit of belief in GE in the second half after that pistol. PRX bounce back straight away, and they're about to hit double digits unless Crystal does something pretty impressive right here.
Probably.
Okay. I mean, it's a start. It was messy, but it's a start.
And timer's still going to be ticking, though, and he's always going to be concerned about, you know, what's happening at the forefront.
If nothing else, it's another stack toward that steel garden.
Everyone's having a little bit of fun with it. Some murmurs across the crowd, but either way, Crystal is just way too low, and the timer always working against him. Might be able to find some extra kills, which would be nice. Otherwise, you just die and get the ultimate either way. So, just a bit of consolation prize, but nonetheless, always one of these PRX rounds still.
Follow my pack in.
Double gaming style every step of the way. Just turn that dial up to an 11, and it's a full force rush down C site, continuing to check towards the back as well, where G unfortunately, you know, kind of feed into them. And by that point, it's just numbers advantage with every single duel being won out. And that's kind of where G needs to keep their heads screwed on as well. 5-10, we still have Pearl in the over the horizon.
Early smoke out. We'll keep PRX at bay, out of rubble for now. It's a good setup for GE. Happy to hold on to that space.
PRX does kind of slow things down as well, though. Just trying to read G's setup. Bit of a prowler out towards A main will
Retrieving flash.
give note that A rubble might be somewhat more dirty. But at the same time, this is a very clear retake setup for GE. Crystal has a steel guard, and he's giving up so much space up front of C. And the Vice utility will slow things down a lot further. So if PRX does decide to step through, everyone just pivots across. Unless somehow Devi on the lurk finds more damage, this still has G written over the round.
I mean, PRX are out nicely. You're right in saying that this is very clearly a retake setup. Patman not even on his way just yet, but he'll have to make his way over soon. Plant is going down. Oh, line forward. Forsaken wants to take the fight to GE, and that turns out to be a mistake. Getting a little bit overzealous. It's a defensive steel garden as well that's going to push PRX back away into the back of site. Showstopper to retake that space. It's nicely timed from Jing. Davai in there for one as well, but there is still at least a response from GE, and they are holding strong for now. That timer starting to tick, though. Becoming a real problem for them. Davai finishes off one. Jing another. The crossfire established is too good this time. PRX up to 11, and Pearl is looking inevitable.
Yeah, no freaking way that this happens, man. Clear retake setup, and PRX still dismantle it almost with ease. Initially, the contact may not be too great, but it gives them information as to what G's plans are. And at that point, Devi's wise to a potential flank, takes down Pat, has to steel guard it, and comes back through to support his brothers in the front. Pearl is definitely where you want to look to now, because it feels as though this map is done. GE fans, give us your salty tears, because this is going to be PRX's to take.
Certainly seems that way. Crystal, we'll see if he has anything to say about it, but no connections. So he'll be rolled over. And Davai happy to take the 2-on-1. Is potentially a little bit overzealous from him, to be fair. Not sure that was necessary.
Creeping up behind as well. Playing around smokes, Pat.
Yeah, looking for it. Not going to find anything. So, pretty comfortable affair for PRX in this round so far. Pretty comfortable affair on the map, to be fair.
That swing. Every angle that PRX is taking right now, they're always so ready to shoot. Javi is close to the Nightfall as well, but again, you walk into this, it's just a crossfire. You think about saving, but then at that point, you're playing off of map point every step. So, pick your poison.
2v1. Is it unwinnable for Harvey? Ooh, with a high-low setup like that, you'd say probably it is.
Flash is going to go over. He's got another one here as well. But in that meanwhile, ooh, I was going to say something goes down, maybe. Not the case this time. 12 for PRX. 1 round away from closing it out and pushing us through to Pearl.
Does make it damn close. Yeah, you're thinking 5-7's really, really tough, but it is still GE, and they are going to be quite capable. Ultimates in their pockets, and they could still be trying to find some way around it, but PRX just has been quite, I don't know, streamlined on the attack. I mean, we see so many rounds where it's like flawless wins, or just being able to set up post plant, getting good reads. Now it's something with the operator. Ooh. Hang on.
It's a better start there from Patman. GE are not going to give up this fight easily. Navi does a good job of pulling out that Vice util on B.
Autumn going to be the main obstacle, though, with that pit in mind.
A few opportunities here for Yutatan. Not being converted eventually does get the better of Davai. Luckily, just in time to escape as well. Come back onto the line with an operator, but misses that shot. And continuing to put in the work. GE slowly picking PRX apart in this round. They will not get their fanfare just yet.
Yeah, you kind of like that, though. Sneaky little TP, you know, out in the open, Jing to swing off of it. There were always going to be trades for GE, but still some crafty plays. But at the same time, Yudotan taking that duel head-on, head-first, setting up outside of lobby. This is that GE that you love to see. This puts respect on their name, because despite being down 5-12, they still have what it takes to keep going further. And it honestly inspires me as we think about what could be happening on Pearl. They did play it against RQ yesterday, and they had their time with that one. PRX, on the other hand, also pretty strong. So I always felt like this goes down to the wire, and it's very possible for GE, potentially in first history, to take that dub.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what the result is today, GE have impressed in these playoffs so far already. Taking a map off of PRX, obviously the win yesterday. Obviously, there's the lower bracket as well to think about. And I think the way that we're looking at GE right now, they are a real chance, even if they do go down to that lower bracket. I think they could make a lower bracket run for sure.
Guaranteed.
But there may not be even that requirement.
Maybe not. We'll see. 6 rounds before I reach OT. I'm not truly a believer yet. PRX kind of broke, though, but it's still the Blade Storm, and they're looking to launch an assault into A.
Yeah, they're not being too quiet about it, and they're certainly not being too slow about it either. Yutatan happy, though, with that door open to just set up with the scope on this line, and PRX not going to challenge it just yet. Prowler,
oh, that's so good.
Or rather, the dog, even, getting the info. The Seekers as well, trying to really dig out the positioning of GE on this site. Patman will be deleted. 2 entries for PRX, but the response is swift from Yutatan, who's got that overdrive on lock. A couple of missed shots from something, and Yutatan survives. Plant down.
Trying to reposition around it, though. We've seen this work out so well for them before. A sudden peek, and you never know what could happen.
Timing important, I think, for Crystal in making his location known. Jing hunting with that showstopper. Hasn't found anybody behind that wall. Nicely done from GE, but they're still not able to survive. Yutatan down, something picking that one up. Envy as well, finding Autumn, and Crystal's position now known. He's been smoked off, but he's hit himself a double, keeping GE in the fight. He's got no idea where Envy is, though. And that will be to his detriment. It will be the end of the map. 13-6. PRX will finish it off and take us all the way to Pearl.
Hell of a banger. And those were the exact same positions that they all played in that pistol round. The one difference being that PRX took a little bit more forward space this time with that showstopper. And also operator movement just really slow and unfortunate for Yudotan. But nonetheless, a very valiant attempt, ending with a final scoreline of 13-6. I mean, every round, especially over from that 9-3 first half, PRX just unrelenting, not allowing for GE to play their game at all, imposing their will all throughout.
Yeah, it sort of felt like GE were just a little bit uncomfortable here on Lotus from start to end. Obviously, PRX quite domineering, really. There's a few 50-50 rounds that went the way of PRX, and that's where it kind of really started to pick up the pace, I think. At that point, GE maybe a little bit rattled, a little bit broken. But again, not the end of the world. Obviously, you're not necessarily expecting to knock PRX over on their map pick. Pearl's still on offer here for GE. I think they've been competitive enough today to make me think that there is a chance that they could still close this series out. It's just going to be a question of whether or not they can shake off this loss, because it is a tough loss. They did get a bit battered in this map, but third map on offer. Just take it, leave it, put it in the past, go into that third map, fresh mindset, and see how you feel. And I think it might still be possible.
We've got ourselves a series going into Masters London. Of course, the finals for Vietnam for the end of stage 1, but we expected nothing less, even if our predictions were a little bit split. We know for sure this is going to be a 3-mapper series.
Yeah, I mean, PRX, of course, you expect them to recover on one of their most played maps with a comfort comp. They've done very well there, and for GE, I mean, this is really classic GE for me. It's really down to can they adapt to their comp changes? And sometimes things don't click, and the calling is really not as strong as it is on some maps. They're an inconsistent team at times. When things click, it's very clear they're one of the best teams in Pacific, but sometimes, you know, there'll be a certain game plan, whether it comes from the leadership in terms of the IGLing or whether it's the coaching staff, and they try to go into the game and execute it, and it doesn't quite come together. But, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean that Pearl won't work well for them. It's just that Lotus didn't quite click, unfortunately.
I think for me, a real story right now, we've been speaking about it all year, is the experience and composure on the side of GE. Now, they're one map away from, you know, the most success this organization has ever had. This is the most pressure these players have felt as a group. So I think it makes sense that now the backs are against the wall a little bit. PRX are able to shine there, but this is what happens when you go to Lotus against PRX. It really is their home ground. They're so well known for this map, so I'm certainly not surprised to see this series be going the distance.
Yeah, that's right. It was LA Champs and we really first saw this double duelist comp, pre-Vice, of course, and how much success they had of it and how exciting it was, because they ended up getting second place in that very first run towards in Internationals champions. But at the beginning of this map, you know, we had a little bit of doubt what was going to happen to PRX. You know, we thought maybe it could have been a 2-0.
This is the most classic PRX thing of all time. You use that pistol and you win the round 2. I think this round is so important for PRX as this series progresses. This is the round that settles your nerves, that has you going, okay, we're actually good enough. We can beat this team, because that the round for me is the one that flips the momentum truly on its head.
Oh, 100%. It's hard to understand it unless you've been in the server, but losing an eco in a game where there's a lot of pressure on the line, it really does kind of, it's like a roller coaster of energy. You win the pistol and everyone's on a high. You're thinking, okay, we've started this game off well. Maybe we can get the 2-0. You're already starting to think like, okay, is this upset coming together? We played so well on Breeze. And then you lose that clutch on the anti-eco and your attack half starts in the dirt. It's a complete big swing of energy that, you know, unfortunately got away from GE, and then we saw PRX just do what they often do on the defensive side here.
Yeah, it was a huge make or break round for either team there, and of course PRX winning that out led to a lot of success of their trap plays on defense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you win that round 2 and they turn it into a 9-3 defender half, and I loved how they structured it. They had so many of these wonderful trap plays. You see them come towards C, GE get mowed down, and it comes down into a 2v2, which of course PRX do end up winning, and then the very next round GE come towards C again.
Yeah, they've got the first pick onto Forsaken, they've got the double control to limit information, and unfortunately PRX, they have the right stack, and after getting rolled on C multiple rounds in a row, GE do the logical thing of, alright, let's test out A, let's maybe try to work some rubble control, and already PRX are one step ahead. They've got a 4-man setup trap over on the A side of the map, and for another defensive round, they kind of just wipe the floor with GE, and unfortunately that ends up in a 9-3 half that I'm not sure GE was really able to recover from.
Yeah. And we have to talk about Patman. Yes, there's the obvious storyline there, ex-PRX player and all that, but it is so notable. His performance against PRX is astounding.
outstanding. He's been insane in this matchup. We couldn't even include the match earlier on in the group stage as well, but he's been phenomenal against his old team there. But in map 1 and 2 today, he's been very, very slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the best player on GE for Patman. Go back and look at the stats, guys. Against PaperX, Patman is the best player in the server.
Yes.
He's topping all of the stats from the players on PRX, often in series losses versus PaperX against his old team. Today, I mean, it's honestly even a bit of an underperformance for him against the rest of the field. He hasn't really been as much of a factor. We kind of mentioned on Breeze how they got it done by committee without really too much input from Patman.
Yeah.
So I think now, backs against the wall, going into Pearl, where he had a phenomenal game on the Teo the last time that PaperX and Global did play, this is where you're expecting him to come up with the goods, especially if GE are going to find a way to win this series.
Absolutely. All eyes on Patman as we head towards Pearl. We saw these two teams clash on it before, and PaperX had that flawless 9-0 attacker half, but of course that prompted Global Esports to change their comp. We saw this was their first ever double duelist appearance against RRQ Autumn on that Phoenix, so I think stylistically this is going to be a very different matchup from when we saw them play last.
Yeah, and it's easy to criticize the comp change for GE over on Lotus, but that's a perfect example of it working. You know, they changed their Pearl comp into RRQ. It worked phenomenally. It doesn't always click for GE, but when they change a comp and the game plan goes well and things click, it's phenomenal to watch. It's just about whether they can actually put it together in the server.
Now, we were having a little debate in the green room that I want to share with the audience here. You know, why PaperX ended up banning out Ascent. I mean, in my opinion, I think they should have played Ascent. Besides that, as an audience, it'd be a little bit exciting that both teams haven't prepared that much for Ascent. GE as well, you know, they had to play a game yesterday, but you guys disagree with that. You think Pearl is the right pick for PaperX?
I disagree for sure. So the only way this could have shaken out is that Ascent would have been the map 3, the same as it was for GE yesterday. But PaperX are in a place where the map pool is so good for them. It's PaperX that don't want to take any risks. They want to play the most stock standard series, and they know that they've already beat this GE team once already on Pearl. I think it's more Global for me that wanted to get Ascent in there.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. They played Veto Chicket with it, which is very much vintage Frost. And I think that his kind of attitude, and I think the attitude of the coaching staff is maybe they do have a good Ascent. It does help their vetoes later on, and they kind of talked about going into this series as, look, if we win it, great. We often lose against PaperX. Let's just play the best series of Valorant. So I think it's kind of a win-win for Frost either way. If it does make it in as the third map in this series, it's kind of less prep for both of these teams. And I think the more prepped, more played maps should favor PaperX being the favorites by and large, should often win this matchup. But also, look, let's say they lose this matchup again, which I think most people would expect them to, based on the history in the past. You leave Ascent in the veto, that's going to potentially help GE and Frost in their later series in there, showing some willingness to play. Ascent will potentially influence the bans of some other teams that might play them down the line.
Yeah, no, that's a really fantastic point there. So I think going into Pearl will still be very exciting. And we were talking about the experience PaperX has on Pearl is immense. Of course, the Phoenix, we saw them against DFM with the Phoenix on Pearl last year. Very interesting outcome.
I love how we just we connected there.
Oh,
Our brains connected. I associated Pearl with oh my god, this team is amazing, or this is the lowest moment we've ever seen from this team, and nothing in particular. Nothing in between, sorry.
But plenty of experience either way with anyway, sorry. But the Phoenix this year is looking a little bit better.
Yes, it's been very good for them so far. But I do think we've seen highs and lows from both teams on this map. For me, in a qualification game like this, map 3, it all on the line. This is where pressure is at its peak. Whoever wins this Pearl map is heading straight to Masters London, people. It's about who wants it more in the moment. It's about who is more composed.
And there you go, Global Esports will back themselves with the double duelist, the only map they're playing it on, versus PaperX playing their own double duelist comp. Neon versus the Jet. You do have Killjoy up against Vice as well. So just the choice of the duelist and Sentinels for either team.
I think Devi can do a lot of work, especially when he gets onto that defender half against Neon and Phoenix. They both have to run through that wall and the Razorvine, so it's all about who wants it more for me. The winner of this goes to Masters London, people.
That's right. PaperX was once known as the misfits of Pacific, but I think that crown now goes to Global Esports, and they are this close to qualifying for Masters London. Let's send it back to our casters, Elfish Guy and Quack, for the very first Masters London qualified team.
Well, you might call them misfits. I want to give them the title of usurpers of the Kings, potentially. We'll have to find out whether or not that will be the case. Is it fair to say PaperX are the Kings of Pacific, though?
I think it's fair.
Okay.
Just given their performance throughout the group stage so far, everyone's touting them to be, best team in the world. Jinx got the highest ACS.
Yeah, and that's where maybe the Kings need to be usurped. That is going to be the agenda today for Global Esports on this third and final map of the series. The last one that will decide which of these two teams will claim that first qualification spot through to London from Pacific.
Big stakes, big responsibility as well, and PaperX looking to march their soldiers down, possibly into A main. Very big, juicy alt orb in this position. We saw it yesterday. How many times did Autumn kind of push up towards that position? This time around, though, different approach, up the guts of middle, just to be able to pivot towards either side at a moment's notice. PaperX, however, taking their time with things as well. You don't see this too often from both sides.
Yeah, PaperX just giving them absolutely nothing. There is zero info on the map right now for Global. They've got no idea what PaperX are up to. That Prowler won't spot too much out. Patman keen to have a bit of a peek there. Wisely not opting to go for the orb. I think he would have been run down had he tried, but PaperX might be stopped in their tracks outside of A right here. Smoke goes up and they are not keen to go through it.
Yeah, but that's util baited out. You got the alt point now, and you can go all the way back into the B site, and that's exactly the game that has been played between these two teams. Map 1, masterful tempo being played by Breeze, by Global on Breeze. Map 2, just PaperX being so aggressive. Now PaperX is starting to learn to that, and they look to launch themselves down B long.
Oh, Harvey's going to need a bit of help here. He's got 5 PaperX players headed in his direction and just gets deleted straight off the bat by Envy. There was nobody there to help him out. Yudatan's been spotted as well in the back hall. Here comes the flood, though, through for GE, and the response is quick. Crystal and Autumn finding the double each.
15 seconds.
I don't think it's possible for Davai. This is impossible, surely.
10 seconds left.
Not once your opponents have picked up a double.
The double, actually, as it were.
Just incredible swings.
Triple A.
From Autumn and his teammates. Just quick, fast flood, and I think that was always G's game plan in mind. That's why they were kind of sticking or hovering around middle. As soon as they heard, all right, Javi's taking contact, let's sprint across. As soon as PaperX tries to get settled in, they couldn't do that for too long because that swing was there. That flashes, yeah, Crystal going across, sitting up towards back hall as well. It's just fantastic shots in the hottest of zones. The next round comes up, and you've got the buys then. PaperX, though, it's Davai on the Sheriff.
Got to make sure you don't drop this round, though, GE. This is a similar situation to what we saw for them in the previous map. And they did kind of fumble against the second round. It's not that much of an investment, obviously, for PaperX, but a couple of good shots in here, maybe from Davai with that Sheriff. Could really be the difference maker.
At least A-main presence, quite notable. Hiding around it, spotting out PaperX players, maybe finding a numbers advantage off of it, or just to hover back, get more players rotating. PaperX, they'll be happy if they at least get the spike down.
Well, they've pulled that rotate over to AGE. 3 players on this site. Still something could happen. PaperX holding 4 now. Forsaken will be the benefactor of a bullet to the head, and Patman doubling down. Very much wanting to see a little bit more out of Patman in this series. That was a big narrative that was built at the start of the day and reinforced on the desk just now. Patman not necessarily missing, but hasn't been up to his usual scratch. And if he comes alive here in this third map, that could be the win con for GE.
Indubitably. Just watching how he's able to find that information or just start to settle into his shots. And that's going to be that composure, that conversion found off of the pistol. I mean, G's always been so darn good on pistols. I think it was like, what, 5 out of, or 4 out of 5 today so far. But getting this second one just means that they can take it that extra step further.
Yep.
PaperX, though, now with the guns in, maybe starting to get the rush over onto A site.
Fast take outside of A, but I'm not sure they're going to be allowed into A itself.
Here's by Bucky and a Sheriff. Shots fired across. PaperX never had any intention of selling there. It's just Javi now, and we have what is very similar to the pistol round. Still, though, what's that read from GE going to be? Javi peeks his head across, and he might...
Oh, you want to get out of there pretty quick, Smart. And he's out.
Nice. Smoked off as well. So maybe some rotations brought over, and you can kind of go back to a 3-1-1 with Crystal being nearby. Still might be able to fast flood back in, and that could be bonus on the cards. PaperX, not too much utility left.
Yeah, it's another good read for GE. They've got the forces in this direction. Yudotan needs a big start, and he gets it onto Jing. Trouble is, Jing's still alive, and Forsaken's found a 2K on the entry. So once again, it's worked out okay for PaperX. Autumn will try to play spoiler with a curveball as he dashes his way out onto the site, but to no avail. We'll have another chance at it, and Batman also chiming in the meanwhile. Now the 1v2 required. Autumn hit a nice flash there, but doesn't capitalize on it. Jing will fall, 1v1. Autumn could do it again. Forsaken is in the back halls, not spotted, now seen, tap on the defuse. Time of the essence for Autumn, and cannot get it done. Too many options available to Forsaken, and Autumn can't watch them all.
And that's that difference that PaperX brings to the factor, just having that clutch gene in them. They've been in these situations before. They've had so many international appearances as well, while GE are hungry for their first. It comes down to these little minute differences. They tried to fast flood back in, but Forsaken just puts up a massive performance, being able to swing around his crosshair despite the right reads from GE. The next round comes up, and well, they'll be able to buy back in. Outlaw could go huge. It's an A main fight for now.
Davai, not sure you want to go through that. 3 players on the other side. It's not a happy finish to the peak there for Davai. GE will be pleased with the proceedings though, but they're going to have to scramble their way back over to B.
That was always the way they kind of struggled for the retake a little bit, but this time around, full flashes, just no real smokes at the moment. They could be going pretty soon, especially with Yudotan.
Should be some nice flashes out here from Autumn as well. The angles really allowing for those curveballs to do some real work. There's a fast flank coming through for PaperX as well, so GE need to be clean on this entry, and so far, it's anything but. 2 for 2 is definitely a factor, but Forsaken will come into play on that flank, bring it back to the 2-4-1. What? That's an early investment from Patman, which was very nearly required. In the end, it was down to the 1v1, but GE have got it done, and you can just see how important these rounds are for GE early on in this map.
Right, cement that strong lead. You're 3-1 now, and that could go off even further depending on how PaperX's economy looks, which is, to be honest, not too great. I mean, Nightfall and everything, but that kind of hurts our health, right? There's a bit of decay off of it, and it gives you confidence for the swings. And this is what GE did so well. Tremendous retake, tremendous trades. Just finding that staggered approach off of initial utility. I mean, the one-way slowed them down a lot, but Yudotan just kind of sacrifices life in for it, and then Autumn and everyone else just waterfalls off of that fact. So next round comes up now, and PaperX kind of need to take their time with things.
GE Poison waiting for this push. It's a perfect setup, and PaperX have walked right into that. They get deleted. Forsaken, the lone survivor, tries to go scurrying away, but GE will lock in a 4th. They are a 1/3 of the way to London.
That's a great way to put it. Really puts things into perspective of how the rest of this could go. And it definitely sends off warning signs for the PaperX core, because we've seen rounds like this before. In fact, maybe the very exact same one, just the fact that GE are playing a different composition this time. You push all the way down B long. They tried to launch that themselves in, which is a very clear trap, and Alex is causing an earthquake for us at Casters. That's off of the coaching booth.
Oh. Yeah, somebody's getting in trouble. Not sure who. Maybe it's everyone. But there's some fiery words coming through that microphone right now, and this is not how PaperX saw today going. 4-1 for GE on the final map.
Can we really fault the guy? That was just one of those rounds that looks kind of puzzling. to the naked eye, at least, since we're not, a part of the teams, but at least we can see for now with the upcoming rounds. They might have thrown that one away, but you have 5 ultimates now. So many options, while G has to do a lot of the legwork to try and figure out what PaperX is about to do. I mean, you can go off... Oh, hang on, that's pretty weird. A couple. But yeah, double duelist.
Oh, it's a long way to come to watch PaperX lose.
Love the faith, the loyalty, and the passion from the fans.
Obviously, still early days. PaperX won't be happy down 4-1, but it is a recoverable map, that's for sure. Alex is still molding.
Neon B, I think, Atlo. They pull in Molly and Fed. Ready, guys? Yeah, ready, 3, 2, 1. Pick. Aspect for Neon there, okay, with Atlo. Let's go. Transfer. Go. Now, Molly left.
All right, it's pretty clear. Force the outlaw off of the line and set yourselves up around the site, but know that G is going to be retaking pretty darn soon, so the post-plant positions are key.
But this is the best looking round for PaperX so far. They've got in, they've got a 5-on-5 post-plant. GE completely out of the site at the moment.
Do you like Nightfall back after the lockdown?
Potentially. Lockdown certainly going to push PaperX away.
Wow, they're actually drawing them in.
There's that Nightfall as you expected, and PaperX capitalizing on that timing. Something is going to get detained, and he's going to be a freebie for Yuratan, but the rest of the force is still in play here for PaperX. Jing taken out of run it back, and the force is pushing their way forward here for GE. Just get deleted, defuse, not even half just yet. PaperX look like they're going to walk away with the victory in this round. It's a hefty investment from GE, but it will not go their way. So good response from PaperX off the back of the timeout, but still more work to do.
Definitely. But nonetheless, still good calls coming up from Coach Alex. It's one of these where it's a tempo game. You knew that G was going to play off the back foot because of the timeout. They're expecting something big. So that's going to be a free plant for PaperX. Apart from that fact, just waiting for the best possible Nightfall timing was so big. But at the same time, Autumn is such a viable threat right now. What is he, like 8 kills on top of everyone else? And it's just the way that he's able to set himself up in 4 positions, send off with the flashes alongside Yuratan, and it makes things so dicey still for PaperX. You turn it over to the next round and back over to A main control. And it's just Pat just trying to play footsie with PaperX.
Oh, I don't know if I'd want to be playing footsie with an op. This is a cheeky off angle though for Patman. And he gets what he wants, he gets even more! No way he should be getting 2 from there. He's going to go for a little bit more. Prowler out to see if there's anybody else. Jing around the corner here with the curveball. He's flashed himself. Oh, dear. Oh, Patman on for the ace. This could be it. The return of the Pat is rained on by Forsaken.
1v4.
It's not possible, surely. What a round, though, from Patman. I wanted the ace for him. That is not to be. Still, you'll take it as GE go up to 5, and that is just individual brilliance from Patman.
I can't believe it. First of all, there was an outlaw on the other side. More players to try and swing, or at least trade off of it as well, but he still lands a shot. Doesn't fully dodge the flash. We can just see how locked in he is. Very careful with that trigger. That brings him up to that 4th. At that point, the round was basically done.
Gives himself a slap on the back with the chair there as well. This will be another timeout from PaperX. They are really rattled.
Really would have to be. I mean, you cannot lose your composure, your heads in moments like these. I mean, this is a team that has been touted to be the best, but suddenly, off of, the score line, sudden close retakes from GE, and they just send themselves kind of assuming that they're able to take these fights, but the trade's not going their way, and Alex is definitely incredibly nervous now. A main control has always been quite a big factor for both sides. You give it up, and you could be looking at big ultimates on either one, so that's going to be a big plan for GE, you would assume, going into the next rounds, where Pat's going to be doing the same thing. Maybe Autumn comes in and plays around it as well, or they just kind of hover around middle, do the same thing that they did in the pistol, just being able to play off of both sides. Meanwhile, PaperX, I'm just not entirely sure what the play or what the call's going to be. Their buy is not too great this round either.
Yep. Just the 3 rifles through. Might still be enough for PaperX, though. Something's got the Blade Storm ripped out as well.
So he'll still be a key factor. And Davai's been pretty nutty with the Sheriff to try and clear a bit of space out himself. I think what's important to consider here for GE as well is that this is where it really starts to feel like it gets real, right? They've, for the first time, started to play in playoffs, and you know things have been going well
for both sides.
It's 5-2 now in the third map, London on the line, and this is where the nerves, this is where the pressure really starts to build on even a team like GE when they're ahead. So can they keep their cool? And if they can, it looks like they can beat PaperX today. There's no doubt about that.
You know, pressure can forge diamonds, but for the other side, it could crack you as well.
Yudotan pushed away by the Flash. Similarly, though, PaperX slow on their entry. Something gets away with a nice one onto Yudotan, and that is the opener that PaperX have been looking for.
Yeah, quite the different approach this time. Slowly through middle, break down GE's setups, and that gives them less information to work off of. GE then would be forced to try to worry about different sides a little bit more, but right now, maybe guessing correctly, Javi hears footsteps up B long. The rotations are good.
Yeah, there's a lot of players there, but the Cosmic Divide is going to cut this site in half. Nightfall slows things down for PaperX. Harvey through the smoke gets himself one. Looking for more, can't do it. Davai cleans it up with the Sheriff, but time is really problematic here for PaperX. They're going to try and push that plan down. It will not be denied. Autumn with the run it back through gets a little bit of room, gets a little bit of info, and GE are fighting their way back into the site. It's just Jing in the 1v3. Can't get it done. GE will have another.
This is one of those rounds to look back on. Round number 8, and it's PaperX doing the most insane thing possible. You get hit with a Nightfall, but you don't back down. In fact, you double down into the site, but GE, they just continue to fight. Being bold and outrageous with the flashes. Still, it's Autumn who leads the charge. The rest of the team to play off of it. Javi, great with the spray downs. And off of low HP PaperX, unfortunately, trick it down bit by bit. This, unfortunately, it's still relatively early on, but you can only imagine what it feels like to be in PaperX's seats right now.
GE fans in the audience are counting down the rounds. 7 to go. Where is PaperX? Are they going to turn up here on Pearl?
Through middle once again.
Awkward fight, but Harvey having it handled, and substandard weaponry not doing PaperX any favors in this round.
I almost feel like I can't breathe watching some of these rounds. I mean, they tried, but this is such a smart call from Javi. You take A main as a team. And that's always going to be an extra factor. If PaperX does decide to take it somehow on A site, you always have an extra angle to work off of. Now Crystal has the entire site trapped up. And if PaperX does step through, they're always going to be working against the back foot once more. Numbers, disadvantage, maybe even health if you get hit by this Nano Swarm. Crystal's close by, and he can always go for an early pick. Meanwhile, the rest of GE, big flank. Hello?
It's a slow flank.
Yeah, but with all 4.
It's going to take a lot of time for them to get into retake position here, so it's incredibly important that Crystal does not go down. He survives against Jing and doubles down onto Envy, so that will pretty much seal the deal. Davai needs a miracle right here with the Sheriff in hand. One shot onto Crystal, but not given the chance at another. GE will go to 7. And now it's 6 remaining.
We good. Counting it down. We got to clock it. And with rounds like these, you just starting to think that PaperX is cracking.
PaperX is like a wounded animal right now. I mean, they've used both of their timeouts. They're down 7-2. Where do you turn to here?
I don't feel like G even needs to call anything else. There's not much else you can really do. You've tried middle, you've tried both sides. Unless you're somehow able to slow things down a lot further. Cool your jets.
Oh.
He knows. He's called both. You're just sitting back watching the team play it now.
Not that deeper, I mean.
One mid.
I'll just take it back.
So, you kill the first guy. I flash. Mid, guys, 3 mid. Get ready.
Stopping doors, okay? Cool. I'll go with you guys. They know we have A. I'm just gonna fight you
Get ready
guys.
for them to fight.
Oh, this is so smart. Suddenly into Art, a big trap setup, and PaperX, at least they avoid it for the time being.
GE had a very good read. You could see they said there's 3 mid. Ready for the fight if it came. It didn't in the end, and now they're going to start to have a little bit of a look on that timing. PRX, meanwhile, making their way toward B. But info is coming through thick and fast for GE, so they should be quick on the rotate. I'm not sure that they'll be quite there in time to try to defend the site, but Yutatan gets out with the fast lane. That provides a bit of space for Harvey, who instantly dies, and Autumn down as well. PRX have found the round they've been looking for the longest of time. Oh!
Last player standing.
And then there was Crystal, who's unfortunately another posticle. Well, you called it. They've been looking for this, and somehow it's the fact that they do it by just sheer aggression, willpower, just bulldozing through the site. Javi slowed them down, in fact. He had the graph well, but thanks to run it back from Jing and something be able to dash past this initial setup, they have multiple angles, which completely prevents that retake from even going through. Crystal now just wants a couple more all points, maybe.
Finished.
Yeah, I mean, a kill's a kill. You'll take it, definitely. Every little bit matters here. Half is definitely far from over. A recovery on offer for PRX. If they can bring it back to 7-5, they'll have something to fight with in the second half. But GE still in with a chance of really just slamming that door shut on PRX if they can pick up these last 2 rounds.
I've got to be so honest, though. Even as a PRX fan, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we'll try to be professional, but it's unobjectively hard to kind of predict or analyze PRX's possible next moves. You know, what's worked for them is these, you know, sudden round calls where they just slam into sites because of the ultimates that they do have. But at round 11, you don't have that many options left. Unless you're somehow going to work off of, you know, breaking the initial trip setups that G might have, find some kind of a round reset, bait out more pieces of utility, and then slowly go for an approach. But that doesn't tend to be PRX's thing.
I like this push from GE, again being proactive on the defensive side. They take so much space outside of B. That's going to relieve all of the pressure on that B defense, and they can start to reinforce elsewhere. Yutatan, though, awkward positioning will get the better of him as 2 players peak at the same time. PRX have that opener.
And that's precisely that. G starts to get a little bit unsettled. They want that extra bit of information, but at least they still have ultimates. Automatos run it back could be a big point.
Balls up. Try and slow things down. Something not expecting Crystal on the off angle. That's a good recovery frag for Global. So we are back to 4-on-4, but PRX have now got the site.
Oh, it could be a fast flood.
There's a lot of retake util ultimate abilities available for GE. There's the lockdown. Autumn catches Invi as he tries to reposition. Spamming through that smoke, won't find anything either. Will run it back, but quickly a couple of picks back on from Divide. Defuse tapped. It's 2v2. There's a Cosmic Divide up that Batman will ignore and go straight through onto Forsaken. Surely now it is done. Divide is so far away, and the defuse being stuck. Batman will get it done. GE are up to 8.
Oh, and it even goes down at the end. Pat!
Last round.
Just absolute destruction. And I cannot overstate how good this is for GE. This is so much cushion for the next half if they even end it 9-3 if possible. I mean, that the key pieces were always going to be there. PRX tried, but unless something was somehow able to take down Crystal, this round belonged to GE. Just a lockdown, the run it back through. Even as you try to take down the fights, even though Divide was trying to set something up, just unfortunately not able to come back towards the end there. PRX once again trudges forward through middle, but Pat wants the Nightfall.
This could be a 9-3 half for GE, particularly if Pat does get that Nightfall, which is now secured. So, pretty big ulti to hold on to here on the defense. Prowler dealt with initially.
Look at how the duelists are moving on G's side. Now instantly in range for the retake.
Side very much on offer here for PRX as they try to push their way forward. Nightfall going to push a couple of players away. The plant should still be secured here for PRX in just a minute. Flash around the corner, in fact. Actually, GE are going to fight for it. No plant available for PRX. Their own Nightfall pushing GE back away. So it is just a massive exchange of util back and forth. And eventually, finally, PRX get that plant.
Now to just hold off of it.
And GE going to be quick on the retake attempt here. Starting to take their space. but they haven't found themselves a kill just yet. There's Autumn to deliver one. Flank is coming through for PRX as well. GE will have to move quickly here to try and move their way into Art. Forsaken has that closed down, locked in. Jing from behind, a factor that is unknown as of yet, but dealt with by Yudatan, and GE go to 9. The first half is a 9-3 scoreline for GE. 4 rounds away now from London against PRX of all teams.
A team that only dropped to, well, Gen G. Take away the N and the G, and that would be this team. Jokes aside, this is still just such a strong retake. All the utilities sent in, and PRX's own just to afford a spike plant. At that point, GE just put the full force up onto the site. They had a turret. Crystal was watching the flank, and he had information of Jing's positioning. They weren't worried at all, although Forsaken made his best effort. This is just incredibly well played by the international team, GE, right now. And I'm not entirely sure if PRX can even find a comeback onto the other side. You swap sides, and it's PRX then on the defense. I've got question marks.
I mean, you can see how much GE are starting to believe. They're really fired up at the moment, but they've got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. PRX is still an ever-present threat, even if they've got no timeouts from Alex, even if they're down 9-3. We know how strong of a side this can be, how explosive they can be. So it ain't over until it's over. Global Esports, 4 rounds required.
Game not done. Keeping themselves locked in, already getting discussions in for the upcoming rounds, where PRX on the defense will be quite fond of pushing out. It is that Phoenix and that Jet that always will be a threat. If something gets onto an operator, if they even pick up that pistol, it could be possible.
This is going to be so frustrating for the coaches of PRX.
They know they're in dire
they can't do anything. They've just got to sit and watch.
Unless somehow Frost calls a timeout. But that might not be likely. Okay, 1-2-2 with foreign towards middle. A-main was always going to be big. Devi has a pretty shallow sheer wall alongside some thorns on the site. Buy some time.
Pistol round would be huge here for GE. It might almost seal the deal. Going to try and gamble it on an A hit. The wall is triggered. It does push GE away. The question is, will they call the cancel? And if they do, does PRX read into that? Because right now, the full rotate pretty much has come through. Got something spotting mid.
No, the shot's not too bad. Envy only has one Prowler left, so on the right timing, he's going to have to clear out A main with it, or at least for something. Something has to stay alive, man.
He's on a pretty safe line for the moment.
Going back in towards Art, GE.
Double pump on A or right back over to B. Seems to be the latter.
I'm out of here.
Careful call nonetheless. Does something here or anything? It doesn't seem like it. PRX might be slow to the party here.
PRX though, the spider senses are tingling. They are starting to make their way over toward B. Old Orb collected on the way by Patman. And they're into the site. There's no question about that. PRX will have to play for the retake.
At least try for it. They're very close. But look at the space being taken by GE. Ooh.
Spike planted.
Patman down. Not a good sign. Something. 2 taps, 2 kills. Exactly what you want to see for a recovery effort here for PRX. That is a clean-looking pistol so far. Yudatan will try his best, and his best is pretty damn good, but it's not good enough. So PRX will claim the pistol round. There is something in it, though, for GE.
What incredible form. Oh my god, let's get that in slow-mo. PRX, though, made it damn near flawless, if not for Yudotan. And that all begins with the incredible sharp shooting from something. 1, 2, and then 3. I hope this translates to more.
I hope this translates to more. All right.
Nice, Hila.
Confidence settler maybe for PRX, but I think they're still a little bit shaky for now.
Go, go, go.
Both sides needing to stay cool and calm. Outlaw's big. But such smart calling from Javi. They smoke it off and instantly that's extra information. Now just trying to pivot back over, maybe towards middle where Batman's really close by. Sheer wall though. extra information for Paper X. They're continuing to scout out towards it as well, trying to set up roadblocks wherever GE ends up. But with 2 players only on towards the A side, I do get a little bit worried.
Patman's gone down in middle though, so shouldn't be too big of a problem here for Paper X. Like you say, a couple of players to hold on to this site. Unitan's good for 1, but no more than that. Jing unable to deny the plan, but much of a muchness really. As far as Paper X are concerned, they get themselves that 5th. It's the routine round. The real half starts now.
Yes. Truly well and beginning with 4 rounds preserved over to boot, which you would think gives Paper X a pretty good chance, but I'm looking at what the guns are. It's 2 Spectres. Unless this is close range, if G decides to push it down B long and something whiffs, there could still be hell to pay. I mean, this one was just one where Paper X was, well, clever enough to not overheat, get the flashes in, just Yudotan trying to maybe find some sneaky shots through. But other than that, this is still where the main problem relies. Jing does have run it back, so the numbers game, it would be a huge factor. 4 on B long for Paper X.
Definitely a good setup. GE looking to head in that direction. Shots missing for something so far. So GE will be able to filter into that space relatively unscathed. Yudotan does get dropped in the meanwhile.
And instantly a call to cancel. Paper X already rotating off of that fact as well.
Fast rotate though for both teams here. It doesn't look like GE is going to be beating Paper X over to A, particularly with that wall up.
Well done by Devi. Something though.
He's everywhere that he needs to be at the moment.
Yoru or not. Just incredible rotations. Now, Devi just continuing to slow it down with more utility. Everyone rotating in.
That's a full rotate for Paper X. They've read this round incredibly well.
Autumn on the run it back though.
Yeah. It's going to need to be some pretty clean entries here for GE to make up for that deficit. Goes through again, no real connection. Run it back has succeeded onto Devi. There's still a chance for some more here for Autumn as well in the round as the plant does go down. And Paper X will now need to set themselves for the retake, which they don't have a whole lot of util available for. A couple of cloudbursts maybe to try to get them in and sneak away some space, but realistically speaking, it all comes down to the shots here for Paper X, and they are just not finding many so far. Harvey and Autumn good for a couple. Patman on the alternative angle, and Paper X are not getting through this round. First gun round of the second half goes the way of GE.
It might be a standard start, but it's a terrible one for Paper X. GE double digits. Paper X not being able to strike back despite being able to preserve that many guns into this round is not a good sign. Something lands his shots, but you can definitely tell this is where pressure is starting to build up for the Paper X core. Although the shots and the reads were pristine, look at how this retake goes through. Autumn is so good with the initial entries, but Jing had his own run it back. He sends it, but doesn't do much off of it either. He had a blaze wall and everything, but just sets up close by towards side, doesn't push past the opening line, and that's where G managed to set up by stairs. Now you've got bigger guns coming back in.
Hey, art, neon art, guys. Hey, find art. Can you find J? Yeah, flash up. Flashing. I smoke it. They went back, guys. Care billing. They're running back to top mid. Okay, guys.
The Wind sitting on the knife's edge. They are trying to control middle to the best of their ability right now. A Judge would be pretty good, but A main, Pat is close by.
Not opting to take that peek. Cheeky peek on a cheeky timing. It would be a bold choice, particularly when you know there's likely to be an operator somewhere on the map. We can obviously tell that it's over towards B. Oh, Envy, he's going to spot. No shortage of the GE players. Not going to be a secret that GE are headed in toward A. Yudotan taking that space. Plant is going to go awry for GE. The open plant, it's risky given the circumstances, and it has been punished.
Find you.
Plant trying to go down here, but GE still dealing with this retake attempt from Paper X. It's not even so much a retake from Paper X, they're just being annoying. And for GE, that is hugely problematic. It's now down to just Crystal in the 1v3. Sharp shot to start. A second, and he's on for the clutch. I don't think Jing's got this one. Oh, he's pushed away from that spike, and Crystal playing it so slowly. Another nade to go through. Jinx pushed away again. 27 HP, and surely now Crystal just has to commit to the fight. A huge 3K and a huge moment for GE.
The patience, the fisherman. He had multiple nanoswarms, sets up an alarm bot so he knows Jing is not close by, and then goes in for the swing. Just absolute control. You called it. PaperX were being annoying. They prevented as much as possible more positions to be set up. But down to the final 3v1, and PaperX gave him isolated duels. Unfortunate whiff, uncharacteristic whiff from something. And that affords GE up to an 11. Big clutch, 10th for the guy ever since joining this team.
And probably his most important as well. 2 rounds required now for Global Esports. Their first time ever in playoffs in VCT Pacific, and they might be the first team to qualify for Masters London.
Flashes over, takes control of A main. It's just Divide close by once again with just a Sheriff. The rest of the team rotating over, of course.
Oh, GE looking to play proactively, looking to play confidently into this A site as well. They're slowed down by some of that defensive util, but they're still going to go. They can't see much at all. Yudotan has pulled that overdrive, and he just can't do anything with it at the moment. Shots through, 2 for 2. That's not too bad for GE, but they still need to get the plant down. And there's a flank coming through for Patman as well. I think you slow this down as GE, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Patman on the wrap could make the difference in this round. 1 kill through, the second on offer as well. Patman for the double. And that might just send GE all the way to London. Jing is on 2 HP. There's surely nothing he can do about it. Yudotan will finish it off.
It's just so incredible. Unbelievable round. PaperX tried to drag them through the mud, but Pat calms it down. Such an incredible play just to sneak through sewer towards the back. GE, despite being blinded by Device Flash, still managed to clear most of the corners and finally being able to clear most of it all at the end. And now, 4th time might actually be the final damn lucky charm that GE clears PaperX within striking range of making it to London.
Start deep below, okay? Yeah. Let me scan. Ready? Ready, I take back first. Take back now. Scan. Get a break. Get close, guys. Only one, I think. Trust me, only one. Let's go. Omega smoke. Wait,
Cool, calm and collected from GE, but they know how close this is. They can taste it. Thinking about trying to take that B site. The lockdown will be invested and should push PaperX away.
Just a bit. Might give them the spike plant as well, but PaperX trying to set up their own flank. It's do or die time.
I think that's fine as far as GE are concerned. They get that plant, they get the 5-on-5. Nightfall connects onto a couple as well. You've got 1 or 2 players watching for that flank. There's really not too much to try to get you back in here as PaperX. No ultis to fall back on. This could be it for GE. All it takes is 5 more kills, and there's one of them from Harvey, the captain delivering. Now Autumn, Yudotan involved as well. Everyone getting a piece of the pie. It is done, 13-5. Hello, London. GE fighting. Global Esports is going global.
How many times? First ever in org history between the 2 teams. And Frost's iteration of GE is the final one to be able to do it. Our first Pacific representative over to Masters London, their first appearance, and they do it on the 13-5 scoreline. What on earth? Incredible performances, but Pat to step back into this roster now on their final map to bring them that glory, that's just full circle.
Yeah, that is a massive from Global Esports. Their first time in playoffs here at VCT Pacific, and they are the first team from the region to qualify to Masters London. I don't know how many people believed in them. Certainly there was a large contingent of fans there for Global Esports, but I think everyone would have agreed that the favorites coming into this matchup certainly would have been PaperX, who are now down into that lower bracket and have a lot of soul searching to do to figure things out going forward here in the playoffs. Global Esports obviously not only getting that slot through to London, but also confirming themselves a slot in Ho Chi Minh as well. So it's a big moment for this team, and they could only go further still in the playoffs here in Pacific.
You never could know. especially with the next teams waiting in the wings as well. PaperX going down to the lower bracket. I never thought that I would have to utter those words, especially given the performances so far. But holy cow, this team, everyone with a big part to play, cool level-headed, big hot-headed ones, and they're still able to push it all through the distance. 13-5, Autumn had his moments, Yudotan as well. And not to forget, Crystal watching the flanks. I mean, this is just incredibly creative with how they're working against the meta, but also how they come in to take charge of it and make it their own with their composition onto Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say about this at this point. I am shell-shocked a little bit, you know. PaperX, obviously a big name, but still alive in the competition, down into that lower bracket. Of course, though, it is the winner's moment. We have to have a conversation here with GE. So we'll hand it down to the stage. It's Jen for the interview.
글로벌 e스포츠의 하비 AK 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Massive congrats, Javi. You guys are heading to London. Just tell me about how happy you feel right now. Like, what emotions are you feeling? It must feel unreal. 일단 런던 핵을 확정 지었습니다. 정말 그 구단에게도 그리고 하비 AK 선수에게도 첫 번째 마스터즈가 될 텐데요. 지금 어떤 심정인지 어떤 얘기 나눴는지부터 물어보도록 할게요.
I mean, adrenaline's pretty high still. That was such an intense match, and I'm so proud of my team, my coaching staff, and everyone. We all did good. We stayed strong on Pearl, and we brought out the win.
아직도 진짜 아드레날린 러시 때문에 손이 막 흔들리고 하는데 정말 팀원들 함께 오늘 너무 멋진 경기 펼쳐줘서 8까지 잘 마무리 지을 수 있었던 것 같고 그리고 너무너무 고맙다고 자랑스럽다고 얘기를 합니다. 그리고 하비 AK 선수 개인적으로는 좀 최근 들어서 IGL로서 물오른 기량을 보여주고 있는데요. 사실 이 GE에 합류하고 나서 감독님이 일을 너무 많이 시킨다, 좀 쉬고 싶다라는 얘기를 할 정도로 열심히 일했는데 또 그런 부분이 이제 또 빛을 발하는 것 같아요. 그동안의 팀적 성장과 개인적인 성장에 대해서도 들어보고 싶네요. I mean, just about 6 months ago, you came from Naos in Ascension. You joined GE, and people have been very vocal about how Frost has been working you to the bone, which is coming to fruition. So talk to us about, you know, the team's growth and your growth as AGL as well.
Team's growth, like every day our chemistry gets better, and our momentum was just ongoing, and we all just played together. And Frost and all the other coaching staff like Platoon, they help us so much. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. And you know, I'm glad that my first international, it's gonna be really fun, and we're gonna just keep going.
일단은 정말 그 감코진도 그렇고 이 선수들과 함께 경기를 거듭하고 그리고 시간이 지날수록 케미스트리도 굉장히 좋아지고 팀워크도 좋아지기 때문에 함께 일하는 게 너무너무 좋고 특히 프로스트 감독님 그리고 플라툰 코치님도 너무 많이 도와주기 때문에 이렇게 이 로스터, 이 멤버로 하비 선수의 첫 국제대회에 진출할 수 있어서 너무 기쁘다고 얘기를 하는데요. 근데 그러면 이제 런던 직전에 로드쇼도 준비를 해야 되고 런던을 준비하면서 더 열심히 해야 될 텐데 각오는 돼 있는지도 궁금하네요. So you know, roadshow in Vietnam, Masters London means one thing. You gotta grind more. Do you feel like everyone's ready?
I feel like we're getting ready. Every day, every game we improve. So in time, we will be ready.
열심히 차근차근 준비를 어차피 해야 하니까 계속 준비하다가 보면 경기력도 좋아질 것 같다고 하는데요. 그럼 마지막으로 이제 더 큰 무대에서 다른 지역 팀들과 만나게 될 텐데 가장 기대되는 부분이 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now, lastly, we're gonna see you guys perform on a big stage against teams from other regions. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to Masters? And is there anything you would like to say to anyone?
I'd like to go against G2 so we can beat Baby Bay or Frost.
That's it?
Yeah,
and then where's the shout out?
Shout out first to my team and my coaches, especially to Pat. Pat really won us Pearl. He was calling like crazy also, his mid rounds, everything. And you know, we all played together, we did good. And also it's Yudotan's birthday, so wish him a happy birthday.
Okay. 먼저 G2를 가장 만나보고 싶다고 얘기를 하는 게 이 프로스트 감독님과 베이비베이 선수가 아무래도 팟캐스트도 같이 할 정도로 친하다 보니까 베이비베이 선수를 한번 상대해보고 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 오늘 팬맨 선수가 정말 페이퍼렉스 상대로 콜도 많이 해주고 좋은 소통을 도와줬기 때문에 이렇게 경기를 승리로 마무리할 수 있었던 것 같아서 팬맨 선수한테도 고맙다고 얘기를 하고 싶고, 마지막으로 유도탄 선수 오늘 생일이기 때문에 생일 정말 축하하고 같이 좀 런던까지 가서 잘해보자 라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 이렇게 해서 하비 AK 선수 만나봤습니다. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in Vietnam and then in London.
Thank you.
We've got Pacific's first qualified team for Masters London, and it's a little bit different. It's somewhat completely different. It's global esports. And you know, we've been talking about making fun of Frost for having so many L's against Alex. And you know what? He was saving it for the most important game.
Well, if there's one game to win against, you know, what are now your rivals, it's the qualification game to Masters London. And my God, did this GE team show up today. No doubt in anybody's mind now that they deserve to be going. They are for sure top 3 in the region, and I can't wait to see what they're putting together internationally.
Yeah, I mean, it's a culmination of a roster that's been brewing for a while. They backed themselves with Crystal Udatan pickups, and they went that international roster direction yet again. And I think that they've kept on, you know, some of the players from the initial roster, made smart pickups, changed the coaching staff, and you've just seen this team get stronger and stronger over time, all culminating in a run that even after a shaky group stage, they go and take on a PRX who, in this current meta, looking at the map pool, looking at all the factors going into this game, should be a shoe-in to qualify for another international after qualifying for so many, but that was not what was in store for today.
This clutch. This clutch from Crystal is so good.
It's been phenomenal. Like, everyone pitched in today, and I think GE, it's undoubted that they were the better team today.
Yeah.
Definitely deserving this win.
I spoke a lot before this map 3 about, for me, it's about who wants it more. Who is the most composed when the back is against the wall? And against all odds, really, it was this global esports team. I felt like time and time again, as the rounds broke down, as the pressure mounted, it was the squad in red and blue that came out on top.
Yeah, and you can see how happy they are with this win. It's huge, but not just the org, but the individual players,
Absolutely.
including Patman, who we will be interviewing very shortly after we look a bit at the stats here. Really painful loss for PaperX. In fact, we were talking about how they played this Pearl last year, and honestly, it looked a lot like last year's Pearl, where they were just, you know, dry peeking individual swings, and especially around the in art.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many advantages and you're not able to convert them. That screams to me that you are the ones being put under pressure. I think GE, Javi and Pat with the calling did a very good job. You saw them find open sites time and time again. PaperX over-rotating, and GE just able to find that gap and, you know, abuse those disadvantaged situations.
Yeah, I mean, these are the double-edged swords of PaperX at times. That, you know, when things go well for them, and then when the aggression and things are clicking goes well, then they can be a very difficult team to play against. But today, it really felt like something was off, and GE, I felt, outplayed them, at least on map 1 and 3, and definitely deserving the win today. So there you go, big performance at the end there for Patman. But I think it was an effort by committee from everyone today. Everyone really pitched in on GE to get this win.
Oh, definitely. You can hear the teammates commending each other, and it was, honestly, to defeat a team like PaperX, you definitely need teamwork. And with that, I would like to welcome and congratulate Patman. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're going back to Masters. I know you've been there before, but now you're going with a brand new team. Now, our very first interview with you as Global Esports on this very couch, you said, we're not ready yet. Even though you guys had won, you said, we're not ready yet. Is GE ready now?
I think, yeah, I mean, after the Nongshim game, I think the composure of the team has become more better. We improve more, and I think we just being honest totally about ourselves, and we just adjust a lot of things, of course, because building a chemistry on a team, of course, it was really hard. Of course, coming from different teams, 3 of us, we came from different teams, and I mean, as long as we play together and as long as we become honest to each other, I think that's one of our how do I say, like one of our advantage to other teams.
I could see the chemistry happening there. And I saw you doing a lot of calling, especially on the last map, Pearl, second half Pistol. We could see you on camera. You were really insisting on something. I even saw you shake your head no. Like you were telling someone off, we're going to do it my way. What were you saying?
That time, of course, we fought PRX on group stage, right? And we doesn't have any round on our attack side on Pearl. But I just realized, like, when I watched the VOD last time against PRX, I just realized like, how they play, how they move as a team, how we're gonna counter this. Like we need to stop like walking all around the map, and we need to make more footsteps, stop our pin, and we need to make them feel that we're dominating one side. And so if we pivot to other side, like we have the timing advantage, I would say. So I think that's one of the best factor that we have right now. We start being confident on what we're doing, and we stop being afraid of what they're doing.
You had them really well read.
So I have to ask, you guys have played each other. This is the 4th game against PRX this year. This is the first win against them. What felt different today? Did you wake up feeling like today was the day? There was something different in the camp for that. Did you know you were going to win?
I mean, honestly, no, I don't feel that time because, I mean, after the game yesterday, I feel so tired. But I just tell my teammates that, guys, you guys need to rest. Whatever happened, don't force yourself to do routine or whatever. Rest is more important. And I just told them, just eat and rest, guys. You need to rest. I think that's the best thing I advise on them.
I wanted to ask you as well. I mean, similar to what Morgan was saying there, the other series where you played PRX, you carried, like you were the best performing player on both teams. But today, everyone on GE pitched in a lot more and fragged across the board. So what did you feel like was different with the other players playing PRX this time around? Because you've had a rough matchup against them in the past. So yeah, what was different today?
I mean, on the second map, Lotus, I'm not gonna lie, like, we haven't practiced the Lotus, and it's just literally gamble, and that's why everyone having hard time because we don't have enough reps on what we're doing. But on Pearl, I think that's one of the map that we focused last week, so we have a lot of reps, like we know what to do, and we literally practice this map because we all know that after we beat RQ, or if we beat RQ and we face PRX, we're gonna put Pearl on the map. So that's why we literally put a lot of time on Pearl.
And how were the individuals able to play better today? Like, I felt like Crystal was insane, Yudo was insane, like everyone really pitched in.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally being confident right now, and I think that's one of the best thing that we have right now. We have confidence.
I think you've matured a lot as a player since first joining Pacific with PRX and now with Global Esports. You're returning to Masters. How do you feel about going back to Masters with this team, and who are you looking forward to defeating?
I mean, of course, it was really nice to go on Masters in different banner. I mean, a lot of people hating me about what happened on Champs last year, but of course, is one of my motivation as well to redeem myself in international level. And the face I want to team, I mean, the team I want to face is probably G2 also because they are really nice, and I think it's so fun to play with them also.
Cool. It looks like, I think G2, they're pretty nice. And I can't wait for you to beat Baby Bay.
I hope so.
Well, congratulations, Pat. We'll see you in Vietnam for the grand finals of VCT Pacific. So thank you, Pat.
Thank you.
All right. Javi is our match MVP. We vote for this. So Xavi, or Javi, both names work here. He has been absolutely phenomenal. Frost has committed him so many times for how hard he's worked.
He's the backbone of this team. He has so much on his shoulders to IGL. It's a complicated system. The GE run, they're not afraid to change things. They're not afraid to run these complex rounds. Javi does a fantastic job of managing it, and he stepped up individually today.
He's quickly becoming one of the most elite callers in Pacific, even though it's only his first year playing in T1. He has been there, done that. But I think we had a tough time picking an MVP. I think everyone voted a different way, actually, and we ended up with Harvey at the end of the day. So just give the whole team the MVP at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it is well deserved, and we're very happy to see Global Esports representing us over in Masters London. But we're about to find out who's going to be the next team who could be representing us in Masters London. T1 versus Full Sense. Now, Full Sense is sort of a new org, but they are full of players who are quite experienced here in the league at this point after Talon. So I think this is going to be really exciting. With that, we're going to go on a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to find out who the winner of that match is going to be.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Boy, you know just where to find me. I will be waiting there in that old square where we first met. Battle boy, we'll sit at our favorite table. We'll order French baguettes, take in the vignettes, fall deeper in love. There's a chapel that chimes its bells each hour, and it beckons toward a market full of flowers, while a misty old fountain gently showers us. High in a terrace garden, there we will reminisce and share a kiss, then say goodnight. Veiled in the twilight, our silhouettes are getting closer. We paint the skyline a wonderful view. Send in our hearts to the moon. Violins fill the cobblestone with
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
You say I'm a dreamer. I know what I want and what I got. Every step's getting sweeter. Every word I'm a mile deeper. My door's always open. I'll welcome you with open arms. I'm a winner. I'm the only thought that's rational. Give me some, time's ticking, oh let's run. Give me some, time's ticking, oh let's run. You say I'm a dreamer. I know what I want and what I got. Every step's getting sweeter. Every word I'm a mile deeper. My door's always open. I'll welcome you with open arms. I'm a winner. I'm the only thought that's rational.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
You got me running so scared, toxic, black kiss. I'm gonna be your own worst nightmare. So in the end, we both know I'm gonna win. It's only a matter of time. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, 'cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that. This time I will take control and never look back. Last call, lights out. Couldn't call it, fade into black. In the end, we both know I'm gonna win. It's only a matter of time. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, 'cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so bad, but I'm tougher than that. Tougher than that. Let me show you how a bad girl rolls. I'll take you down to the ground. It ain't gonna end like you're wishing for. This time you're going down. I'm tougher than that. So come on, boy, why don't you show me what you got? You think I'm gonna fall, but baby, I'll be standing last. You better run for cover, 'cause I'm coming at you fast. You think you're so...
All right, on to match 2, and we are about to find out who the second team is going to Masters London representing Pacific. We got T1 facing off against Full Sense. Now, T1 are on a 10-match win streak here in Pacific right now.
Yeah, well, but we've just seen, does seeding ahead help you? Let's see if it matters for this T1 team. They've been so good all year, but let's be real, the only time they dropped a map was against Full Sense. I think they found the gap in the armor there, but this T1 team, of course, one of the favorites to carry the flag there in Masters London. Can they show that composure that we've seen from them in the past? Can they book their spot to Masters London today?
Yeah, they haven't lost for quite a while. Yeah, T1 is an interesting dichotomy at the moment, because if you ask T1 how good they are, they'll tell you not very good, despite the fact that they just keep winning.
Yes.
So, look, I think they are the outstanding favorites, having been undefeated in Group Omega, having already beat Full Sense head-to-head and being on a massive tear in terms of Pacific win streak. They've already qualified for an international event this year. They won one last year with the core of this team. I think that there's just all signs pointing to them qualifying.
But what I want to ask you guys is, they were in Group Omega, okay? And of course the question is, like, have they been really tested? Do you think these teams really tested them?
Look, I think that's an argument you can make, but they've been winning cleanly. They're always finding these 2-0s, except against Full Sense. One thing we wanted to touch on here is just how good they've been in this round 2. I think, to me, if you're able to win these round 2s, it shows that tenacity. It shows to me the real quality of player across this T1 team, and that to me means they could do it in any group. And if they can do it in any group in Pacific, they can do it internationally.
Yeah, I mean, look, PRX usually pretty good at winning these kind of rounds, but T1 have got to be up there in terms of just winning rounds that are absolute bullshit. Like second rounds, full eco, one player's got a sheriff, like they somehow conjure wins in these kind of rounds, and it really does kind of crush some of the teams that play against them. Already you're an underdog against T1. Those kind of round wins do bring you a ton of momentum, and T1 just takes it and runs with it.
MasterCard really likes T1. They're getting all those thrifties. And Meteor, he knows Masters events.
Yeah, look, he's been, the guy over in Pacific. He's lifted 2 trophies, Masters Shanghai and Masters Bangkok. We just want to look at those numbers he was putting up over there and then what he's putting up in Stage 1. For me, Meteor is the player who's not at his ceiling. If he's able to unlock that form that we've seen from them in the past, he takes this T1 team to a whole new level.
It's interesting to look at Meteor's stats because the truth is, his stats for most players, very good. But I feel like just watching him from the eye test, how many times have you watched a Meteor round this stage and thought that was a Meteor play? Or how many clutches or big multi-frags like sharp aim have you seen from Meteor? Really, the man who's been the standout has been Izu. I think he's got a claim at the moment that he might be the best player in Pacific.
He's looking like it. In my mind, there's kind of no doubt at this point. He seems to be able to play across a variety of roles and is putting up insane numbers. And as this little lower third here says, Yoru nerf, so what? We were kind of worried a little bit. He played so much Yoru in the past that then the question gets asked, what does it look like in a post-Yoru world for him? And I'll tell you, it looks very good.
Yeah, this guy can play anything, but his ability to pick up the chamber and op is just been phenomenal.
It's
honestly,
so good.
We were asking so many teams going into this season, pivot to chamber, DFM, pivot to chamber, Yatsuka play the chamber, or various other teams you've seen. PaperX have some success with it. T1 have been the most effective chamber users, but they don't over-rely on it. Chamber is not a crutch for them. They can still flex into other comps, and actually, in some of the content we've seen with interviews with KDG, I believe, the teaser for this stage, they've even talked about how they feel like they have more in the tank. There's more flexibility there that they can lean on, and you can already see that with Izu. They can just put him on Enit and play double Enit with Stacks Izu, and they're still getting dubs.
Yeah, Xcrit was commending Izu as well. They were former teammates back when Xcrit was playing that chamber role, but Izu definitely stepped up over the years. They are playing against Full Sense. Like you guys said, Full Sense is the one team that gave them a loss there. So I think Full Sense also has a lot of potential, a lot of growth since they were on Talon formerly with Frost here, and Cruz has had a huge task this particular weekend with their coach having to go back, for medical reasons.
Yes.
So now he's not just IGLing and needs to handle this team, he's also back in the coaching booth. Simultaneously, this guy has to do everything.
He's had such a weight on his shoulders, and he carries it so excellently. I will say, though, that the boys are doing him a lot of favors. Jip Boys in particular, he had some phenomenal stats. He's been looking really, really good on this secondary duelist. Primi is always Primi. I think Kalua, he started really, really hot, and I think what's more been praised for him is that's not necessarily his fragging, but more so his secondary calling by Cruz. But Chip Boys on this raise, just in their last game, honestly, phenomenal to watch.
I think it unlocks a whole nother level, because Prumi has been the guy, and then if the two of them are able to activate together, my goodness, what can't this team achieve? For me, I've now become so high on this team. After we spoke to Cruz yesterday, I feel like in that interview, he said, this time around against T1, it's going to be different. It feels different in the camp. We've been working so hard, and now finally, that hard work is showing in the server.
Look at these stats, man. We were watching Primi, and we were like, okay, Primi's carrying them again. And I looked away for a round or two, went to the bathroom, came back, and I was like, oh, Jip Boys is actually out fragging him on the race right now.
He's so good.
He's actually putting up crazy numbers. If your double duelist is popping right now, like this, you could beat T1. Honestly, you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that this guy was not on Duelist and was IGLing for them at the start of the year. How much wasted potential has there been?
I think this is going to be really huge if Full Sense win today. Global Esports did win the first match today. And one thing I'm finding in common with all the teams that are winning here in Pacific for Stage 1 is that they are finding their players in the correct roles. And I think this is what's happening with Full Sense as well.
I think one thing we have to talk about is when these two teams matched up in the group stage, the one map that Full Sense did manage to win was on Bind. Now, Bind is out of that map pool. How does it shake up today? How reliant were they on that bind? I think the veto is going to be a big, big question here.
Yeah, Breeze was the third map decider. Felt somewhat winnable for Full Sense. Yes, they got pumped on Pearl. They picked Pearl into Team 1, got destroyed, but you had a 25 bomb or something from Izu on the Soba to get T1 across the line there. I felt it was a winnable game for Full Sense, but they just didn't quite have enough in the tank.
Well, I wonder then what Full Sense is going to do with Bind out of the pool. Ascent is in.
Oh, they picked Pearl. Oh!
Okay,
They picked Pearl.
So first of all, this is a big thing. We already saw it in just that last veto. Ascent coming in for playoffs here. Do you play veto chicken with it, or do you ban it out? If you ban it out, you've got to be confident across the rest of the maps. Full Sense have picked Pearl for the second time here into T1. Every team, I mean, we'll go into it later, but every team that's picked Pearl into T1, it has been no bueno. T1 get to select Lotus. That was previously banned by Full Sense in the last veto. So this is very much T1 kind of calling their play, as it were. However, when we did watch Full Sense on Lotus, some of those clips that we were talking about, when we were talking about Chip Boy's Raze, that was just their last game against KRX. The double duelist pairing was popping, and their new comp from Full Sense on Lotus looked pretty bloody good.
Well, okay, look, picking into T1's map, is it, we were saying with PRX and GE just now, you know, you only win it so many times before you finally lose it.
I mean, maybe, but...
Does the theory still happen with maps?
It just keeps happening. I think T1 will have been more surprised than anyone that this happens. I think for Full Sense, you know, I'd like to see a different comp maybe. I need to see real strong prep here because... it can't happen again. Sure, I think last time they got caught out by the comp swap from T1.
Yeah, I think that there's an element of that to it, especially neutralizing the Cypher a little bit. But this veto, for me, it screams confidence from Full Sense.
It does.
They said, we're going to run back the veto and we're going to beat you. They would have felt like that series was winnable for them last time. Cruz has talked about they've got some things up their sleeve. They've got some adjustments. We've already seen one of those on Lotus against KRX go quite well. So let's let Full Sense cook here. It's still only the upper bracket game. They've got more in the tank in lowers if they need it.
Is this correct, by the way?
50-50?
I thought Pilsky picked Full Sense.
No, I went Full Sense.
I
You
usually,
picked Full Sense.
I usually go for Full Sense. I do usually go for Full Sense.
I smelled Cruz on the desk yesterday and he smelled like
All right,
victory.
you were right
it's
about
London time for Full Sense.
Yeah, you were right about GE, so is that why it's just time?
I just think he had so much confidence about how good they were going to be. He felt like this rematch was going to go their way in its entirety. He said this is the best Full Sense of luck. He feels like they're finding their footing, and I find it hard not to believe at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you completely on that, which is why I've gone with Full Sense as well. Pilsky, you're pretty confident about T1 today?
I'm reasonably confident.
On paper, it's good.
I feel like Full Sense have to peak, to be honest.
That's
I think
true.
this has to be a good game from Full Sense if they're going to win the series today. T1, I think that they're just the more informed team. I think they've got better players across the board, whereas some of the players from Full Sense have been very up and down. So, look, let's see what Full Sense has. If they're going to hit their peak form today, run the veto back and win, full credit to them. And finally, we'll see them in an international event.
Yeah, this would be Full Sense's first time going to an international event if they win today, but they are facing against T1, another Masters trophy winning team.
Today's matchup. Buzz. Primi.
It is an exciting day here in Pacific. We're about to find out which team is going to be joining Global Esports in Masters London. But we got T1 facing off against Full Sense. And T1, not only do they have a 10-match winning streak here in Pacific, all of their players have made it to internationals. All their players have earned a trophy. Some even have two. What does Full Sense have to say about that? That is definitely going to be the question for today.
Look, they've been greedy with the trophies over on T1. Is today going to shake up differently? We just saw Buzz and Primi there, two real spearheads of the roster. Now Stax and Kahlua, I think unsung heroes of both of their teams. I think, for me, I can't wait for this game. It's a battle of experience versus the Thai firepower. It's, you know, that kind of structure versus so much flair that both of these teams have. I think across the board, all 10 of these players can truly take over.
Yeah, I mean, talent and potential has never been Full Sense's problem. It's just about composure and getting the wins across the board. For T1, I feel like they just need to do what they always do. They're the expected victors. They're the veterans in this matchup. They have a star-studded roster. But again, there's a few questions of like, how hard was their group potentially?
Well, Full Sense also has their own experienced player in the form of Cruz here, leading the ship, leading in so many different ways. Even last year, he had to do translations when they were on Talent. But one thing in common, Frost, who just qualified to London with his GE team, formally said when he was on Talent with this squad, when Killua finally joined this roster, that this was one of the best teams in the world. And he's saying the same about Global Esports as well. Do you guys believe that? Do you think this is one of the best teams in the world that could be going to Masters London?
I think on their day, yes. That's always been the question for Full Sense. When they play to their best, they look absolutely unbeatable, but sometimes they have that crumble. I think T1 have been more consistent. That's certainly what they have going for them. But, you know, ultimately over on the international stage, they want to run it back. Santiago was not so hot from them.
I mean, if Izu has anything to say about it, then this series is going to be open and shut. This guy has just been phenomenal. He's one of the most entertaining and flexible players to watch in Pacific. I think you're going to have to see, as mentioned before, ceiling from these Full Sense players. Leviathan's been up and down. We had Chip Boys popping off the other day, but he had, you know, that bind game where he went kind of missing a little bit. They managed to get the win regardless. Killua really pops off on the sky, but his numbers drop off a little bit when he's playing some of the rest of the cast. So I think it's just about how consistently can Full Sense step up to the level of a star-studded T1 roster.
I like what we started seeing from Meteor last week. I think this was a little bit closer to the Meteor that we know, but like you guys were pointing out earlier, we still haven't seen Meteor at his peak performance yet. We haven't seen a lot of those Meteor-type plays. We can break that down in a bit, but Jit Boys, on the other hand, with the role swaps, I'm really liking where Full Sense is taking this.
Yeah, I mean, he was often, you know, tasked with playing that Senti role at the end of the day and then stepping into the IGL duties. Now I feel like he's been let loose. He's not even just on Neon. They're trusting him on a whole array of different duelists, and they're trusting him to put up frags across the board. You have the two coaching staff here. The obviously being part of that Full Sense coaching staff, but unable to be with the team right now, puts a little bit more burden on the side of Full Sense. And KDG here for T1, a breath of fresh air into this team.
They're
that
both
had
like our rookies of Pacific this year too. Coaches they are.
I think a good thing for Full Sense is having someone like Sushi Boys in the coaching booth. He's been there and done that. He's been to international events. I think he's able to help in a lot of different ways outside of that just regular traditional coach that comes through a coaching pipeline. So I think for me, this game is going to be 50-50. I'm expecting all 6 maps. I'm expecting back and forth. I'm expecting aces, huge plays, massive amounts of firepower. But we will know we're starting it off on Pearl. Full Sense doubling down and picking it once again into T1.
I think I like it though. Like you said, I have more faith that this is because they figure something out and they are confident on the win. Otherwise, it would be absolutely insanity. There's no other reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I think it really does show the departure of a Full Sense team in a post-Frost era. Frost will be doing all kinds of crazy, weird stuff with his veto.
Yeah.
It is very tight to just say, run it back, and this time we're gonna cook you. Like, I really do feel like they've embraced a little bit more of that energy. It's not obviously just, you know, running the same things, kind of running your head into a brick wall over and over again. There is nuance, there is adjustments. Of course. Cruz has very good reads. They've got very experienced coaching staff at this point. But why did Full Sense pick Pearl again after it has never worked for any other team against T1? Well, this is why.
Yes, I love this. So when we saw this matchup in the group stage, it was T1 that were changing the comp. Now it's Full Sense. They felt like their Cypher was getting countered, so they're moving to that Vice to counter the solo Neon. I love that. And then also with the Duelist, it's now going to be Jit on the Phoenix, and it's going to be Primi on the Jet. Primi on the Jet has been a staple forever. He's so good on that agent. I'm feeling great for Full Sense.
Yeah, T1, they had pretty good attacking sides with this double E-Net, using a lot of their util to get on the site and fight on the site. These guys don't shy away from taking fights or playing the post plant with double E-Net, so I want to see T1 get aggressive yet again.
Well, one thing's for sure is that Pacific has one of the most competitive regions in the world. I think our top 4 teams are definitely going to be the best out there, which is probably why the T1 Full Sense predictions are split amongst talents, including between our casters, Elfish Guy and Quack.
Yeah, thanks so much, Desk. Obviously, a big game coming up here as well. Another spot at London on the line, and we've got T1 and Full Sense taking one another on. What's your take, Quack? What have you got to say for yourself?
For my prediction,
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels like similar to what Big Time said, the confidence. It feels like, you know, especially watching this pro composition right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess that's going to be something that we'll get into in just a second. For me, T1 hard to go past them with the consistency that they've been showing throughout the season so far.
Respect it for sure. I mean, it has been a flawless run for sure for T1. They've been, you know, pretty much incredibly strong throughout every single performance in their group stage, but Full Sense is on that trending upward game, and it's been quite a few years since they made it to an international.
Yeah, well, Full Sense, they dominated KRX yesterday. Remy and Jip Boys were certainly on a bit of a tear, but now it's time for them to take on the final boss of the Korean teams in this stage. T1 with a flawless run in groups, only 1 map lost. Who was it against? It was against Full Sense, so let's see whether or not maybe Full Sense can go one better today.
The rematch, round 2. But for this, I mean, it's T1, kind of the cream of the crop of Korean Valorant right now, at least with current groups. Meanwhile, Full Sense, new composition coming in, is the exact same one that PRX tends to play. Vise can work out so well in countering the Neon. It all depends on how they actually make it work. T1 on the attacking side. They've gone off to a bit of a split. Astra Star is just to control A main.
All right, early presence from Full Sense out of A. They'll be getting that orb, there's no doubt about that. As has become customary, it will go over to the Phoenix, so Jip Boy's already trying to build that run it back up.
Trying to play it faster with the Neon straight down B long. Seeing Thorns though, so he's not too happy. Some kind of coordinated push. Maybe you send the Teo stun towards the back, but a quick check coming out from Cruz the Flash.
Yeah, Primi set up on that line, but there's a possibility he gets swung by multiple players here. That said, Sheriff in hand. This is the kind of guy that you want in a position like this. He can tap away a couple of heads before the round even really kicks off. Distraction in through streets. Now it's Primi's turn to have an impact, and he gets out right in front of Buzz. The slide doesn't matter if you don't even get into it. And so great defense initially from Full Sense. It will push T1 away.
Yeah, quick mid-round call to cancel. Meteor just saw multiple contacts outside of middle. He managed to get away with his life intact, so 4v5 retake perhaps. The sheer wall trip will buy some time for Full Sense to get rotations across, but still ultimately spike down onto A. If they can actually set up positions, you got Alarm Bot, you got Salvos, it could still be pretty good, but look at the path. The pathing that Full Sense is taking, split all across, preventing A main positions to be settled in, but okay, Munchkin on a bit of a lurk as well.
Spike planted.
That was a pretty quick read from Full Sense, but even still, T1 not set up too poorly.
Hang
Galua, he's going to be the toe tickler of the round. Munchkin, unfortunately, doesn't get to take any further part. 3v5 now for T1, so that's a bit of an awkward timing in the end. Meteor, though, says, no thank you very much, I'm not having what you're selling, Full Sense, and we're back straight into a 2-on-2. Primi and Kalua, the two big dogs of the contest so far, are deleted by Stacks. And it doesn't matter how good you are during the regular season as Primi and Kalua, now we're in playoffs and T1 are here to play.
Oh my god. 3v5 pistol post plant. It starts with this, and I've been told if you like toes.
Hey, hang on a second. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm just going to put it out there that is not true.
Previous cast that you had, but either way, this is the ultimate play for the round itself. What a flick, 90 degrees off to the side. He could have whiffed, but thankfully, that's what brought it back alongside Meteor's double. Off to the next round now, and still trying to play counter around the A main presence that Full Sense wants to go for.
Jip Boys once again going to be donated the alt orb. Full Sense try and push their way forward here, like you say. A bit of a setup though from T1. And Full Sense on their way back into A, so no engagement this time around.
Well, coming back to re-clear at least. Just a
bit of drone. Meteor still looking to lurk all around. Munchkin a bit of his own lurk as well. Jesus, what a click. And that's going to be enough for Full Sense to kind of peel off, happy with the pickup. They have information now, and T1 probably not wanting to commit any further to this A site.
Yeah. Again, it's Primi that's able to open the round up. You can see he's definitely having impact. So early signs are good in that respect for Full Sense, that he's still having some kind of impact early in these rounds. Full Sense do need Primi online today, but it'll be tough to win a round like this even with an opening kill. So T1 waltzing their way into B.
30 seconds left.
At least a Bulldog for Full Sense's troubles, at least. If they get close enough, get more guns away, that should be still a pretty nice consolation prize. But T1, they split themselves apart. Just eyes in towards Link. At the same time, everyone else positioned a little bit further apart. Munchkin just checking in case it's the long rotation instead. So kind of a good idea of where Full Sense should be positioned right now. It's either Link or the back of B long. And either T1 goes in for a check or not, but down to it at the end, just maybe dying to the spike still. So nothing too exciting for now, but T1 trying to hold on to their guns to the best of their ability, make it a good potential bonus conversion on the next. We've kind of already seen like what T1's game plan could be, right? It's always just to contest for that A main fight. They know the orb is going to be a pretty big point of contention for Full Sense. And apart from that, if Meteor is just consistently lurking towards middle as well, that's what that Killjoy can do. Play off turret contact. Otherwise, it's also Munchkin to just continue off his own lurk as well. I mean, every single player on T1 just so individually capable right now. And that's always been the story for this team.
This will be the first attempt for Full Sense to really make some inroads. Primi straight away with that operator in hand.
Locating target.
Might get droned out. Deleted in the end before Primi is spotted, so Buzz will be the unfortunate benefactor of that information.
Meteor though, how has he slipped past?
3 rounds in a row though where Primi has found the opening kill. Kind of love to see that for Full Sense. But you're right, Meteor's position here could make all the difference. It's a question of where does he decide to go, and surely not straight back into the operator of Primi. Oh, Primi's fallen off the line, misses the shot, back on in. To safety of the B side. In fact, he makes it his own safe side as he just cleans house. Primi is on a tear today again.
Standing ahead.
Again, the key word, but still low HP now as enough damage is done. Even though Primi was taken down, Jitboys comes back in.
Well, Jitboys was the 1-2 punch yesterday with Primi, and if both of those players are online, then today could be a really good day for Full Sense. I don't imagine there's much in this one, of course, for Meteor. So just going to let that defuse go by. Full Sense will claim the first gun round. 2-1 the score. T1 aware that they're going to have to find a way to deal with Primi if they want to win this map.
And it feels as though, although we did just witness PRX on the Pro as well, this is a much more different approach, much more measured control, and Primi being able to land these incredible shots on the operator. The composition the same, and although they are running back the same Pearl pick against T1, T1 having a flawless run of it so far in the group stage, we're going to have a different story today. Primi being able to find these picks, he's still going with Glass Cannon, and the rest of the team just kind of maybe setting up off of it as well. Do we have a pause?
Looks like we do. Yeah.
But that's what Primi needs to do, you know? It's always the same thing, up B long. The drone is a nice attempt, but if he's not cleared, then he is, well, not cleared. The whole team able to play around it. Jitboys as well, we just saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that's going to be really what I'm looking out for Full Sense, is if Primi and Jitboys are both having same performance as yesterday, then I think they will very much be a handful for T1. Obviously, there's a big conversation point around this Pearl pick from Full Sense, but again, you kind of got to back yourself, and I imagine that they are doing that after a good day yesterday, and you know they even played this map in the regular season, the group stage up against T1, and can learn from that. And to be fair, the only team to take a map from T1 in that group stage as well. It's not such a stretch to imagine that Full Sense could topple them today.
Yeah, it's incredibly possible. The last time that they did play, Full Sense was, let's just say they went out with a whimper. Like, so many big rounds. I think it was an 8-4 first half for T1 on the attacking side, just because they didn't allow for anyone else from Full Sense to come up on top. It was the Neon Phoenix back then, but now, with the adaptations coming in, the Vige as well working out against Buzz's Neon, it's going to be more difficult, I think, for T1 to find clear entry into site. And at the same time, now that you know an operator is in play, it makes you think twice about how you want to take that space. If you go back in to clear out A main, if you do it without drones, without proper utility, Primi could be posted up on an angle that you don't expect. So it's going to have to be a very careful approach now. It's still early days.
Well, just to update everyone as to what's happening. It's just a keyboard issue on the Full Sense side that looks to be getting worked on at the moment. Should be sorted pretty quickly. And one of those things that you want to make sure you've got all sorted before the game gets a little bit too deep.
Definitely one of those things to not be tinkered with during the game. How are you liking it so far, though? So far with today's games.
Look, I will say, if this game goes the distance, if we go to 3 maps for this one, my throat might be in a bit of trouble. 2 big days in a row. Yesterday was a pretty quick day, actually, all things considered. But backing it up, that's not the easiest thing in the world. So we'll see if I lose my voice tomorrow. We'll see. It, I think, largely depends on how this game actually does play out.
How about your heart rate?
There's been moments, for sure. I think the GE win certainly got it going a little bit. I mean, that was such a cool story.
Oh.
It's one of those things that you don't really think it's going to happen. You don't really believe until it's locked in, because they did feel like such underdogs coming into that game. This game feels a little bit different. I feel like this is a bit more of a 50-50, as Morgan said on the desk there. Both teams obviously very, very strong during the group stage. T1 haven't had to play so far in the playoffs, but Full Sense looked great yesterday. So I could see a world where either of these teams to actually pull this one off. But we're back in here for round 4, and Primi is wanting to have an impact early. This time a missed shot, but he is able to dash back out to safety. He's also got Cruz there to just wait patiently for Buzz, who's having a real rough time of starting this map off.
Gunned down by Izu, though, through the smokes, and now straight defaults. It's again 2 lurks, Munchkin and Meteor. Players that Full Sense aren't fully aware of just yet. They're thinking about it, though, getting the rotations back in. Not seeing too much movement, but around mid doors, you got to be careful.
Primi, good for another one. He is all over the map at the moment. It doesn't seem to matter where T1 goes.
It's pretty big, though. With Cruz being gunned down, there's not that much information off still, so players still needed to be posted up by Link. You're thinking about A now. At the very least, you have Leviathan inside of A main, and that's extra as comfortable position.
How is he everywhere? How is he always where he needs to be? Primi has just got such an intuitive read right now. Jitboy's in there for another. This round has kind of fallen apart for T1. You're seeing this very slow, methodical style from T1, and I think a lot of that largely is because Buzz is just getting absolutely booked on every entry. They can't go anywhere fast, but they are just getting picked apart in both of these 2 rounds. It's Primi finding a kill with the operator, and then slowly, one by one, T1 losing players around the map, and then the round is kind of over.
You're absolutely right. It's just darn incredible how this guy's consistently repositioned to the right spots now. Gets the first one, sure. Back over onto mid doors. Yeah, okay, you can kind of count that. But inside of connector and just being able to find the next one off of it as well. That is something to behold. Timeout forced from T1. And they really have their work cut out for them. You got to deal with, potentially Cruz with a huge obstacle on the Vise utility. You've got to deal with Primi on this operator. And with a composition like what T1 is employing, I mean, I don't know. Recon just to force Primi off of a line, perhaps? The Sova drone's going to be, or Sova Recon's going to be quite crucial. Otherwise, if you're relying on just Buzz's movement alone, that's a little bit risky.
Yeah. Again, solo duelists into this setup, it's not been fun so far.
for Buzz, and if he doesn't find a way to activate it, it's just going to go from bad to worse, I think, for T1. Not really expecting it necessarily in this round. Maybe the ulti coming through from Stacks can make a bit more space for Buzz, sort of unsettle some of the defenders. But it's been pretty grim so far. Buzz is going to have another crack here at trying to open up a bit of space.
Oh, look at Full Sense though. Prowler, Primi posted up A main. They're already all set up around the A site, so T1 has to really rethink their decisions. They are clearing out some early utility. Now they could still go back over onto B. Of course, they're not entirely privy to that information yet. 2 Prowlers sent.
Again, slow and steady wins the race here. As far as T1 are concerned, they really don't want to try to push the issue too much. That drone has spotted Primi. So info given, and Primi's really under pressure here. He's getting flanked in from behind by Buzz. That's a little bit more like it for T1. Nothing Kahlua could have done about it. Smoked off. Primi out on an island.
No spike yet though. T1 just in position now, trying to mark the flanks, but Cruz!
It's a sharp shot. And you're right, Spike hasn't gone down just yet with 35 seconds here. T1 will need to get a bit of a wriggle on and get that plan down. Full sense of more or less made that full rotate across. Jipboy's calling on the run it back, and he gets some value out of it as he finishes off Stacks. So player advantage now for Full Sense on this retake. T1 though with some retrieved weapons, still in with a chance. Op shot connects. Buzz having an impact in this round. 2 kills for him so far, but it'll be no more. It's on to Izu. Can't get it done. Full Sense have another, but that's not some bad damage done by T1 in the round.
Yeah, start to build up to more ults. Maybe. Lockdown would be nice. Overdrive could be pretty sweet as well. But thinking about the round alone, I mean, it's a lovely attempt. But when it came down to the actual site itself, although they managed to find, incredible pathing and stuns on towards Primi, Cruz taking a shot towards the back just gives them, an equal footing. And then it's that sort of stalemate between both teams on the site. T1 was trying to wait and see if there would be that early rotation, early flood back in from Full Sense. But Full Sense were doing the same thing. And as soon as they heard the tap, in with Run It Back. Operator brought back in as well, and Primi goes to same position. So T1 just overrun him.
Primi again, gonna try for a similar angle, maybe a little less aggressive this time around. No connection there onto Buzz, but draws out the peak. He's going to stick around. He can still dash back for half a second and eventually has to pull it. So space is taken by T1. Oh, Primi wants to re-aggress onto that line. It's bold, but he backs himself, and why not? He's barely missing at this point. He's going to go again. He is going to go again. This is just what he does. Never mind.
Yeah, high-low on the other side. Okay, that's a wise call. Meteor on the lurk.
Ooh, this time Jipboys doesn't get the timing right. It's a crucial pick for Meteor. Let's T1 back in the conversation a little bit.
My goodness. Oh, Primi has repositioned as well, though. So even with the lockdown in, he can find a pick.
I'm going to try and play in front of it here. Cruz and Primi to try to back him up. Oh, a missed shot.
Okay.
That felt like it was a foregone conclusion. Primi to take it for free, but not the case. So they get pushed away. That will allow the spike to go down.
Killa trying to allow for Primi to come back in. So still more utility to go off of, and Primi has Blaze Storm available, just no dash just yet. Kind of waits for the smoke to dissipate first, but a second one comes up, and T1 starts to push them back with the drones and recons now.
Yeah, that is some costly timing. Tagged up by that recon bolt as well, so that slows things down even further. It's go time. Has to be for Full Sense. Primi will catch Meteor, but still more to find as Kahlua starts to filter his way on through for 2. Helped out by Leviathan. Full Sense are low-key kind of making this look easy.
Yeah, I actually might agree. I just can't believe that even without, the most ideal situation or the right tools per se, it still would be Primi as the catalyst. He just updrafts, floats down the air, spots a player out by the barrel, manages to get 2 knives in, or 3 at least, right before the kills go through. And then the team just kind of goes in for the trades off of that. Just incredible kind of trade protocols that you're seeing from everyone else. No one's really overheating or anything just yet. And they're still getting the right reads over the map. T1 playing it slow. They're still trying to go off of that double lurk, Meteor Munchkin style, but it's not always good. And now, Primi again.
That's the game plan for Full Sense, isn't it? Primi go kill. And he's been doing a pretty good job of it so far. It will continue as he's landed one onto Munchkin. I mean, count the opening kills. I think it's almost every single round at this point for Primi. He's been chased down here by Buzz, but traded out as, well, Buzz actually didn't get the kill in the beginning anyway. So, rough going, unfortunately, for T1 at the moment. They're still trying to secure this site, but Full Sense are going to preempt that and push their way back in. Cruz for the double, drops the spike, and where is Meteor? Well, he is up to some trickery. He's kind of really living up to his name. He's out in space at this point.
Oh, you had to do it to him. That's lovely. I mean, he really was. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan was, if everyone was just to commit into B, but Meteor being over on A side tries to cut off players as they try to rotate. He managed to find Leviathan, but not early enough. He was alone. What I want to see from T1, though, is something more
30 seconds left.
impactful, explosive. You've got stacks on the Hunter's Fury for the past couple rounds now. Surely that could count for something to push Primi off the op lines. Instead, it's dry contacts, and Primi takes that every day. Jitboys as well.
Well, I suspect the game plan in that instance is Buzz slides in onto Primi and actually kills him. You know, because it looks like he catches him off guard here, but still kind of doesn't get it done.
Yeah, I've got my own shotgun. It's a sawed-off.
Does the job. Yeah, nothing really working out here for T1. They are really struggling to get into these sites without losing players.
Ooh, okay. Don't want to translate that. But you might see, with the next round now coming in, more commitment from T1.
I don't think so. I mean, again, they're just so passive, so reserved, and that is giving time for Primi to work. He's pushed his way out B.
All the way up.
Careful.
Might not be able to get out of dodge, though.
He's on the line, waiting for the peak. It's just a question of whether or not he hits his shot. He's always there, always where he needs to be. His reads have been impeccable. This time, will be spotted out by that drone. Just going to push his way back to the pillar.
You are divided.
Cruz is close by as well, so support.
That's awkward. Cruz is able to hold on to the streets push. And Primi's here now as well. He says that I can get it done with the long-range weapon or the short-range weapon.
Jitboys has arrived too.
Give me a chance. Molly to try to slow T1 down. I don't think they need any help slowing down at this point because they have been playing incredibly reserved, and it seems as though they're even still a little bit scared about making their way into B here.
Both sides just waiting for the smokes to drop.
Yeah, waiting for all that util
30 seconds
to go
left.
down. Primi here. Could be on for two, could be on for none this time. In the end, though, Cruz and Jitboy still seem like they've got it on lock. Cruz's position, a strong one, eventually dug out, but Leviathan is there to filter through and bring it down to the 1v1. Stax is low. He's got the spike, 14 seconds. Smoke starting to fade. Leviathan surely knows where Stax is coming from here. This is a free kill if I've ever seen one. Another round for Full Sense.
Oh, the freest. Already knew where the spike was going down. Nice try, but still, the brawl's not working out for T1. I never thought I would have to say that. Full Sense. I mean, if Primi goes down, Jitboy steps up. If Jitboy goes down, you got everyone else. Killua, even Cruz coming back in for some support. Leviathan is the final, I guess, raid boss in this round at least. But that's what works out for this Thai squad currently. T1 really tried some trickery. They tried to slow things down, but it's still not working out. Let's pick up the pace, perhaps, maybe, while Primi continues to go off on his own. 1-4 split still.
Well, a bit more presence shown by T1 early in this round as they claim space outside of A, but again, for all the good that's going to do.
Well, that's the default they want to operate off of. Back over onto Primi, and they've got stars this time, but he's taken a huge off angle.
He's just so aggressive, isn't he? He's just backing himself. And I really like that from Primi. He's hitting his shots at the moment. Drone may not spot him. Oh, okay, missed shot. Buzz now will try to chase him down. Primi dashing back. He's been spotted. He's stuck. He needs help. He's not going to get it. This time, Buzz claims the opener. So Primi might have to start reining it in a little bit. T1 are certainly trying to take him out of these rounds. Jitboys with the re-aggression. It's a 1-for-1. Munchkin not doing too poorly and opens up the door for Meteor to work into A on the timing.
Yeah, that's that pace. It's a bit more controlled, but still being able to find it quickly into sight. It's something that Full Sense weren't fully expecting. So now, as Killua steps in, it's already Meteor in the forward line, but goes down anyway. Even though the haunt doesn't really land, at least he could be able to look for some wallbang shots, but it's not safe enough.
Oh, well, Stuck's under a bit of pressure here on the site. Killua trying to wrap in and finds him in the back of the head. Buzz's position now given away. Cruz will be aware of where both of these players are. He hears Buzz backing off.
Buzz is slippery, though.
Yeah, it's a tough ask now for Cruz to try to catch up to him and just jiggle peeking on that corner. Overstays is welcome. Is this still winnable for Cruz? Maybe it's not. So he's pushed away from that defuse. He's going to have to tap it again, try to draw that peek through from Izu, who is ever so reliable. The half secured. Not sure it's going to be enough here for Cruz, though. Izu has it on lock. Finally, T1 have another.
For the first time in, I think, 5 actual full rounds. A thrifty is how T1 put themselves back on the board. Incredible. You start off with, well, Primi, massive cojones. But then he goes down at the end with a sudden shotgun play. Towards the beast, I mean the EA side though, then Cruz makes it his best effort, tapping the spike and everything, but Mr. Reliable Izu arrives on the crime scene. So the same proceedings now with T1 operating off of this initial approach. They're expecting Primi to be over by B, but repositions are at hand.
It's going to be that same take for T1 into A main. Jip Boy's trying to get aggressive on that line this time around. A change up from Primi's position into mid. Meteor, for a second, looked like he would walk into it. Oh, he still might. Primi goes on better this time. He's not going to be out of the conversation for long.
Yeah, didn't expect him there, did them? But still, out from A site, the 4-1 be something that T1 hasn't really seen yet. Primi, what?
He just doesn't stop. He just does not stop. He thinks he's like the main character in this movie, which, to be fair, he might be.
Yes, he is him.
Himmy.
Himothy.
Well, Himothy strikes again.
Spike down mid.
And he really does seem like he's got plot armor at this point because he just seems to keep getting out of these situations. He could go for one more, misses the flick. Of course, a tough one onto the sliding Neon, but he's well and truly done his job.
Yeah, numbers advantage. Instantly, the rotation slowly coming across. Killua can slow it down with Nightfall, but Buzz has slipped through.
Didn't get tagged by it, no. So already across. The Prowler does seek him out in the end. They'll be aware there's a player in the back hall. We're back to that post plant now with the plant going down on behalf of T1. Jip Boys finding Buzz's position for Killua. So 2 players left to defend, no ultis available. This will be a tough hold for T1. Munchkin needs to land that shot. Now stuck in the corner. I don't think he's got anywhere to go, and the wall keeping Izu isolated. Can't help Munchkin. This should surely be another round for Full Sense. Defuse tapped, Cruz finishes it off. Full Sense up to 7. They're on their merry way on the defensive Pearl right now.
I don't lose.
Could be 9-3. We'll have to see. But that is just light work. You know, it kind of looked like a, what, 4v3, 4v2. But it really is 5, just because you got that run it back. There's incredible ways to, first of all, I mean, insane. He's got screw loose, just pushing all the time. No escape plan, but still lands incredible shots. And then for the trades to come in, the numbers advantage always belonged to Full Sense. T1 are starting off rounds always losing, you know, to first bloods, first picks, and working at a disadvantage from that point. Now they're, you know, coming in with a scrounched up arsenal as well, and once again trying to deal with Primi.
Reserved approach for T1, and this time actually a little bit more of a reserved approach for Full Sense as well. Do have Leviathan that's just jiggling on that line, sees the info.
Yeah, just a bit, and that might be enough. 3 players, there's a slight high-low, you still have all those traps.
Pulls the push out of, that's an interesting phrase, pulls the push out of Primi, but it's exactly what it's done. He's pushed his way down B, he's not seen anything, and so Full Sense are able to pre-rotate the rest of their forces over toward A. They've got 4 players to defend. Hunter's Fury going through. Izu connecting for a couple as well. Full sense with the numbers. Unable to hold on to A.
What just happened? Izu, Salvos manages to break apart the high-low. Primi left in the 1v3.
If anyone's going to win it, it will be Primi, but...
You get 1 kill, get the Blaze Storm out.
Spotted out. It's a really tough ask. I mean, this is just such a solid post-plant setup.
I want to see him try, though. Oh.
No, he's not going to give it a crack. Wants to save that operator through to the next round. Makes sense. Full sense. Still have a strong lead here. They can play for the 8-4.
Yeah, fair enough. But again, I think the execution from T1 is a sight to behold. We should get that on a replay because the salvos, the stuns, must have been something. Maybe Buzz with a relay bolt as well. And Full Sends were kind of trapped in their spots. Meanwhile, there's that one corner from Leviathan, but wasn't quite able to drag the crosshair across the screen accurately. And at the end, again, it's another round that T1 puts on the board through a Thrifty.
That replay that you're talking about.
Yeah, stunned. Hit by the missiles.
It's just so much to dodge for Full Sense, right? You talk about the salvos, there's obviously a Hunter's Fury in there as well. A lot going on. So despite the fact that Full Sense have got 4 players over on that site, they just can't find really enough comfort.
It's amazing.
Ooh, hang on, this could be a brawl at the start of this round. Full Sense look like they want to go aggressive outside of A. Maybe not.
Okay, quick call to disengage, perhaps with some utility to haunt, or I mean the recon. Still though, back over onto middle. Meteor in a corner.
Just around the corner. Not going to quite catch off Meteor too hard, but Jip Boys gets the job done anyway. Double for Full Sense to start the round. Jip Boys on a absolute rampage. He's just reminding us that he kind of exists as well, you know? We have that same problem as we had yesterday where it's like, oh yeah, Primi's pretty good. Primi's really a good player. I love Primi. And then Jip Boys is like, I exist too.
Yeah, let me have some of the spotlight. Munchkin, though, out from the shadows, will be silenced. And it's a flawless for Full Sense. We can't forget Jit Boys. What a Chad. What a lad. The Phoenix just quickly asserting himself back through B-Link, or Art specifically. And that's just actually, a big call from the entirety of Full Sense as well. So many rounds where they've played kind of off of Primi's operator positions or just settling down, but suddenly seeing nothing much else outside of A, they decide to pivot back over the mid, and it's a quick one. So T1 weren't expecting it, and that's going to be that 4-8 first half. T1, not the same scoreline that we saw them play last.
No, it was a reverse, in fact, was it not? It was 8-4 for T1, I think you said earlier. So it's a bit of a recovery for Full Sense, that's for sure.
Come on, do the pose. I don't think she's got the game. I think she's trying to hide her face.
Shy.
They do tend to be that, but
just gonna leave you on camera for the full 20 seconds. How about that? Do the pose or you stay on camera.
Do it.
Oh, big flex.
Ooh, there we go. A lot of Korean fans for sure here to support T1, but some for Primi. Well, not just Primi, but Killua as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been a fan of Killua throughout this season so far, but yeah, Primi just staring into my soul, and I think staring into T1's setups on the attack in that half as well, because it seemed like he knew exactly where he needed to be.
I'm not gonna lie, with that portrait, he does kind of look like that anime protagonist as well. Kind of half glazed over eyes, and he just has that confidence. He's oozing aura.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, oh my God, you're with the kids. Still though, while we're seeing the stat lines being put across right now, it's Full Sense very much so in command. Primi Killua also up there. Now onto the attack. That's where you should see a lot more involvement from the initiators. Cruz on his journey as a lurker as well outside of A.
It's a bit more of a retake setup over on B here, isn't it? You've got all of the
Killjoy utility. It should be, especially with the double initiator that T1 are playing, so recon shouldn't be a problem for them. Well, just a question of how they're going to get their good reads. Some decent damage onto Primi for now.
It's okay. Rotate back over to the other side, and that is a very nice shot for Cruz to start this pistol round. Say a pistol around in the back pocket here for Full Sense might be a death sentence for T1 on the map.
That's Cruz. I mean, he heard him running. And then now you suddenly decide to pivot back over to an A split. I think that Stax already trying to get a good read for it.
Yeah. That's a good shot. Stax gets the better of Jit Boys. It's not going to slow down the progression at all, though, for Full Sense. They're happy to take the site and chase Stax down. Buzz not quite there for 2. Plant attempt is in.
30
Retake.
seconds left.
It's a long way away here for T1, but a solo push out here for Cruz. If he loses this duel, all of a sudden, it's back to the 2-on-2. Good damage in onto Meteor. He's just trying to buy the time as much as he can now. Munchkin gets Kahlua, but Cruz survives against Meteor. That was scary for a moment. Now, though, Munchkin with a lot to do, and the fast flank in behind him gets the better of it. Full Sense, 9-4. They take the pistol in the second half, trying to rain on T1's parade.
And it has been quite the drizzle for now. Might turn into a torrential downpour depending on how the next few rounds could go. Big scoreline, big momentum found just because of this pistol. They go B, they go A. And with the way they worked around the post plant as well, I mean, it was quick reactions from Stax and Buzz, you know, especially Meteor pushing up B long. But even then, Cruz going back towards A main made all the difference. Stayed alive just long enough. Doesn't always land a shot, but still enough damage found. T1 pushing up A.
Cruz says no thanks. Forces them away, and it's a pretty fast progression from Full Sense over toward B. Smoke will be pulled, but I don't think it's going to matter to Full Sense at all. Kahlua wanting to clear out Munchkin and does get that job done nice and easy. Plant goes down on B. Tough ask ahead here for T1.
Yeah, sheer wall will be triggered as well, so alerted to the flank. And then you've got more smokes and walls, just a little gap. Block off Heaven and Link.
Oh, that's an easy kill for Cruz. And an easy round for Full Sense as well. It kind of feels like a bit of a walk in the park for Full Sense at the moment.
Yeah, Buzz did not look comfortable.
Yeah, Pearl has just been pretty breezy for them. Lotus up next is T1's map pick, but with the way that Full Sense is looking at the moment, I've got my doubts.
I know, right? They played that against PRX yesterday as well. Now it's just seeing who's going to get more ult points, I suppose. And Primi builds up to it. Izu, oh, he comes out. Actually managed to get 2 more than his opponents. But nobody died to the spike as well. Full Sense just clearly reading, all right, there's a big push up on A. Let's run it down B. We get the spike. We do everything, you know, according to the book. And if they can continue to perform to this degree of smoothness, it's going to work out quite well for them as they reach close to double digits now. Well, actually, they have reached double digits. But beyond that would be nice.
Bring glory.
Very middling performance from T1 so far. Nobody really popping off in the same way that we've come to expect.
That makes you question, though, does T1 suddenly then decide to get a lot more proactive? Not yet. They're hearing a lot of active movement down B.
Again, fast play from Full Sense. It's Primi that's going to send it in with a dash, trying to find anybody, but hasn't seen anyone just yet. Cruz has gone down. Munchkin's on the side still. Trades do come through in the end for Full Sense in the blink of an eye. Primi and Kahlua strike, and now we're back to a 2-on-2. Primi is going to try and stand and deliver, but will be pushed away by that Teho util. Kahlua repositioning, wants to get aggressive. Drone spots him out. He's tagged up. Oh, that shock dart will do it. No, it won't. The shots in from Stax required. Primi alive has been the hero time and time again for Full Sense. Can he do it again here against Stax, who is in his second one-on-one of the map, and this one is desperately needed for T1, but the odds are stacked against him. He's going to tap that defuse, gets to halfway, but the shots are good enough from Primi. It wasn't perfect, it needed a spray, but the job is done, and 11 is up for Full Sense.
And T1 now definitely frazzled. If T1 isn't, Stax 100% is. Look at how he ruffled his hair at the last bit.
Yep.
Primi shooting down into his corpse. Oh, you can't do him like that, man. Incredible plays. He went all around. Stax still kind of had a good read for it of where Primi would end up. But ultimately still, it's the trades. It's the fights. And these ones, Full Sense will tend to win just because they're playing that double duelist. They've got all these flashes. They got all the setups over onto site. Meteor wanting to push up, but it's going to be discouraged from it.
Flash around the corner to, again, set Primi up.
on the line. It's dire straits for T1, isn't it? It's not what we expected at all. Expected a competitive match, and this has really been anything but. And this is not the time to go missing as T1. You can't go flawless in the group stage and then just fumble it in your first playoffs game. That is not the story that you want to be writing. Off angle here for Stax is going to be good for one, but more than that is still a question mark. He's got the 2, and it's nice, but it's not quite enough to finish this round off yet for T1. It's still very much hanging in the balance.
If anything, it just might be Munchkin to get a good read of, no players outside of B. So if somehow Buzz, Izu can slow things down, find some damage along the way, they might still be able to ring out this round. Full sense all the setups though, and they have flashes and everything to boot.
Trouble is that T1 can't push for any info any further than where Munchkin is right now. He could just as easily get picked off. In the end, Izu is all that's required, apparently. Primi and Jitboy's down, and Leviathan is building a wall of smokes that will not matter. 11-5. So T1 have another. But it is a threatening scoreline. They have a lot to come back from.
Individual moments, you win rounds off of hero plays, and we all know those aren't the most reliable or most consistent things, but that's exactly what T1 is built on. Stax, Izu, with the multi-kills in this round to bring it up. Full Sense still have so much left in the tank. It's just one of these misnomer rounds where a lot of information is being taken up. Suddenly, Full Sense maybe could decide to go a little bit faster. They have a lot of ultimates.
Flash around the corner here for Jitboys. So, Ult Orb on offer for Full Sense.
I want to watch out for Meteor.
I want to watch out for this A site. Run it back is in play. Jitboys is pushed away. Primi trying to chase Meteor down, but there is just no escape from Primi when he's on. That Hunter's Fury ripped here from Stax to try and slow down the progress of Full Sense, but I don't think they're going to be denied at this point.
Try, maybe get a lucky wallbang.
It's not the full commitment from Full Sense that we might have expected. They've actually set themselves back up in art. Wait for any re-aggression here for T1. They know they've got that opening pick, so T1's going to be wondering where is the setup from Full Sense.
You kind of know either down through B-Link or still inside of art. That's why they're starting to drone out towards B-Link now. T1 has the read. Just waiting for Full Sense to find that assertion back in. The flash has come back, maybe the haunt as well. Stax already has the recon though. They're coming back in.
Yeah. Primi once again going to be the point man alongside Jitboys. Smoke in the face of Buzz. That opens up the angles for Jitboys. Beautiful util usage.
Spike
And
planted.
Full Sense very much on the cards here for 12. Stax looks like he wants to have a crack at this one round the corner, but there's just no way you are getting anything done there with multiple players looking on that line. Jitboys gets his 3rd for the round. This will be 12 for Full Sense, and this has been an utter demolition of T1 so far today.
Full Sense just came in like that wrecking ball. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just all these incredible rounds set up. 4 players inside, they find the mid-round adaptations, they find themselves, without, the most common tools either still, but waiting for the right timing, waiting for Cruz to make the call. They actually put Thorns in, they have the little cloudburst smoke, and they come in like a quick SWAT team, just being able to clear out, sweep the angles on both ends outside of Secret and Dugout. 12 now, map point found. And T1 still has not found an answer, and I think that's another little head-to-head that I kind of want to point out. While most rounds we're seeing flashy plays from Primi, Jitboys, players that we cannot forget are Cruz and Munchkin as the IGLs. Cruz is doing incredible work on this initial first map pick that they have prepared from the past weeks. Ever since that recent loss against T1, you can imagine they've been in the lab just running, trialing a lot of these, comps and rounds just to find that win against T1. It's a great mid-round adaptation from that previous one, and one that forces out the final time out to see if T1 can still give us any signs of life before we actually maybe head over onto Lotus.
Yeah, that'll be the really big thing here for T1, is it's just got to be some kind of momentum pulled back. You can't be letting Full Sense go into this second map having demolished you
on map 1. Nobody's really gotten going. You know, no one's fired up for T1. All the fans have turned out. We're in Korea. You know, it's a Korean team.
They just had T1 home ground.
And this
Executor was repping for him.
Nothing. There's just nothing.
It's
Full Sense, with a miracle run through these playoffs so far, they are looking like they are just, I guess, the arbiters of Korean Valorant at this moment. They are just running through all of those teams.
PRX taken down. T1 next on the block. And this might be the match that sends them back to an international as well. Helmed or led by Cruz. Big man, big ups, and big plays with the Prowler down into mid. Meteor trying to set one up.
Munchkin, no, okay. It's an awkward fight there for Primi as he gets caught off guard. Tried to use the movement to keep himself alive, but not going to happen this time around. So off the back of the timeout, T1 look like they are having some success, but let's not count out the possibility of a recovery here for Full Sense, although with Jip Boys out of the picture, I think that's going to be a tough ask. 12-6. T1 saved themselves a little bit, but it's a long way to go before this really starts to convince me.
Yeah. Full 6 rounds. T1 are close to their ultimates as well, though, so we'll keep our eyes on that for now, because they could string those together and find some momentum back in. But then again, Full Sense, I feel like we haven't seen the extent of their strat book. This is just one of those where you kind of throw it away because the timeout was called and you weren't fully expecting perhaps for T1 to make a play like that. Meteor just dry walking outside of Art. Suddenly, we're back into it with an A-main push, but Full Sense are just waiting off to the other side.
Full Sense happy to take the slow approach, similar to T1.
Big alt round could be a factor as well. I just noticed that Full Sense are close to their own. If they can bait out ultimates from T1,
Look at this push though from Stacks. This is really bold, but it is working a absolute treat. He's going to run into the wall.
No info around middle though.
I mean, they could just walk their way into A. Is Full Sense going to make that read? It seems as though they will. Cruz has been calling up a storm over the past couple of days, and this looks to be another inspired choice from him. He's threaded the needle. Assuming they go A, assuming they do end up deciding to finish on A, but they slowed it down, and now T1 is on the move.
Kahlua to lurk.
It is Kahlua that's watching that line, but falls to Buzz, and that's going to start to inform the rotate here of Full Sense. They're going to go back into streets. They want to challenge. They want to try to catch T1 unawares.
This is Cruz.
Oh, this is huge.
No.
They've fully rotated off B. You are kidding me.
And look at Primi as well. He's still hovering around. Just careful with the sewer approach.
Okay, Meteor's come back, but it's too little too late. 19 seconds on the clock. Full Sense are going to get themselves a nice plant on a B. It's going to prompt the full rotate. Primi still holding on to streets. Jip Boys gets himself one, but Cruz does fall. That lockdown going to try to push Full Sense forward. They go back to try to reinforce themselves. Jip Boys is a dead man. Meteor's all over that. That's 2 freebies for him, and now a 3rd as well. It's all on the shoulders of Primi. And if anyone can get it done, it might be him, but Meteor on a real tear this round. Saves T1 in what could have been a really embarrassing affair.
They came close to it. Maybe a circus show with multiple players just running all around the map, but Meteor, the astronomical play just to finally find that read. Had an inkling for it, went back into check, and I thought it was a little bit odd to leave Kahlua on the lurk as he's the initiator player, but that was a call from Cruz to try and lead his team to the rounds, but Meteor reading the run it back, finds the positioning from Jit Boys, and then sets himself up for multiple kills. That's exactly what you've been needing. It just came a little bit too late on this map, but who knows? Money's broke for Full Sense.
And it ain't over yet. T1 though, the recovery still requiring 5 in a row. It's a pretty tough ask. Cruz trying to get up to some funny business. And looks like he might just get chased down. Still grabs one for his trouble, so that's a pretty good effort. High-low here for Izu and Stacks. Makes short work of Kahlua, and the fight into streets has not worked out. Meteor! Oh, can't quite finish it off, but job's done. 8 now for T1, getting closer.
Okay, and still some ultimates in the pocket too. Buzz bringing out the operator now. That's another thing to think about. I mean, one of these rounds where you just kind of write it off with the pistols coming out from Full Sense, but
there was a slight moment where you could be thinking about how T1 tends to operate on the defense. They love to play around information, pushing up B. They've been going up B unchecked for the past several rounds now. Full Sense might be able to a good read over that, but suddenly with the operator out, you just never quite know. Buzz might be tempted to push up A main, but not for the time being. Utility just going to give Full Sense some kind of control as they come back into reclear.
Drone's clearing a lot of space. So Buzz is going to be setting himself up on the line with the op. Full Sense are not going to be ready for this. Ooh, hang on, they're past the line.
I might see his shoulder.
Yeah, that swing. Boy, Buzz, he gets the collat. You'll take that if you're T1.
And then just to sit comfortably now, you've seen that many Full Sense players around A. So still a pretty good idea of where they could be. Even Munchkin tempted to go over and check, but he's just going to sit pretty for now while Cruz does some scouting of his own. Difficult round to call, though. They're trying to pull the attention away with that Prowler. A little bit awkward from Stacks, but still the intention pretty clear. They want to see Full Sense are ending up on A, and now they found it.
It's just like me on the Sova. I'm not sure it's going to be very easy to get into this site. Izu holding the ult. And again, denying any entry to Full Sense. Just pushed away. Cruz was isolated and dealt with. Kalua's going to right back in here to try to find Munchkin, and let's get that kill on the way out.
15.
But is there a time to rotate? I don't think so.
Save.
10
They're just going to
seconds
save.
Yeah, you need the guns, you need the money. And with every round that passes by, it's starting to look like it's a little bit more possible. Jordan, I mean, look at this. Meteor's 2 away from his ult. Buzz and Munchkin still sitting theirs, and those could be strong for retakes if it comes to that point. Right now, we just haven't really seen Full Sense even. Oh! Wow, what a sick replay. We haven't really seen Full Sense even getting the spike down. Slow approaches, and in all that time, we've kind of turned the tables around. It's Full Sense starting to be able, T1 starting to be able to set up with their ops and deep positions, which feeds them so much information. If not, big collateral kills. So hopefully with Jit Boys, well, no, excuse me, Sushi Boys. Oh, it's the boys.
The boys.
Are
you telling me you're a believer here for T1 right now?
I could be.
You could be.
Yeah.
But not yet. So what do you need to see to believe?
All right, I do believe. I see the ultimates.
Seeing is believing, as they say.
Yeah, there we go. I really think I do. You got the ults. If it does come to shove, you know, you got Munchkin and Buzz for a potential retake on a sudden overdrive, and they can always fast blood back in. Meteor kind of cycles his through towards a lockdown, and they're just kind of doing so well right now to continue to control space. This time out, though, I don't know, Full Sense could suddenly decide to get a lot more pacey, a lot more aggressive on a dime. We've got fans praying in the crowd, dude.
Yeah, I think a quicker play here from Full Sense could just catch T1 off guard. It's been pretty slow and methodical on both sides. Got the operator out again here for Buzz. Yeah, he could do something Primi-esque in this second half if he's given room to work.
Uh-oh. Buzz v Primi.
Buzz on the push. Primi's timing looks okay. So Buzz falls away from the line. Primi takes that space. Timing works out there for Full Sense. They very quickly take middle.
Izu's heard the noise. So it's a big call as well. And look at where Stacks is once again. It's another round where we're going topsy-turvy.
It's a very similar setup, isn't it? Drone out to try to clear out Art. Spots the push of Full Sense on their way through.
Oh, position confirmed. The Prowler saw Stacks. Full Sense going in for the kill.
Yeah, they're going in for everything. Stacks deletes Primi, but he cannot survive. Got that Cosmic Divide up. And it is Full Sense working their way into this A site as a result. T1 wanting to push their way past it, but Nightfall's going to be invested as well. Everything is going into this round for Full Sense. They have to win it here. Meteor has been the difference maker in the last couple of rounds for T1, and he looks to do so again.
Killed my bot.
Full Sense, I mean, they're almost calling the cancel right here. Meteor will be brought down by Leviathan. This could just be it. Full Sense lose a couple of heads. It's a 1v1. Will Izu save the day? Kalua has spotted him out.
Spike needs to be collected. There's 20 seconds left. Izu will allow that to happen.
Take your time, son. You got quite a bit to go. Meanwhile, Izu has the stun, so you kind of want to watch out for that as well.
Oh, the peek through. Not dealt with either player so far. Missing their shots, and Kalua finally hits one. It is Full Sense who will fulfill the expected result on map 1, 13-9. It took them a little longer than it probably should have, but they do get Pearl over the line.
Yeah, who would have thought a simple duel in a 1v1 would be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I mean, multiple rounds where you see those ultimates slowly starting to come in, and they finally let that all go in this final bit where 2 Cosmic Divides come in. Buzz gets a little bit too ahead of himself, the overdrive, and with the duels going through, Meteor, Munchkin still trying to bring it back, but at the end, just Full Sense always had this one still. I mean, the team just looks so comfortable, even in the most awkward of positions.
We got interview down on the stage with Sushi Boys.
Jen here with Coach Sushi Boys of Full Sense and LVY for translation. Congratulations on Pearl, Sushi Boys. Talk to us about moving Primi off of the Phoenix, putting him on the Jet, and Jip Boys on the Phoenix. What was the plan?
ก็เปลี่ยนพิมมี่เป็นเจ็ตแล้วก็จิตบอยมาเป็นฟินิกซ์ทำไม
ก็เพราะว่าหลักๆทีมเราขาดสไนครับแล้วว่าพิมมี่เล่นสไนได้ดีด้วยก็เลยรู้สึกว่าให้พิมมี่ไปจับเจ็ตแล้วก็คอมฟอร์ตด้วย
The team is missing an operator player so he moved Primi to playing jet and more active on the opping side.
Okay, and how much emphasis was put on making your defense stronger? And what was it like for you watching that last round, you know, trying to get to closing out the Pearl?
ทำอะไรบ้างแบบเตรียมพร้อมอะไรบ้างกับตอนมาเจอทีวันเนี่ยแล้วก็ราวสุดท้ายรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็ตอนการหลักๆก็เรากำหนดพื้นที่ที่เราต้องการครับแล้วเราควรได้แค่นั้นเลยแล้วก็ในเรื่องของราวสุดท้ายผมคิดว่าตรงนั้นมันคือจุดบอดก็เลยบอกว่าแล้วพี่ทีมก็เห็นด้วยว่าแผนนั้นดีครับ
On defense side he basically tell the players to get the area that they need and they want and map control yeah something like that and the last round ไม่เขาเหมือนแบบตื่นเต้นอะไรyeah he's excited on last round
Okay, thank you, Sushi Boys. Yep,
Thank you.
Great coaching, great interview. I'm gonna let you get back to coaching, okay?
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Full Sense's translator also reads body language, just mind melded with Sushi Boys there, who obviously hasn't been doing too many interviews, even when he was a player on the team. But Full Sense ended up closing us out. It was a little bit close. Meteor is definitely a guy who really fought for as many rounds back as possible and almost did it, you know? He was well climbing towards that overtime here.
I mean, Matt, he showed why he's the 2-time Masters winner this game. He really came swinging, but honestly, it's not enough. That first half for Full Sense was just so dominant. We speak so much about how this team, when they're playing their best, they look unstoppable. And that first half for me was truly Full Sense at their very best.
Yeah, they had some good adaptations, a good read to come into Pearl here. You can see why they backed themselves to pick it yet again. Cruz already mentioned that they had something special up their sleeve, and we'll break it down a little bit more detail. But T1, a slow start here, being seated ahead in the bracket has not really done them too many favors. A bit of a sleepy day at the office to open up this series. They're going to have to recover on their own map pick now.
Yeah, like you were saying, Morgan, just now, it's a tough day to be X-Curate, watching the two games back-to-back happen like this. But it's still map 1 after all, and you could see that T1 are slowly waking up by the end of by the end of this first map here. But I guess Full Sense didn't need bind after all.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd be forgiven for thinking T1 you'd be forgiven for thinking that Pearl is T1's pick, given their record on the map.
Yeah.
But Full Sense pick it into them once again, and the score is so different this time around. The preparation is just on point for this team.
4 out of 9 post plans. You won yourself 2 thrifties and could have get the game done. I think T1 just a very slow start for them, and Full Sense adjustments hit very nicely. I think that we'll dive into a little bit more detail I think we have some specific replays about it, but I think that the interview with both crews previously, as well as Sushi Boys on the stage, really tells you everything that they needed to know, that you need to know, rather. 8 first kills for Primi. He was pulling out the op quite a lot, and to be honest, the way that I was kind of angling this series going into it was that T1 is the more stable team, and that Full Sense needs an upswing or something like that to be able to win this series. I didn't feel that at all. I felt like Full Sense was the very stable of the two teams, maybe less so in the second half when things started to get away from them a little bit, but I think the adjustments hit very well. They had better macro and they played better as a team.
I do like that, you know, we wanted Meteor to show a little bit more of that Meteor side of him, and I think we got that, at least in the second half there. But we were talking about Primi, so was Cruz and Jip Boys, Sushi Boys as well, with Primi moving over to that op, and that seemed to be extremely effective.
Yeah, I mean, you see him glass cannon it, anti-bonus in the first gun round here, and I wanted to compare these two teams stylistically. T1 is one of the most heavy op-using teams in the competition right now, and they've got a good success rate with it. Full Sense, they don't have as much op utilization, and as mentioned before, Primi hasn't really been as much of an opping player, and they've been throwing it around a little bit, but Primi bringing it out on the defense on this Pearl here was a massive difference maker for Full Sense.
And I think it's especially interesting after what Sushi Boys just said on the stage. He said on their defender side, Cruz was telling them, you know, let's decide where we want to take and dominate that area, and they were consistently able to do that, especially down places like B-Long. With that operator, it's such a great tool for that, so the game planning is so on point for Full Sense.
And not only that, T1 has swapped away from a comp where they can use the op. Buzz is the one who would have had to pick it up on that defense if they got going a little bit more there, whereas Izu on a Teo, he can't wield it, unfortunately.
Which is crazy that Cruz has reworked that entire comp and the game plan going in, considering what's happened to their coaching staff and how much he needs to do. I don't envy his position, but he's managing it really well.
We spoke to him yesterday on this couch, and he said, yeah, part of the reason why I'm across on this Vice is to make our defender sides a lot better. And just look at the scores from when they played T1 last. They got destroyed on that defender side. Now he's on the Vice. He's calling confidently. He's holding the sites. It's very, very good. It's not just him on the Vice. It's also simplifying things for Leviathan as well. So I just think I love the adjustments that they're making. I think they're doing such a fantastic job outside the server.
I think this is a great start for Full Sense, winning not just the first map, but it's Pearl of all maps, you know, one of T1's best maps here. But Lotus is going to be the next destination here, and I think this is going to be kind of... We're talking about Full Sense is still pretty decent at Lotus too, so this is looking really good for the Thai squad.
Yeah, they definitely are. We'll see what T1 is going to be bringing out on it. It was last time banned against T1 by Full Sense, but with Ascent rotating into the veto, it's something that they've had to leave on in there, and T1 has chosen to call their bluff, so to speak. However, we did watch Full Sense play this double dive comp, very PRX-esque, against KRX, who they cooked them with it. I really felt like it looked quite good for them. It fit the players and the current style that they want to go for. Again, another map where they're double duelists with Jit and Primi. Cruz is on the Vice. Everything is looking pretty hunky-dory over there. But for T1, they're a pretty good Lotus team. So I'd expect them to bounce back. And I definitely felt like they were starting to play their way back into form as we went deeper into Pearl. I even questioned maybe Kahlua loses that 1v1. We could be in OT right now.
I do think them stringing together those rounds at the ends is massive for their composure as they move towards their own map pick.
Okay, so you don't think this is going to be like Pearl, where they're prepped for Lotus? You know, last time ban was a little bit of a...
No,
it was like an actual ban against T1.
I think so. I think T1 are still favored in Lotus for sure. With it being their pick, it's a map they've been so good on for a long time.
In saying that, we did see Full Sense change their comp after they banned it in the group stage versus T1, and now that they've gone into playoffs and played KRX with that comp later on, maybe this is something they're feeling more comfortable challenging T1 with.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a long map either way, but we'll have to see what T1 has to say about themselves and their performance on map 1.
Jen here with T1's KDG, now coach Full Sense with the comp change on Pearl. What made it tricky for you to go up against them, and how much trouble did Primi's Jet with the operator give you guys on that map. 감독님 일단 풀센스가 조합을 바꿔오면서 훨씬 더 수비 쪽에서 견고해진 모습을 보여줬거든요. 좀 상대하면서 어떤 부분이 가장 힘들었는지 그리고 프리미 선수의 오퍼레이터 굉장히 까다로웠을 것 같은데 상대하는 입장에서 어땠는지 들어보고 싶네요.
일단은 상대편 조합 자체가 제트로 무조건 변수를 만들어내야 되는 조합인데 사실 저희가 그거를 알고도 몇 번 죽다 보니까 사실 선수들 입장에서는 약간 좀 약간 헤지테이팅? 약간 그런 게 좀 많이 생겨서 저희 플레이가 사실 하나도 안 나왔던 것 같아요. 그것 때문에 그게 아마 제일 힘들었던 것 같아요.
Well, when it comes to Full Sense and their new comp, the Jet has to be the X factor making those unpredictable plays, and we were aware of that. But I think at some point we were just kind of too hesitant to do something about it, and I think that's why Pearl didn't really go our way. Well, thank you very much, KDG, and hopefully you guys are able to turn things around.
Oh, I think they definitely need to turn things around if they want to have their ticket to Masters London and return back to the Masters stage. But today's been something of an odd day where the underdogs have been rising. So I would be really curious as we go into Lotus. We didn't get to see these two teams play it last week, but this week we've got it. And it looks like not too many changes from side of T1.
No, no changes at all across both of these teams. It's going to be straight up what they were expecting. I think on the side of Full Sense, one player I really want to highlight here is Jit Boys. When we saw them play against PRX, he was phenomenal on that race. If he's able to replicate that performance today, you're feeling great if you're a Full Sense fan.
Full Sense's burst style worked very well against KRX. The game before that, before they comp swapped, they had a 10-2 attacking half. So if they start off very strong on this attacking side and they have just as good of a feel for Lotus, this team could be going to Masters London and we could have yet another upset here.
This is going to be huge. Full Sense is a new org to VCT Pacific Tier 1, and they could be just one map away from punching the ticket to London. As we send it back to our casters, Alfish Guy and Quack.
All right, Quack. Here is one thing I want to kind of get across before we go into this map. We are potentially one map away from having Nongshim, PRX, and T1 all in the lower bracket. That is wild to me.
It is critically insane, I have to say. Frostman has been talking up this entire thing throughout, all the teaser trailers that we have. Pacific is hella stacked.
Apparently, I mean, at this point, there's a chance we send GE and Full Sense over as the two representatives out of today. And I mean, I think the way Full Sense is playing, I kind of back them to close it out. But we'll see whether or not that's going to be a cast of curse as we head here into the pistol round of Lotus.
As we start things off with Full Sense and a new composition, they just showed it against KRX, and now they're diving straight over onto C-Site.
Paranoia looks to be a good one there from Munchkin. The fly-in, though, from both Jit Boys and Primis is a little bit too much to deal with. Primi, again, starting well for Full Sense, and man, they are frying, they are cooking today.
Just not letting T1 find any sizzle, any spice whatsoever. Just stacks left onto the Sheriff. And this is going to be a quick firing squad from, well, Full Sense, as you called it yesterday.
Firing squad, it makes sense. I'm just what I'm saying, man.
No friggin' way. But still, I do kind of want to call it out really quickly, though. This composition, right, that's the entire thing. Again, you're seeing the Vice in play. And once they swap sides, this could still be so deadly against a solo duelist T1. And I think that's the whole thing about Pacific. We have so many duelists here, and everyone has been playing double duelist for the entirety of group stage. Meanwhile, other regions we're seeing, people trying to find counters to Neon. T1 hasn't had to deal with that much. This might be a big surprise from Full Sense, and they are definitely within range of possibly getting that qualification instead of T1. This is very real, very possible, and they have to play it right. T1, on the other hand, they're sticking with this composition. They got to keep their game plan tight.
Tight indeed. Tight is right.
I have the spike.
Very safe start here for Full Sense into round number 2.
We've already heard from the coaches, recognizing how slippery Primi could be. We're spotting out players on the rotation as well. Both sides quite aware with 1 minute on the clock to go.
Primi's taking some pretty good space.
They could still pivot to B.
Going to call the team across. It looks to be a commitment here towards A. Primi out through that smoke, dashing his way forward. Again, providing more and more and more space and kills for Full Sense. He is just so sharp.
How on earth We get it from his perspective. That was a Marshall, and he's reloaded 3 times and just taken down 3 players. The 4th one as well. He's already 1 point away from Bladestorm. Like,
Buddy, he's basically playing aim labs in Valorant. Like, it's just he's just practicing his aim at this point.
You're kidding.
Things are just popping up on his screen, and he's practicing his flicks. Watch this.
No need for a scope. Got that main character energy after all. You think about the next round, we saw Glass Cannon op. This one, maybe not so much, maybe not even needed. He swaps over to the Bulldog instead. Cruz onto the Marshall now. This is where the calling might come into place. The meat and potatoes of the entire first half to see if Full Sense can indeed find the bonus or at least rob guns away from T1. Look at the rotations though. This is so early on and they're thinking that it could be a C hit. Just Buzz, and he should have spotted out quite enough, but smoked off as well.
Oh, Full Sense are playing with confidence. Look at how quick they are moving through the map right now. Straight into the A site. Buzz, terrified. Get me out of here, mommy.
At least he has utility still, so this could be a quick retake shift, but oh!
Double swing, Full Sense get themselves another opener. And Full Sense have not missed a beat since coming into Lotus. It's feeling exactly like Pearl did.
They're already saving Jordan. You lose Buzz that early on. Meteor as well, who tried to get a little bit shifty. But a little bit too early, too late.
Yeah, Full Sense, I think really getting into the heads of T1 a little bit now.
You know, you don't really fault Buzz too much for remaining in that 4 position because he's trying to find heads or headshot angles. But if Full Sense are to double swing you out from drop, and you're losing relay ball in fast lane for the retake, that definitely makes sense as to why the rest of them decided to call the save. But 3-0 to start. Are we just going to see another cakewalk from Full Sense? Surely not.
I would hope not.
One-way smoke. Okay, they'll keep their guns intact for now.
I mean, it's something for T1.
This is still everything that Full Sense would want, though. Not only is it the rounds being picked up, or the reads on the plays, or the pacing of which they can operate. With 3 rounds in the bank, you can purchase up or upgrade up to an operator at some point whenever Primi decides. And that's always going to be quite the conundrum for T1. We'll have a tech pause for now.
Always good to start the map with a quick tech pause.
Who is it this time? We had a keyboard issue earlier on. Is it T1 now?
I can't see.
We'll have to wait for the call. But I mean, like, tell me a little bit about what you were thinking, Jordan. Like, before coming into today, you know, I know we had a quick day yesterday. Did you expect T1 Full Sense to show up like this at all?
No, not really. I mean, I've been actually gobsmacked by today so far. I'm pretty sure, at least if Full Sense goes on to win this game, I will be 0 for 4 for my predictions in playoffs. I'm pretty sure. However, I did have a goated build diff day yesterday, so
fair enough.
Kind of like hedging my bets, you know. I often sort of vote against myself in a way. I predict one way and then I build diff the other way. And I sort of, at least one way kind of makes me happy, right?
That's how you kind of want to play that, what's one of those?
Play the game.
Poker, roulette? I don't know. I don't gamble. We got to ask Seth. It's one of those where you're just going to spread your chips all across the table,
right?
You know? So you're kind of covered all fronts. Hedging your bets. There we go. Thank you so much. I do not know English. But yeah, that could work. But I really don't think anyone would have expected today to be showing up in this fashion. I mean, so you just don't expect PRXG to go in that fashion. But for this one, if Full Sense really does take it that quickly, if it's like that kind of a sweep, I mean, that's insane upsets.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's very possible for today. You know, if it's possible for GE to beat PRX, it's definitely possible for Full Sense to beat T1. I want to say I'm a believer, you know, I really do want to say that, but it is still early days on this map. It's looked good, obviously, so far for Full Sense, but I often have a lot of difficulty kind of getting convinced by an underdog storyline, and I think in this sense, it's fair to say that Full Sense is still the underdog in this matchup.
Yes.
With you know, the season that T1 have had. And it's the same thing with the GE PaperX matchup. I can watch that game and say, hey, you know what, I think GE are looking like the better team today, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to maintain that over the course of an entire series enough to actually close it out. Obviously, in the case of GE, they were able to do that.
I know, right?
Now that question is thrown in the direction of Full Sense as well. Are they going to be able to maintain this level? I think if they maintain this level, they win today. But it's just whether or not they're actually able to hold on to that kind of momentum. And that often isn't always going to be the case.
You never could know. But I want to take that one step further, Jordan. I'm going to show off my opinion with the fact that while remaining as professional as possible, we have seen Full Sense, or at least the talent core, back when Cruz was the IGL, pull off a masterclass in anti-stratting against his opponents. Back then it was, I think, yeah, T1 in fact, with Buzz on the Yoru, out on Haven when Frost was the coach for Talon. And Cruz just pulled out a deadlock composition out of thin air. And that worked out incredibly well. Now onto the Vise, and he's looking to do the same thing on T1's map pick of Lotus. Holding tight behind a lobby. And they've heard a lot of movement from Buzz.
Well, I mean, I've been liking a lot what we've been seeing from Full Sense so far in the playoffs. So I've no reason to doubt them at this point. I think Cruz has been calling a great game. Compositions have looked good. T1, I have to ask, I mean, at this point, have they been a little bit stubborn with this solo duelist setup? Seems to have bitten them a little bit on Pearl, and they've doubled down on it here on Lotus.
Yeah. Playoffs is such a weird point to try and change up your compositions as well. Buzz still with the judge in the corner, though. Surely you check with utility.
Enemy down.
Good shot from Stax. Buzz in a great spot. Flash not going to dissuade him, but still dealt with by Jip Boys. Today is not Buzz's day. Another 0-4 start. He had that exact same scoreline over on Pearl. Primi, on the other hand, 7-0 right now, is the one that's leading from the front for Full Sense. He will be stalled up by the Nightfall. 30 seconds on the clock here. Full Sense wanting to wait it out, but Primi happy to take the fight anyway. Munchkin basically knew where he was, and Primi still wins the duel. Leviathan as well. The mechanics are on a different level for Full Sense right now. They're just hitting everything that they need to. Stax is the only line of defense, but he's a damn good line of defense. What is that from Stax?
Oh my god! Trigger discipline taken to the next level. Stax is monstrous. He tapped. He got a decent dink through the wall, perhaps. And you just have to watch that down slow motion and let the play do the talking for itself. Look at that. Enough damage done. Just mow them all down as they try to step across. Oh my god. Stand up and kiss the mouse again.
Now that was nutty from Stax, but if that's going to be the only way that you win a round, I am not convinced. I don't think it's unfair to say that Full Sense were at a point looking like the dominant force in that round as well. So rough signs ahead here for T1, and again, this time Stax can't deliver. Full Sense have another entry and onto A. There's no defenders there. The rotation is coming across, but man, Full Sense are just getting into these sites way too easily.
Meteor's already been spotted. Not to mention you have Heaven control. The smoke's being set up as well. Primi hiding underneath. Everyone's just stepping away because the spike's already been planted for Tree.
Buzz trying to push his way in. There's a showstopper waiting for it. Nobody game for a tap on that defuse. And Jip Boys, he looked close, but doesn't quite go deep enough to connect. Either way, it has brought so much time for Full Sense, and Munchkin can get nothing done. Izu, the only one for a frag on the retake. Full Sense have got another 4-1, and it's the perfect response to that last round. And I gotta say, Quack, I think that's just like the worst way for this to actually play out for T1. You get a little bit of momentum, you get some hype up, obviously, with Stax finding a really nice round. You think, all right, we're back in the game. And then immediately, any hope is just pulled away from you again. And Full Sense well and truly in control. They are dominating.
Yeah. I mean, look at that little timing on the flash from Killua. It's so unlucky for Munchkin. But ultimately, that's again what this composition can do. Double duelist, double dive, and they go full force in towards the A site, where it just so happens that Stax was playing around Tree and gets ultimately overwhelmed. The rotation's a little bit slow to the party. They have the showstopper, more layers on top of what the spike already was. T1
needing this timeout desperately, but I just don't know how much KDG and staff can call for the team right now, because you're working against so much. You could try to get a little bit more proactive maybe outside of C. We haven't really seen that. But you don't have the guns this time.
Yeah, I think the concern for me right now is, this is actually on the defense as well for T1, which is where they, I think, looked a little bit better on Pearl. If you go into the second half with advantage here for Full Sense, and then Primi starts to get unleashed with the op,
it's done.
I agree. I think it's done. So T1 really need to find a way to salvage things in this first half, and with just the pistols in hand for this round, I have my doubts it'll happen here.
Thinking about it. This time Full Sense calls towards the C site. They have the Outlaw to min-max economy and damage as well for Primi. And everyone else from Full Sense just so careful with how they're playing with the movement right now. It's information being fed across, but Meteor always having his own ideas.
There.
Cruz is happy to just play with Buzz at the moment. Keep him busy. So let's push out in middle.
Could catch a couple players.
Yeah, see what Meteor can get done. He will hear the rotate, if nothing else.
Calling out for Stacks to get ready. He's gonna run away with his life. Meteor could start to push up on flank. Full Sense on a whoa, no, to turn around.
Ah, that's awkward timing for Meteor. He just thought about
Retrieving flag.
looking to activate.
Oh my god. And that's gotta be calling from Cruz again.
Yep.
Maybe alongside Primi, who very close to C now.
Flash forces Izu to turn away, and he's getting forced back and away from that C site. So plan's going to be an easy one here for Full Sense. Primi on for another.
Spike planted.
This is a very routine game thus far from Full Sense. This is about as easy as they could have possibly hoped this to be.
Textbook Valorant. Flash over, push deeper because you know your opponents are positioned elsewhere. And you get the trade off of it as well. It's just a point up for the ultimates. But down to Buzz where, put on your marathon shoes maybe.
Ooh. Well, marathon shoes not going to save you there. 5-1. Is anything going to save T1 at this point?
Gonna have to be a big buy, maybe some kind of a big round where you get first pick, and that's what Buzz is trying to do with the operator now. Push out perhaps A or C on some extremity of the map, which has been Full Sense's game plan. They've been challenging all these spots. You put a wrench into Full Sense's plans, and then we can have a discussion. But until then, Full Sense positioned to crash into C site. 3 stack from T1.
Flash over the top. T1 ready for the defense this time around. Meteor and Izu able to get into the play early on in the piece, and Full Sense have walked right into the trap. So some success for T1. Finally a good looking round. That is the first good looking round of the map.
Very convincing. Be much more proactive, right? But also setting up outside of Mound allows for them to send that huge paranoia, hitting like a truck. Every single player nearsighted makes it tough for them to take confident fights. Something that Full Sense always has to be aware of. Not wanting to contend with that currently now. They're going back over onto A site where Buzz still on the op.
That's not going to concern Full Sense all that much. Losing that round, I feel like they can just run it back. Buzz forced away by the flash. He just gets out of there. Little tickle on the way past. Cops 10 HP worth of damage. Not a big deal. But Full Sense are not going to slow down at all. And T1 have seen that before. Buzz sticks around, but maybe a little bit too long. Munchkin with the important secondary frag, and the hold is looking a little better. T1 starting to come into their own now on Lotus. They have been missing for 6 rounds straight. But in the 7th and the 8th, they are starting to look like they've arrived.
That was off of a little timeouts. Feels as though the call was to pivot to a more brawly, more trade-centric style. Just Jit Boys left, and he would be happy to get some more points, but he got gunned down by Stacks at the end. 3 on the board now, and they could close in on this gap before the first half gets away from them. All ultimates online as well. I mean, just positioned around it, right? Munchkin into the corner, instant contact from Buzz, Munchkin will peek out. At the same time, everyone rotates over just fast enough. Meteor goes through, stacks instantly back into pivot off of it. And that's always the trades that this time around will match the pace of Full Sense. The next few rounds, though, you could slow things down a little bit more because you have ultimates to potentially play retakes off. Full Sense, we'll see what the call is going to be. Blade Storm now for Primi.
Not a bad round for it. See if you can have that impact and again pull this half back in the control of Full Sense. Munchkin will be forced away.
Wow. One contact, everyone rotates over except for Izu, who could slow things down with the lockdown.
Primi's going to hang around here, though, so he's really going to try and sell a bit of a fake over on A. Maybe catch someone that is looking for more info. Oi, Buzz falls off the line. Hang on a second. Primi could still get some real work done here. Dashes back across to safety. In the end, Full Sense stuck around.
They've pulled T1 all around the seams. 1-2-2 setup now, and it's again Izu being alone. So a slight reset, but position over by the rotating door, and T1 could still put a wrench in the plans if they kind of timed it just right. Lockdown should be coming in.
It's very much going to be a C take. Izu, as of yet, not calling on that lockdown.
Oh, it's going to set up for a retake.
30 seconds left.
I think that's fine.
Do T1 do Full Sense push the issue?
Well, they haven't even planted just yet. Primi's going to be the one to push the issue, and it doesn't matter whether or not there's a plant. Primi's just killing everyone. Killua will fall in the meanwhile. I think that lockdown largely irrelevant. 4v3 now, and T1 have to fight to take control of even a position to think about a retake. Primi, again, like I said, is killing everyone. He gets some help in the end from Jit Boys and Cruz, but Full Sense have just picked T1 apart one by one.
Unbelievable. I feel like we haven't even seen Primi's final form.
It seems so.
The fact that those kills, Jordan, were done with Blade Storm, that's pixel perfect accuracy. Look at this. Buzz just picked up Overdrive, and he got instantly slapped downward. It costs T1 an arm and a leg to even try to bring this round back, but they still can't quite make it happen. Tried to set up for it, but Full Sense just continue to shove more down up towards CT, and then next round goes up in towards A.
I love that we just see Primi stand and deliver. Twice now he's been hit by the Nightfall, and twice he's just said, yeah, come at me, bro. And he's killed the guy that's tried to find him.
I'm ripped. I dare you.
Again, Full Sense happy to take a quicker approach toward the A site, but this time, you know, the conditioning that they've showed has pulled a lot of those rotates over towards A, and instead they're working their way into B. This is the first time we've seen them approach that site. Plant's going to be a bit of a freebie in the end.
Not quite the amount of space that you would want it, I think. Still set up, but with the Viper's Pit, yes. Well, it's going to be something that Full Sense will consider, though. Oh, but what? We're pivoting. We're pivoting.
I don't know about this. Straight into the op of Buzz. It'll be smoked off. Hang on a second. Buzz is giving away his position now. Surely Primi's going to strike. It won't go his way. Meteor will find him in the end. This has gotten a little bit too busy for Full Sense. Have they overcooked this round? Going to have to go back over to B. TP in here from Leviathan to get back into the site safely, but Stax is here on the flank, wrapping his way in, spotted out by Killua, but it'll be to the detriment of Killua. Trade through, but with 19 seconds on the clock, I don't know how Full Sense can pull this one together. Cruz takes a risk, and it will be one that does not pay off. It's all on the shoulders now of Leviathan, and the shots are not clean enough. Full Sense just get a little bit too tricky for their own goods.
Yeah, it just might be, huh? Of course, they weren't privy to the information about the Viper's Pit. They were always thinking these guys are hiding inside of there. They're looking to fast blood back in against us as soon as we try to get the spike down. So you can't really blame them. But oh my goodness, Munchkin, what a call to just stick around, get out of the pit, in fact. And you can just kind of imagine he's like Ross from Friends calling, pivot! We know that Full Sense are going to be trying to end up on C. So they stick around just long enough. And Meteor will be able to find the frags necessary just to give them enough information to end up back on towards this final destination of B site. Quick chess games being played between both IGLs, and we're at a 4-6 right now, where Full Sense still could find a big lead. slowing things down a lot more this time, but T1 getting proactive outside of C again.
Leviathan, paranoia being held. Might have been a good one had they pulled the trigger, but Munchkin's out of there now. So this time, just a solo defender towards C. It'll be a little bit of an easier progress forward for Full Sense.
Izu will not be bullied though. Calls over Meteor. Full Sense is trying to get a right read around all of it. Meanwhile, Flash is being set up. T1 could peek out if they wanted to.
Dark Cover's going to go through. Full Sense will be dissuaded for now. By that Omen util.
Just hit by the paranoia, but also smoked off. Full Sense, what's the call going to be?
Well, they haven't called the cancel. Still have Jit Boys with the showstopper. If they want to try something explosive, they can pop that. Seeker's opting to go forward, and oh dear, Jit Boys checks left when he should have checked right, or vice versa. Either way, it doesn't matter, he's dead. And Full Sense, their entry into C has not worked out despite 2 big ultis, 3 in fact actually, so they pulled off the Steel Garden 2. Not quite being as clean as they would want, but they might still win the round. Primi and Cruz activating TP forward here from Munchkin.
Wait, did he see him?
Yes, he did. Primi does it again, 15 and 5.
Ridiculous.
That was looking awkward for a second though for Full Sense.
A little bit, yes. I mean, it's a big trap setup or just a play again from T1 where they finally have the confidence, take more forward space outside of B, and that's where they're able to play around that rotating door. So as soon as they find contact with that showstopper, they swing the door. Cruz, though, with a quick reaction. But what really does it for me is this shot right here. He takes down Buzz, who was on an up. The crosshair was on him, in fact. But somehow, Cruz gets it instead a little bit quicker. And you have to quickly go over onto the last round of the first half, where once more forward space being taken up by T1. Alone, though.
Oh, Izu flashed back down behind Mound. He's still bound. Find himself an angle for the double. Body's going to go forward. Meteor inside of the orb. The TP forward saves the day there for Leviathan, and somehow Meteor, he's in all sorts of shambles. He's got no idea where to go right now. Jit Boys eventually catches up with him. It's a shambolic round. But Full Sense have stabilized for now. Flank's coming through though, and I'm not sure Cruz will be ready for it. Turns around in time. So Stacks falls. And it's 2 to try and stave off another 8-4 lead for T1. Buzz pushing his way through. How is Leviathan alive again? I don't know. Jit Boys all over it. And Leviathan, the sneaky player, gets it done. I don't know how he's lived through that round. He's just TPing all over the place.
Sneaky boy. Let's watch that again. I mean, the neon patch, the shotgun nerfs, they're not even in yet, but the range wasn't quite there, you suppose. And if there's anyone to stabilize Full Sense, it would be Cruz. Checks towards the back, and despite the best efforts, yeah, it's way too far off. Jit Boys, alongside Leviathan, being able to clean house.
Halftime.
Just the quick calls, and they continue to hit C again. 4-8, same score that we had from the first half of the previous map. I don't like it. I don't like it for T1.
Nope, I don't like it either. I mean, we talked about the possibility of this getting rough for T1 if they are down on the defense, and they are very much down on the defense. Their attack was looking very, very rough, very tough. I mean, Primi was all over the place with the op on the defense of the last map, and there's no reason to expect that he can't do the exact same thing here. Primi fans in the crowd are eating good tonight.
Scrumptious with all the plays that have been put on the plate today, especially on the defensive half that you're talking about. I also want to think about the setups that Cruz could put forth with the Vise. That's definitely going to slow down Buzz. But then again, if this is to go the distance, that would mean T1 has to be that flawless, has to be that perfect. It's not just Buzz that has to go forth. I mean, you have to play that kind of tactical style, force Full Sense to think about where you could actually be ending up. I want to see fakes. I want to see pressure being built up against Full Sense. That all depends on how Cruz might be able to shrug it off. 1-3-1 for now, and T1 start to go on their approach. Slight lurk players being set in, trying to sell a fake towards the B site maybe.
This won't be a bad paranoia, but there's no one really to follow up on it if Munchkin throws it, so I don't think we're going to get much out of it.
Just sitting in case Full Sense does decide to swing, maybe, which could be good either way. T1 now trying to find that pivot back over onto C-side. And they're slowly creeping across while Buzz onto the lurker roll now will spot out Primi. And that should give, actually, T1 pretty good idea of where the rest of Full Sense could be positioned. We've only seen initial contact. They creeping through.
Oh, Leviathan gets back to safety for now. The flash is coming through. Leviathan can't quite convert fully, but does enough. And Jip Boys is starting to push his way forward. That spike has been dropped. A chance goes begging. Primi and Cruz now have to recover it again as that dynamic duo.
30 seconds left.
Primi happy to creep his way forward, even despite the fact that Cruz is not here. He knows that he needs to try to find a timing. Munchkin is low. There'll be a swing back in, though, if Primi gets this kill for free. Buzz! Oof, if he would have fallen, that would have been scary. Cruz, though, low, should not get anything. So, Pistol will go the way of T1.
And you gotta imagine that's gonna convert to some form of stability for the Korean Star team. I mean, this is one heck of an ice-cold play. You knew the thorns were there, so you kind of step over it by shift walking into sight. Thankfully, Jit Boys was around with the paint shells, but as he swung around the corner of stairs, he got met with a face full of lead. So that's ultimately what became the undoing. Now you got guns being brought up, but two sheriffs. So many players onto slightly weaker buys.
Okay, good start for Izu. Push out here from Full Sense. They're going to try to cause a bit of a ruckus at Rubble, and they're just going to be added to the Rubble as T1 sweep them aside. Get that round over and done with.
Forget everything I said. I really thought they were just going to kind of sack the sheriff players to try to find the spike somewhere else instead, but if they're able to shoot that sharply, why not? We could have a real map here, depending on how Full Sense continues to play on the defense as well. Clearly, they might be discouraged further from peeking out. Forward space, quite the risk to take now, especially with the guns being brought in. Big guns being brought up by T1 as well, so they could convert.
Yeah, Bud's going to go quickly. He's got that judge in tow, so wants to get in nice and close and personal. Primi, he's not going to make a mistake there, mate. That is the easiest kill of Primi's life.
Leviathan as well, spamming through the smoke, what?
Yeah, right back to square one for T1. You know, they get their time in the sun, they get the pistol, they get the second round, and then it's like, well, we're back to our regularly scheduled proceedings of Full Sense absolutely dominating. Primi wants to make something happen here, and he gets the chance to. Oh, the quick stutter step. He's been watching the NRL. That's going to be a joke that goes over most people's heads.
Sorry.
But the Aussies will get it.
Rugby?
Yeah.
There we go. But nonetheless, you're absolutely right. Oh my god. I mean, how can that happen? Primi kind of biffed the dash back, but Munchkin, like, this is definitely some, mental plays. Like, he tried to land that flick, but Primi's just still that good mechanically.
Yeah. He's just got such mastery of that agent.
That's always been the matchup for these two teams. I mean, all players quite mechanically, skilled. But this time around, Full Sense look a lot more coordinated. It will be slowed down by Meteor, though.
Boy, that's a cheeky angle for Izu behind the turret, but kill over towards Rubble is the real concern here for Full Sense. It's allowed Meteor to take a bit of space, and it's prompted a big rotate. Full Sense, though, have 3 players here on A, so if the commitment is there from T1, hang on a second. Jip Boys goes for more. Why does he go for more? Unbelievable. Down to the 2-on-2. He's just fearless on the repeat. Has allowed time for Cruz to actually set himself up into A. Kilua's come through to set up by door. The rotation into B will be cut off, but he can't get through to reinforce A without making noise. So a lot of this is going to come down to Cruz now.
What he's able to find, unfortunately, that's the answer to that is nothing. a fake on the smoke. Cruz should be calling to it that he's not seeing anything on the A side soon enough. So Killua repositions to a more defensive spot. The spike goes down, and if T1 doesn't clear it, Killua has an opportunity.
Yeah, this is a sick angle for him to peek the site from. I'm not
30
sure that T1 will be expecting this. The plant tapped, and Buzz is not watching. There's the freebie. Flash around the corner. Killua goes for more. He actually spots Munchkin on the exit, so that's good information in and of itself. He's got that dog out to try to find some info for Cruz, and Munchkin surviving for now, courtesy of that dark cover. They know exactly where he's got to be holding right now, surely waiting for that dark cover to just dissipate, and then they'll swing him. Flash goes forward. Munchkin's backed his way off. Plant's not ideal necessarily for him. He's going to have to proper swing, and Killua waiting for it, but Munchkin gets it done! And T1 will survive another round.
Where they put themselves actually not that far off from tying up the score. Unbelievable clutch. Just incredible. He sets up that smoke and kind of uses it as a wall. I'm surprised more so that Full Sense didn't spam through it or anything, but that's what happens when those moments are that tense. Full Sense tried their best, but even then, I mean, shit boys. God, what an insane peak. But I think that's one of those things about this attack side for T1 as well, is that they can go silent, and it would be then difficult for Full Sense to read. Right now, though, it's utility and a lot of noise.
Oh, Showstopper is just going to get the better of Munchkin. That's an unfair fight for him. Primi in the meanwhile as well, by the way. He's got the operator in hand for the first time this half and already having an impact. So T1, they get through with a clutch, but Full Sense are still the team that's on top at the start of so many of these rounds that it's constantly an uphill battle for T1. Good shot from Killua, drops the spike.
Definitely shown right now, and so much information for, oh, hang on, Buzz. He's going to give it a good try. Swings out from Full Sense, and he takes off another head.
That's a little awkward from Full Sense, I'm not going to lie. 4v2, back down to 2-on-2. Very winnable round here on the behalf of T1. They're actually going to go all the way through to C.
Okay. And he's just human scouting as much as possible with the movement. Meteor in a staggered position.
Don't love this round from Full Sense actually, but maybe still going to be salvageable. You've got Primi alive, and he has been a real big difference maker for Full Sense. Wrap in from Meteor, does not get it done, and Full Sense, they both hit their shots. So 10 double digits secured, and Full Sense are now 3 rounds away from London.
Simultaneous execution. 3 more rounds, and who knows? It's either T1 to tie it up or to bring the score a lot closer, or Full Sense to have their moment. I mean, showstopper play.
I call that a panic showstopper, really.
True, it is, it is. But after that fact, you know, just trying to methodically clear out a lot of corners where they know the Full Sense players are positioned, it kind of works out pretty darn nicely. The one thing they didn't expect, though, was Primi to be on that op and to silently creep across. It's so difficult when it's at 2v2 as well, but now the economy's terrible.
All right, Primi looking for it, but forced away. There's a hefty offense headed in his direction. T1 are not going to be slowing things down. Primi is flashed out by that paranoia as well, so has to give some ground. Munchkin taking up residence, and Cruz is a dead man. Not that he knows it just yet. Instant trade, though, by Jit Boys. Maybe Munchkin waited a little bit too long. It's all about Jit Boys here on the retake. Pit is through Boombot to try and clear it out, and Leviathan on the flank catches Izu in the side. Jit Boys, death from above, courtesy of Meteor. Leviathan! Straight on in, finds both, and Full Sense will go 11.
The nautical beast just drags them down into the abyss. I just can't believe it. They already kind of knew that it was always going to end up on C. And even though Primi doesn't quite land the shot, I mean, the stall from the shear wall is perfect. And that's where you can behold what the Vise does against T1's composition. Still, though, ultimately, I think it's heroic plays from Jit Boys that kind of cement Full Sense's hold in the round. You had the Viper's Pit, but Jit Boys just doesn't care now, does he?
So crazy.
Leviathan! Oh my god. Circling all around. They know there's blood in the water now.
Oh, that's terrifying if you see that on the other side of the stage.
Look at his forearms, dude.
Yeah. All right, 11-7, dejected looking faces on the side of T1. And no words even from the coaching booth. This is a timeout from T1.
Yeah.
But neither of the coaches are even saying anything.
I mean, it could be, Buzz maybe.
Obviously, but like...
I hear you, I feel you. Maybe, whatever Munchkin and everyone else is kind of calling to it. But then again, like, it's such a difficult, puzzling situation to be in. How do you find a solution against this when Primi is just being able to swing all around? Again, I kind of think it has to be something a little bit more slow and methodical. But when you're down, what is this, 9-11, 7? I don't know, I can't remember what the score was, in fact. It's just incredibly difficult because pressure is mounting. You think if you're trying to play it slow that might be where things break. In fact, it's 7-11.
Yeah. Well,
Nightfall. Gotta bum rush it into A site maybe.
Yeah, T1 just got to keep trying to run it back. Full Sense this time set up for aggression outside of C, and they're very happy to take that space at Mound. They recognize there's a lot going on at Rubble, so they can take that space pretty quickly. Play for the retake on A.
Oh my god.
Nightfall's not going to connect onto anything. Sure, it gets T1 into the site. It feels as though this is kind of going to plan in a sense for Full Sense. See what Jip Boys can do, holding on to his position. Flank coming through now.
Well, at least a lot of floor space has been taken up apart from the post plant too.
Primi's going to break that door open. Pops the Bladestorm as well. He wants to get in there, and he will. It's Izu that will fall first. T1 down on numbers now, but time is ticking in their favor. Stacks set up by Tree. He's going to be uncontested for the moment as Full Sense will go elsewhere, and now blinded out. Cruz will not check it. He's a dead man. Frag still coming through though for Full Sense as they just bully their way onto the site. Buzz's position is known. Stacks' position is known. Defuse is on. Stacks can do nothing about it. He breaks that defuse eventually, but will be traded down. And Full Sense, they don't have the time. So Stacks could do everything about it.
Incredibly close, but it came down to the spike. I mean, it felt as though Full Sense were a death squad and nothing could stop them, but Father Time was that difference this time around. Stacks into the corner, but apart from that as well, the Seeker is just to initiate the entire fight. Bladestorm and everything, but just to bring it back around. T1 will hang on by a thread off of that Red Bull clutch. They will be able to afford up maybe a few more rounds, depending on how this one goes. Full Sense off to full pistols. A full stack on the C side even.
Well, you don't want to be running into that. This would not be the way that you want to lose the map as T1. Obviously, it wouldn't quite put it over the line, but it certainly would get it very close for Full Sense, and it would be a nail in the coffin, I feel, if they lost this round.
Everyone, the Korean casters, the crowd, just watching with bated breath to see if T1 can send us to a map 3.
Oh, they're going to go. They're going to go into the stack of Full Sense. Stacks. He knows all about Stacks, apparently, and he's got it on lockdown. Jip Boys gets himself just the one, so it's not as disastrous as it could have been.
He's so low.
Stacks is a dead man. Jip Boys will catch up with him, so 2 for 2. As far as Full Sense are concerned, that's a win.
Yeah, big numbers, in fact. They pick up the guns. Jip Boys is close to an ult. He still has the nade. You never quite know. Meteor has to make it so incredibly painful on this look. If not, this round could actually be turned around by Full Sense.
Spike goes down. Full Sense quite a bit of ground still yet to cover. Do you rip the showstopper here? Ooh, you're definitely pulling out that lockdown, which is showing the mindset of T1. They are trying to ensure as best as they can that they lock this round in. So it buys him a bit of extra time. But Full Sense are still lurking, and Jip Boys has found himself that kill. Surely now they start to feel there's a chance on offer. 1v1. Cruz, Vandal in hand. He's on the defuse. He's just going to sit it. I think he has to sit it. Gets the half. Meteor's down. Is there time? That's the question. Full Sense, they think they've got it, and they do. 12-8. They are now 1 round away.
Entirely possible. A day of upsets. And who would have thought a slight thrifty is what makes it possible?
T1 tried to pull off the assertions in towards the side. They kind of get a read over for how Full Sense plays it, but they took too much damage in that moment, in that exchange. And when it comes down to the checks on towards site, even with the lockdown, it just reveals such a triumphant moment. But the game's not done yet. They've got to stay locked in, but the economy's so darn broken for T1.
Yeah, and Showstopper wasn't even used either there, by the way. So that's still in the back pocket here for Full Sense. This is looking like a ticket signed, sealed, and delivered to London. It's not over just yet. Can T1 pull off a miracle comeback? 4 rounds required here, then OT, then Breeze. It's a big task.
Such a big play just to extend it as well. They're waiting to see if Full Sense gives them a reaction, but nothing found. No quarter given. Just Primi sitting on an angle.
Oh, he's good for one. He's always good for one. In fact, if I was a betting man, I'd say he's probably good for 2. Maybe 3. It is going to allow T1 into the site, but at the cost of a player, I'm not sure that it's necessarily worth it. I mean, look at all of the retake util available here for Full Sense. You've got the Showstopper, and that's going to be pulled out. Primi with another. There's the second I win. And so too does Full Sense by the looks of things as Chip Boys connects with the Showstopper. Buzz will fall, and it's all on the shoulders of Stacks. He can't ace this time. It is Full Sense. They will get that defuse. They get to 13, and they were humbled by T1 in the group stage, but they go one better here when it matters, and they break T1's win streak, and they take the slot at London.
What a better way to do it. A thrifty into a full round, and it's all perfectly called by the guy in the spotlight right now. Cruz along his entire family even. The Royal Tie Seal has been stamped, and this is the second team that we will have for Pacific to send over to Masters London.
Yeah, how can you not love this team? I think Full Sense, they are, for me, probably the most fun team to watch in Pacific, and now we'll get to watch them even more. Obviously, they qualify to go through to Ho Chi Minh, but also over to London as the Pacific representative alongside GE. And I mean, the craziest thing about that as well is it means PRX, T1, Nongshim, all down in the lower bracket. That's 2 Masters finalists.
That's insane.
Well, one of them definitely will not make the next Masters. Maybe both of them will not make the next Masters.
Let's not forget RRQ as well. Let's throw that into the discussion because we still have Ho Chi Minh on the cards. But what a day it has been. It's not as though Full Sense went down without a cry, but they weren't giving it the biggest shout as well. 13-8 is the final scoreline, but Full Sense, I mean, incredible plays from Primi Jit Boys. But today, Leviathan and Cruz kind of stepped up as well. I mean, incredible calling from map to map.
Yeah, I think across the board it was a fantastic day at the office for Full Sense, and they are very well deserved. It's been a stellar run through the playoffs. They get that 2-0 yesterday. They get the 2-0 today. And of course, we need to get a word from our winners. So it is time to head ourselves down to the stage to hear from Jen.
네, 풀센스의 프리미 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 퍼시픽 로드쇼가 펼쳐지는 베트남으로 향하게 됐고요. 거기에 마스터즈 런던까지 확정짓게 됐습니다. 2마리 토끼를 한 번에 잡은 건데 일단 지금 혼자서 굉장히 덤덤해 보이는데 기분이 어떤지 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Primi. Now, with this win, you guys are heading to Vietnam for Pacific Roadshow, and also you guys are locked in for Masters London. Although you look very stoic, I know you're very excited, so tell us about what it feels like to be able to go to Vietnam and London.
ได้ไปทั้งเวียดนามแล้วลอนดอนตอนนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับผมแล้วก็เป็นครั้งแรกที่ได้ไปมาสเตอร์ด้วยครับก็หวังว่าจะสนุกไปเลยครับ
It's his first Masters. He feels very happy and excited to see what's gonna be there.
아무래도 프리미 선수 개인적으로 첫 번째 마스터즈이다 보니까 마스터즈는 또 어떨까 많이 기대가 되고 설렌다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 이번 T1과의 리매치 어떤 부분에 특히 집중했는지도 들어보고 싶네요. So you guys really needed this to win. I mean, needed to win this one in order to lock in London. So what did you guys prioritize on coming into this rematch?
แมตช์นี้สำคัญมากก็คือชนะแมตช์นี้ได้ไปลอนดอนตอนซ้อมตอนก่อนมาแข่งเนี่ยโฟกัสอะไรเป็นหลัก
หลักๆก็โฟกัสให้ทุกคนเล่นด้วยกันครับผมแล้วก็เล่นกันเป็นทีมให้มากที่สุดครับทำให้เราสามารถชนะได้ครับ
focusing on playing together because that's how they won playing as like together as much as possible.
아무래도 팀워크가 가장 중요하다고 생각을 했기 때문에 이렇게 한 팀으로서 경기를 치르는 거에 매우 집중했다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이제 또 아까 첫 마스터즈라고 얘기를 해줬는데 만나고 싶은 선수나 상대해보고 싶은 팀이나 아니면 런던에서 하고 싶은 게 있는지 가장 기대되는 점은 또 뭐가 있는지 물어보고 싶네요. Now you told me it's gonna be your first Masters in London. Is there a player you would really like to face, a team that you would really like to play against? Or, you know, the things you would like to do in London?
อยากเจอทีมไหนไหมอยากเจอผู้เล่นคนไหนไหมแล้วก็อยากจะทำอะไรที่ลอนดอน
ก็คิดว่าเจอทีมไหนก็ได้ครับผมถ้าเราเล่นแบบนี้
อะไรนะ
เจอทีมไหนก็ได้ถ้าเราเล่นแบบนี้
any team because if we play like this he wants to meet any team
Oh, okay. That's it? What about
I don't know
กินเกียร์ต่อไป
อ๋อนี่อะไรครับ
ดูบาเล่
ดูบาเล่ครับ
watch what's it called? ballet? Yeah.
발레? 아무나 만나도 너무 신날 것 같다고 얘기를 하고 런던에서 꼭 발레 공연을 좀 봤으면 좋겠다고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 프리미 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 da시 돌아오도록 할게요. Thank you, Primi, and I might join you for the ballet. Yeah. Good night, everybody.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026.
They did it! They freaking did it! It is the underdog winner today. Full Sense closing it out, not just in any way, in a 2-0 fashion against T1. This is monumental for the Thai team.
I mean, they cooked them. I wish I could be nicer to T1 here, but Full Sense had their number the entire day. We've spoken so much about how high the ceiling is for this Thai squad, and today they really showed it. They'll be moving across to Vietnam. They'll be moving across to Masters London to represent our region in the best possible way.
Yeah, in very confident fashion as well. You know, it's not like individual plays that necessarily get them across the line. The macro looked good. I'm liking all of the adjustments in terms of the roles at the moment. And T1, I mean, they were a little underwhelming today, a little uninspiring, and Full Sense completely punished them for that. I felt like they had a bit of an easier group. They were only really tested by Full Sense in said group, and then when they rematched them in the playoffs, it was nowhere near as close, and you get a completely different victor. When international qualification is on the line, you would back the veterans, you would back the players that have qualified even won international events, but they look like a second-rate team in this matchup.
I want to shout out to Leviathan as well, the rookie on the squad. He has made so many impactful rounds in both maps.
Yeah, I feel like he played unbelievable. I think one thing for me that really personifies the Full Sense team right now is they went back and picked Pearl. They said, we don't care what happened last time. We're better than you, and we're going to show it. And they did exactly that today.
I think that's definitely the story of today, whether you're global esports or you're Full Sense. Picking Pearl against T1, if you're going to qualify to Masters, you want to make sure you beat the best that it already exists in Pacific. So I think they've done it in stellar fashion here. Full Sense is looking really strong going into the finals of Vietnam.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm looking at this result just a little bit awestruck, even just kind of processing what happened earlier with GE. I mean, between Cruz and Frost, they have absolutely cooked this bracket. Like, that lower bracket is looking absolutely disgusting.
The lower bracket looks awful.
There's one spot left, by the way, and honestly, like, I do not envy any of those teams.
Well, we do have Man of the Hour here with us. It's none other than Cruz. Cruz, congratulations. And You know, I'm so happy for you because we've seen how hard you work. You are really doing it all, and you've qualified to internationals before, but this is your first Masters, and I feel like it's such a different route this time with Full Sense because you've done so much for this team. How do you feel going into Masters London?
I'm actually very happy.
Yeah.
Super happy that finally they get the chance to bring a full Thai roster to an international stage. It's been 3 years.
Yeah.
Last time we did it, no, last time was in...
Was it Champs 22? Like, I was trying to
It
look
was
it up
Champs
as well.
22,
Yeah.
and on the international stage was Talon during kickoff, which we didn't qualify to that. It was like an automatic qualification. So this is like the first time in, I mean, franchising league for me, and I'm really glad that I could bring Thailand back on the international stage.
You did, yeah.
It's been a tough road. I've been through so much, and I'm just want to thank God that I'm blessed, and that's all I got.
Dude, you're not just blessed. You worked your ass off for this. Okay, we got to give you, you know, all the props for this result today. In fact, on paper, T1 are definitely the favorites to win. The predictions were split, but honestly, like on paper, they're a Masters winning team. They had a good win streak, but you ended up 2-0ing them today. What do you think happened there? What went wrong for T1, or did you just have such a good read on them and worked on it last night?
Like I said earlier, the plan that I had was we made comp swaps.
Yep.
And we were expecting to pick Pearl against DRX, but then they banned our Pearl. So we had to pick our Lotus. I know that Genji was gonna pick Lotus against us last time because I feel like that's their like best map because of Munchkin. So I prepared this Lotus for T1. Didn't want to show it on the DRX game, but unlucky, they banned our Pearl, so we had to pick Lotus. Had to show them a day early. However, luckily we still had Pearl in our pocket.
Yeah.
We didn't show, so just had to pick Pearl instead, and then it came down to this map. We also had Breeze prepared. Even if we went to map 3, I think we still would have won. So yeah, I think it went according to plan. So
yeah,
very happy.
I mean, it's exactly according to plan. It can't get better than that. And I'll say it was so great to see you on stage, standing up. You looked like you had so much energy.
You roared.
It was amazing to
Yeah.
see. And one thing I want to ask you is, obviously, Full Sense has so many fans. There's so many Thai people loving Valorant, loving watching you guys. Do you have a message for the fans, and especially those who might travel across to Vietnam to go watch you play live?
You can say it in both languages.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just like to thank all the fans that has been supporting us from day one. I've tried really, really hard for this team, and I want you guys to love this team as much as I do. The team itself, the owner, has been very, very nice to us, and it would never have happened if I didn't have them. I'm really glad that Full Sense is our team. And
Quick shout, one of the few org owners in VCT owned by a woman, actually. So super cool.
And very wonderful family. Very grateful that I'm a part of this team. And one note, I think I've been to, like every team I've been to, I think I've taken that team to an international. So I'm really glad that I could do it with Full Sense as well.
I feel like you kind of level up every step of the way, and I could see that all kind of like coming together in today's win.
Yeah, I kind of had two questions. I mean, what was your initial response to seeing Frost as qualified as well? So like it'll be a bit of a reunion tour, not only in Ho Chi Minh but also over there in London.
I'm just out of words. I'm really happy. I think it's long overdue. We should have qualified to champs last year. We should have done a lot of things together. We didn't get the chance to, and I think now is probably the best time to do it.
and I also wanted to get your thoughts and maybe some words to some of the other teams. We have so many sick players in Pacific, and not all of them get to go international. I think Primy's the perfect example of that. Do you have any words to some of the international teams that may be unfortunate enough to have to play against Primi with more than like 3 series played in his career? Like last time was Champs and he's like fresh. Now he's actually played a few seasons and he's going to start playing some international competition. Thoughts on that for some of his opponents?
I'll say good luck to them. Like if I was on the other team, man, it's going to be tough. So hopefully you have a good game and try to be like Primi.
Who do you think? Who do you want to play against? We've asked the other, G this as well, in internationals.
I would probably want to play Fnatic.
Oh, Fnatic. Okay.
I would probably want to play Fnatic just because of Boaster. I feel like him and I, we have a lot in common. We try to build the team in similar ways.
Yeah.
Like I built the team from scratch, and it took me a very long time. Obviously, he is probably the master of that. Whoever comes in the team is really strong. I really like his style, so I hope I could prove to him that maybe I could be better.
In London on his home turf. That's crazy,
I mean, he hasn't qualified yet. That game's coming up. It's Fnatic Vitality in a couple of hours, actually.
That would be nuts.
We'll see if you're going to see him there.
We all know there's only room for one team in the black and orange, and we know it's going to be you guys.
I do want to ask you. You said you hope the fans and the international audience get to know and love your team as much as you do. What's some fun facts about your teammates that perhaps we haven't shared on the broadcast that you want the world to know? It can be like personal or like just in-game stuff.
So
you're thinking, well,
fun fact,
stuff.
like T is in Thailand having surgery, and then he's worried that he's not helping the team enough. So he made like a bunch of mistakes and like try to fix things that he could do for us yesterday. But
he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he sent it to me, and I was like, nah.
Relax.
I told him like I'm not even gonna use it. I'm not gonna tell any mistakes my team has made. I'm just gonna give them momentum. I don't care if they make mistakes as long as they are still in the game mentally. I don't care. Just make mistakes. Just have fun. Just enjoy. As long as you guys are still in the game, do whatever you want. And that's why we have calls like, let's go PRX, 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 which is just run and gun. Like no matter the man advantage, we don't care. We're just like PRX, PRX. We just run and try to find the kills.
I love it. Valorant is so much about confidence, and I really do feel like your team personify it. You can see it with how they play. I mean, I can't wait to see you guys at London.
Yeah, I'm so happy for you guys. I'm really happy for Full Sends. Brand new org in Pacific, and you brought them to Masters London. Congrats to each of you guys. And we'll see you in Vietnam for the finals. You and Frost reunited. Go kick Frost's butt. We'll be cheering for you. Congrats, Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. And Primi, this guy is so good, especially against T1.
He's decent.
He's
pretty good.
It's criminal what this kid can do. It's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, Cruz said it the best himself. Good luck to everybody else who has to play against this kid internationally.
Legit.
You think you know Primi from watching him? You've got no idea until you feel it in the server. This man packs a hell of a punch.
I think like the first round of Lotus is the perfect example where like this is very specific, but Full Sense went C into like an orb nano alarm bot setup with a paranoia, and Primi Chip Boys ran through like a brick wall setup and Primi double entry. Like literally the worst possible scenario. He's like, just run into this site through full set of utility and he still gets a double entry. Like it doesn't matter. Valorant doesn't make sense when you're Primi. You can literally go for like the 10% play and he's gonna win you the round.
Also, once
Dude
again,
never whiffs.
We got to give credit to Cruz. What an incredible interview from him as well. You can tell just how much it means. They will be advancing. They were going to see them in Vietnam, and we will be seeing them in Masters London. But take a look at this lower bracket. My goodness, 6 teams down there and 1 spot left.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. You have two of the teams, by the way, that were in the Santiago Grand Final. You've got T1, who have been Masters winners. You've got RRQ, who have won Pacific. You've got KRX, who are top 3 at Chefs. Like, what is going on, bro?
Nothing
this
makes
lower
sense.
bracket is
Nothing.
so
How
cooked.
how can people
Brutal.
watch other regions and care? This is unbelievable. We're so much better. Look at this. This is
Our
our
lower
lower
bracket is better than other finals.
Everyone in our lower bracket clears.
Sax did say that at the beginning. He said like any Pacific match is better than internationals. So I can see why he said it, and he's going to be part of this lower finals derby of madness going on. And I cannot predict who's going to make it out. I absolutely cannot predict it at all. I didn't think T1 or PaperX, you know, both of them being down there today is insane. And Bill Diff, of course, I think this was a bit
it was hit and miss. You know, a lot of us going for those two PaperX players who ultimately did fall a little bit short today.
I'm going to call you out big time. You picked GE, but you only picked one GE player.
That's
interesting.
I know that the kills are distributed very well amongst the GE players. It's hard to pick who's going to pop off because they're all so good.
Oh, all right. I see what you did there. Well, our roster is very similar, so I'm not going to diss it too much. It's pretty good, although you did have something there. We also had Excurate put his build diff in as well, and I think he's our only guest who actually had a valid build diff roster. And Paper Thin. Oh, right, because they have doubled fever time, so they ended up doubling there.
But I think
the
ultimately
fever has spread across the caster disc, well and truly at this point.
That's true, but they doubled on not a great day. You got to be set. You know, both of them would have liked a little bit more from this double down. So I think you still got your double down left to lose, but it probably means Achilles has jumped you right now.
Well, Mika's done quite well there, and Excurate actually won today, by the way.
All of us. He lost in
play.
both matches today.
Fair
Both
play.
his brother's team and his team lost.
At least
but
he got to win.
You won and Bill Diff, and that's really the only game that matters because you know, you can win a laptop.
Yeah, I mean, he really said you're all frauds.
Damn, I only beat you by 1 point today, so I still have not caught
You're
up.
still in the lead. 3 days left.
Big time.
3 days left. Job's not finished.
And-
Job's not finished.
And in last place, it's a fight for the bottom. And Pilsky, you are so much in the lead there. You are on a
Relax, guys.
roll.
No, you have the double down.
I haven't caught a fever yet. You just wait.
Just how long are you gonna hold until the
I'm
fever
still
for?
feeling fine for right now. I'm holding.
Oh, that's true. Mika hasn't used hers either, so you guys could not be last potentially.
Not be last. Oh my god, what an honor. Thank you, Victoria. That would be great. I would love not to be last. Speaking of teams who would love not to be last, tomorrow we have DFM, RRQ. I mean, well, they made it to playoffs. They're not last.
Yeah.
Yes. So
They're not
last out of playoffs.
Last in the
DFM versus RRQ. We did see that at the end of the group stage. There was multiple overtimes. That's standard for RRQ, though, really, isn't it? And Nongshim versus KRX is an elimination game.
We'll be saying goodbye to two of those teams.
This is
These
insane.
These are both matchups that we've seen in the group, and they were both bangers. So I think we can expect a big day tomorrow.
Yeah,
I mean, today was a total, you know, everything was like upside down. So that could well happen.
Some of us saw this coming.
Yeah.
Some of us really had the script here. Some of us.
Yeah,
maybe-
Pilsky did have goals.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, yeah. Look, there's not really much to say under that, other than tune back in tomorrow, right? And
Yeah.
we'll watch one of RB and Marco murder each other out of the bracket.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick tomorrow. But today was pretty cool, sending both Global Esports and Full Sense into the upper finals of VCT Pacific Stage 1 and also punching their ticket to Masters London. Huge day here in VCT Pacific. Anyway, gentlemen, I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
Yep.
Pilsky, big time.
Yep.
Have a good evening.
Pip,
and
pip, cheerio.
Yep, pip, pip,
See you
cheerio,
in London,
as your
you guys
people
say.
see.
Famous.
say.
Yep.
Pip pip cheerio.
Top of the morning to you, etc.
We'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Toodaloo.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Round of GE, thanks to Fireworks Frost. Seems to be looking at that. Having dropped that last round, and now really under some serious pressure. Trying to cut them off on rotations once they pan. They need a miracle round out of one of these two players, and it's not going to be Forsaken. So done by on the clock of Udotan on a line like this one. He's now been spotted out. That'll be that. Nice round from Udotan off in hand, doing some great work. Pay breaks back away into the back of sight. Shows Stopper to retake that space. It's nicely timed from Jing. Starting to tick though. Having a real problem for them. Darby finishes off one. Jing another. The crossfire established is too good this time. space. Plan is going to go awry. GE still dealing with this retake from PRX, now down to just Crystal in the 1v3. Sharp shot to start a second, and he's Rujing's pushed away, and surely now Crystal just has to commit to the fight. Hello, London! GE fighting! Global esports is going global! And he's been doing a pretty good job of it so far. It will continue as he's for Privy. He's been chased down here by Buzz, but traded outside. But Full Sense are going to preempt that and push their way back in. Has a couple rounds now. Surely that could count for something. Finally hits one. It is Full Sense. On a different level of Full Sense right now. They're just getting everything that they need to. Stacks is the only line of defense, but he's a damn good line of defense. What is that from Stacks? Flashed back down behind Mound. He's still bound to find himself an angle. No idea where to go right now. Jip Boys eventually. Thanks coming through though, and I'm not sure Cruz will be ready for it. Turns around in time. Another 8-4 lead for T1. Buzz pushing his way through. How is Leviathan alive again? I don't know. Jip Boys all over it when it matters. And they break T1's win streak. They take the slot at London.